Oh, there we go. Now we should be live.
Yeah. I'm curious on this icon though. I don't know if I like this icon as much as the other one. I might wait till I get the rest of them in and pick one of those.
Oh. Yeah, I need to get emotes from that person for the server and for the channel.
Yeah. Apparently Sir Ben, because I showed Sir Ben these, and Sir Ben was like, "Who did those? Because those are fucking great."
Yeah, it
And
does
so
look nice.
I was gonna send that information over to Sir Ben as well. But chat, it happened again. I somehow fucking psychically predicted something again in the Halo show.
Oh.
So you'll get to see this eventually whenever the copyright tisms, calm the fuck down. But I started talking about the Halo the Fall of Reach book. And then, lo and behold, this fucking episode, this dog shit episode, episode 5, rips off a scene from Halo the Fall of Reach and they fuck it all up. Fucking
Yeah,
psych-
the Reach Outlook program or whatever, where all the kids are on the playground and it has her watching on, and they totally fuck it up. How do you fuck that up?
I don't know, but apparently you do.
It's just so much more painful. Because again, John, when he was a kid, was bigger than all the other kids, taller than all the other kids, a lot stronger and faster. And that was kind of the point, was why he even got on O&I's radar to begin with, was because he just happened to be one of those children who was excelling compared to everyone else. He was smarter than everyone else. He was faster and everything like that. But he's within human means. He wasn't a chosen one by any means. He just was one of, like, what was it, 180 candidates? And they only took 75 of the candidates? But yeah, it's just fucking insufferable. Because here, John, like, knocks a kid off of a playground equipment that would never exist. Like, they made a rope bridge that's, 40 feet in the air?
Yeah, and it's not even a proper rope bridge. It's not like there's a bunch of planks strung up by ropes. It's literally one fucking 2x4 that's being held up lengthwise across the gap. And, sorry, there's two of them, but there's a gap in between the two of them for some reason, where it's like a long ways gap. So you can't walk just straight from one side to the other.
Yeah, and so John knocks a kid off and then grabs him by the ankle, and you see this weak, feeble-looking, tiny child holding up a much larger child. It's just like, that looks so awful.
Yeah,
but it also missed
the
entire point of the thing of, because what happened was when Dr. Halsey and Lieutenant Keyes at the time went to investigate Subject 117, who happened to be John, they saw them playing off in the distance. They saw them playing King of the Hill, and John was raffle stopping people. He was taking on people three at a time and just throwing them around, and they were all laughing and having a good time, which is also what started making Dr. Halsey feel terrible. Again, the whole point in the books is just how constantly she feels terrible about what she knows she's going to have to do to these children.
But in the show, she's a complete monster.
Yeah, in the show, she's a monster. Like, in the show, she's a complete piece of shit. Yeah, so they fuck up that entire sequence because they weren't talking to a teacher because they didn't want a record of anything happening. They just showed up to the playground and they were looking at John from the distance. Again, they were creeping. They were little creepers. Because they knew they were going to have to kidnap them. And guess what? They made sure the children knew that, hey, yes, we took you from your family. We have a point and purpose behind this. You can never go back to your family. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. They told them all that straight up because they knew lying to them would be bad because they would turn against them, which, lo and behold, Mr. Chump in the show tries to punch Halsey, like full-on deck Halsey, aka kill her, and Cortana has to lock him up. It's a fucking, oh god, this show is so garbage.
Yeah,
and the action sequence was terrible.
Yeah, it was so bad. Seeing all that shit, like the Banshee fucking scene, and the fucking jackals just pulling out fucking energy swords. Oh my god, I wanted to blow my brains out. I hated it so much.
Yeah. Dude, the Banshee scene was awful. But also, dumbass bitch blonde, Kai, I think is her name.
Oh my god.
Fucking
Oh, yeah.
realizes why. Oh my god, that's why we have the ass chip, because now I'm feeling all the emotions of watching all these people die. I can't fight.
She locks up in battle as she's getting shot repeatedly and her shields go down and she just doesn't die.
Yeah, her shields are gone.
It gets
thing
to
is
the
actually
point.
screaming that her shields are gone.
Well, not just that. This is beyond fucking retarded. This is absurdity. It gets to the point where she's curled up on the ground, and an elite comes over. Now, chat, what do you think this elite does to her? Does he
Oh my
shoot
god.
her? Does he stab her with a sword? No, he kind of slaps her a little. Like, just... It's like the fucking Will Smith slap. Just the elites...
No sense.
The effectiveness of the elite slap is the equivalent of an slap.
Yeah. Keep in mind,
It does nothing.
Keep in mind, in canon, elites are just as strong, if not stronger, than Spartans. That's what makes them fucking scary. And granted, brutes are even stronger than that. Brutes are basically like fucking gorillas. Like, Jesus Christ.
It's just so weird. They're in the middle of a firefight. Everyone has guns and is shooting. Even Kai has a fucking sniper rifle that she's shooting at people. She gets shot to the point that her fucking shields go down and continues to get shot.
Yep.
And then a elite just walks over and for whatever reason, he just doesn't have a gun. Everyone else has a weapon. He has nothing, and he just starts like punching her, and it's like, what are you doing? You are the most pathetic elite I have ever seen. Why are you just randomly punching her?
Yes.
We did finally get a Dead Space stomp from John Halo, but it was towards that elite, and not anyone we actually want him to direct it to. Like the dumb cunt Resistance member Quan, or...
Yep. Oh yeah, that would've been great.
Or fucking himself, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know the brute-like elites are from Halo 4 and 5. This is 343's shit stain all over it.
Yeah. But hey, we finally have a character we don't fucking hate.
Yeah, it took
Holy
5 episodes.
Yes.
One of the side Spartans, I forget what his name is.
Unfortunately, he's just the black elite, or black Spartan. That's all I know him as.
Yeah,
I don't know his name, because they don't...
Hold
like,
on,
ever...
we have to clarify here for everyone in chat. It's the black Spartan that didn't fucking abandon the human race.
Yes, that's true. It's not 066 who ran off like a little coward. No, he's the dude who stuck with the Spartan program and who has been gung-ho the entire time. He's been a rock the entire time.
Yeah, he's actually kind of based too, because the dumb cunt who fucking put pink grease in her hair to dye it is asking questions, and she's just like, why do the Covenant want this? Why is this? Why are we blah 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 blah? And he's just like, he's just like, I wonder if that grease seeped into your brain.
Yeah. So she says, why do the Covenant want to kill us? I don't know, but they want to kill us just as bad as we want to kill them. Well, have you ever wondered why you don't wonder why? And he turns and looks at her and gives her like the white bitch be crazy look, and then he says, I wonder if that gun grease you got running through your hair seeped into your brain to make you ask such stupid questions to me.
That's like such a dumb fucking question.
It's like, yeah, dude, it doesn't matter. The genocide war is on. It doesn't matter. Now, the audience would like to know why. Because the Covenant believe that all races can walk the path. So why can't the humans? Why aren't the humans allowed to walk the path? It's explained in the books and in the games why the humans aren't allowed to walk the path, because the prophets of truth, mercy, and regret actively are trying to kill humanity because they realize humanity are the descendants of the Forerunners and everything, and yeah. That can't be allowed to happen, because that means humanity would automatically be elevated to a higher status than they are.
Yeah. But here, they never explain that. In fact, it's kind of contradictory, because they clearly have a woman human in their ranks who can do all this stuff, and other soldiers and like other Covenant members and know who she is and what she can do. And it's like, okay, well, that right there would show like, oh, she can interact with Forerunner tech and interact with it and activate it and stuff. So basically, so they know what they are, so why are they why would
Yeah.
they be okay with killing humanity?
Yeah,
You
doesn't
actually
make any.
you actually just reminded me of something else too. The fucking ending of that episode. So the Covenant completely devastate the human forces on this random
God.
fucking dead planet. And they
Yeah.
grab the artifact and they take off. And as they're leaving, they launch a drop pod with the Blessed One in it. And she's gonna be posing as like a victim or a survivor of the Covenant. So first off, there are so many problems with this. Why
Yeah.
would the Covenant let this girl live? Like, you should be immediately fucking suspicious of this. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Are we getting issues with the connectivity?
Oh no.
No, it seems
Well,
to be going well.
no, the stream's still running for me.
No, I just saw one
no,
comment
mine's
with the
circling.
buffering. Huh?
Mine started buffering and is going backwards.
Uh-oh.
Huh, it's not doing that for me. Hold on, let me refresh.
No, people in chat are saying it's fine. So
Yeah, it's fine
we'll
for me,
just go
so-
with it. Anyways, yeah, they drop her. Why would they let her live? It's also, they were supposed to make her look injured. She doesn't look fucking injured at all. Jesus
I
Christ.
think, looking back at that scene, there's blood on her right shoulder. That's it. It's like, why didn't you, like, punch her in the face or something like that? Or, you know, make it obvious to look like she was beaten or something.
Yeah, but after
Something.
after the Covenant just fucking shit stomped them, why would they give them back a prisoner? Basically
Exactly.
unharmed.
It makes no sense. They completely won this fight. And as they're retreating, fire off a prisoner
Yeah, and a drop.
into the battlefield who they obviously would not let go and just give these people that they just fucking raffle stomped into the ground a prisoner. And like their fucking thing of make it look good is shoot, I don't know, some artillery thing
A
at
single
the drop.
plasma strike.
Yeah, a single plasma strike at the pod while it's closed. So I guess it knocks her around a little bit inside of it. And I don't know, I guess it hurts her shoulder or something. And fucking, it's obviously it's a fucking trap. Like anyone with half a brain would know, okay, there's definitely something up here. Like this isn't right.
Yeah.
Fucking Chief, seemingly at first, seems like he understands what the fuck is going on because he picks up a plasma pistol off the fucking ground and starts walking over to the pod to execute her. And she like falls over and starts like mimicking like, "Oh, please help me," and then acts like she faints. And his response is to lower his weapon and then take his helmet off right in front of her. And it's like, dude, what if she has a fucking gun? Like, you don't fucking know. They just dropped this bitch off from the people who just fucked you up. For all you know, you take your helmet off. First thing she's gonna do is whip out a fucking pistol and blow your head off. Why are you taking your helmet off for this chick?
Also, the Covenant didn't destroy them outright, and the Covenant were winning. Like, it was hopelessly, the Spartans were getting their asses kicked, everyone was losing, the Covenant was winning. The Covenant doesn't target the one remaining ship they have left because reasons, and I think the reason is stupid, is because they need the humans to take the Blessed One away with them so she can hide amongst their ranks. But, yeah, so they don't blow up the only ship left for some reason. They were winning, and they left humans alive for some reason. And now they've dropped off this girl, and she doesn't look injured at all, and so you're not suspicious of this. But even better, one, this proves that the ass chip is actually important, which is fucking hilarious. And two, John, being a whiny little beta male bitch, going off mission, causes them to lose the artifact because he's such a fucking piece of shit.
I need to point out a comment in chat before I forget. Pink hair Spartan makes a Mr. Bean face. Literally, I just want to see an edit of her with Mr. Bean's face on instead.
Yeah.
That'd be fucking hilarious. Holy shit.
Oh god. It's so bad on every regard. And it's funny because if you actually watch the battle too, it is the most clusterfucky Hollywood battle you've ever seen, where people with guns are intermixed in between each other, which doesn't happen. Didn't even happen in medieval times. If stuff broke down to that level, then the command structure of both armies was gone already. Armies do not like to get intermixed with each other. Oh, dude, it's just so fucked on so many levels.
God, yeah, it was so bad. And then there was the bits with like they tried to have like at least one comedic bit with a fucking grunt and they fuck it up. It
Yeah.
wasn't even funny. And it's like, dude, the fucking grunts are the one thing that you should actually be able to do the comedic shit with, and you can't fucking do it. Are you
Yep.
serious? The one time that we should actually have levity in the show, and we don't get it.
Yep. They
Oh,
tried too. They tried. Like, the grunt kills the driver of the Warhog, and he gets behind the Warhog, and he starts driving around like, woo, woo! Because it's still going at full speed. And he doesn't know what's going on, and then Chief jumps on the hood, and he goes, "Mind if I drive?" Shoots him, and then jumps in.
That bugged me too. Is there is no change in speed for the fucking Warthog, despite two of the drivers being killed and thrown out.
Yep.
Like, it would slow down a bit between.
And the fact that grunts are so short that he can't reach the gas pedal, for God's sake.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, yeah, we should probably explain what we meant by the Banshee scene. We just kind of said the Banshee scene and moved on. We didn't explain it at all.
So, the Covenant attack from a carrier, they attack with a overwhelming, like, amount of Banshees, like air support. They have air superiority, obviously.
They take out a massive fucking UNSC ship that's, in the sky.
Yeah, the UNSC ship was providing Overwatch. It gets fucking sniped and destroyed immediately.
And just to be clear, we're talking, like, a Pillar of Autumn type ship.
Yeah, fucking massive, huge.
Yeah, instantly just nuked out of the sky. It's gone. The Pelicans and everything on the ground get strafed by the Banshee attacks. And then John and the Spartans are driving away in a Warhog with the artifact. And then John says, "Get me close to the edge." And I'm like, wait, what edge? The fuck are you talking about, what edge? And all of a sudden, they're next to a cliff edge that was here the entire time in this battle. So the battle's going on top of this mesa, apparently. And there's a cliff here that I had no idea existed until the moment John said, "Get me close to the edge."
It didn't exist until he needed it to exist.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is part of my point. So this thing didn't exist until it was needed, and then the Banshees, instead of staying up in the sky where they have air superiority, are now flying beside this cliff and underneath the battle for some reason, so that John can jump off of the Warhog on top of a Banshee, take a pistol out, stick it on the Banshee's most armored part, bang, 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 which would do nothing.
And it does nothing.
And then John jumps around the side, gets underneath it, and starts piloting it like a fucking hang glider. Which, those pylons don't move on Banshees, you idiot.
Yeah, keep in mind, he doesn't jack the guy out of the car, or out of the Banshee like they do in the game, you know, like where he kicks it open and throws the guy out and gets inside of it. No. They don't do that. He just climbs down on the side of it while the pilot is still inside, and just fiddles with the wing and like starts like moving it and controlling it that way.
Yes.
And he just suicide bombs it right into the side of what was it, a Phantom?
A Phantom,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. He just suicide bombs it right into a Phantom and blows it up. And yeah, and then it does like this fucking shot where like, you know, all these fucking Covenant that were on the ship are like blown apart and barely alive and all this shit. And
Yeah,
then
we
he just
literally
rises up
I
out of
have
the flames.
I have to point this out. There's literally a scene with a jackal where its legs have been blown off, its guts are hanging out, it's crawling across the ground, then dies.
Yeah. And then, so the only way that he would have been able to have survived that, Chief, is if he had locked his armor.
Yeah.
And
This is what it does in Halo 3. It locks his armor entirely to protect him from re-entering the atmosphere.
yeah, which we see at the start of Halo 3, like it's literally the intro fucking scene with Chief. But here, like, clearly he doesn't have time to do that. It doesn't happen, and he just stands up. Like, he just rises up out of the fire, implying, okay, so his suit didn't lock up. He should be fucking dead.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so stupid.
Because remember, Chief can be killed by getting run over by vehicles and shit like that.
Yeah.
So this impact should have killed him. And yeah, as we already mentioned, the Jackals using energy swords, but they were also using plasma rifles. Like, no, they are not allowed to have those. Like, holy shit, the Sangheili commanders would execute them if they saw them pick up an energy sword. They'd be like, no.
Yeah, they would immediately be executed for that. And it's just so weird to me. It's like, you clearly don't know anything about this race. Like, you clearly don't understand the whole point of them being snipers and having shields. They would never use melee weapons. They would never get into close combat. They would just fucking die.
Yeah, they're weak. They're weak. They have bird bones. They have hollow bird bones, for God's sakes. They cannot stand up in melee.
It's literally like the equivalent of a fucking bird going up against a gorilla. Like, you're just not gonna win that fight.
Yeah. Oh, dude. It's so bad. And again, the CGI being as dog shit as it was, they couldn't remember what the projectile colors were supposed to be. So all the jackals and grunts are firing blue balls of energy, even though they're plasma pistols, so they should be green. And I know that seems like it's nothing. It's like, okay, well, maybe that's all just going to be it from now on. But no, we've seen before that the plasma pistols are supposed to be all green. And when it's an important scene and a close-up on the main character, it's fucking green. But when it's the long scenes and they just forget, it's blue. Oh, dude, this show is so dog shit. They had one moment that was almost there. A Marine in the back of the Warhol.
Oh, you cut out.
Gets stuck with a bunch of needlers. Oh, did I cut out?
Yeah. Right when you said Warthog.
Yeah. So a guy on the back of the Warhog, he's on the LAAG, the light anti-aircraft gun, and he's firing away. A grunt hits him with a bunch of needles from a needler. And he goes, huh! And it pops and he disintegrates. And I was like, fuck, that was shit. They were so close. So needlers explode. That guy should have been turned into chunky salsa. That would have been great. But no, he just explodes, then instantly, like, disintegrates.
Yeah, he turns into pink mist and flies away.
Yeah.
Literally pink mist, not red mist, pink.
Yeah, it's pink. It's literally the needler explosion, like, evaporated him into its own mist, and then he just, like Oogway in fucking Kung Fu Panda.
Which is really weird, because they've already shown they're not afraid of having, like, extreme gore. The show literally opened on children being fucking blown to bits.
Yeah, we literally had a shot of a child getting their fucking leg blown off, falling to the ground, and, like, grabbing it and screaming and then exploding.
Yeah. It is so frustrating how awful the show is. It is so frustrating. But yeah, chat, look forward to when we get to an actual Halo stag, because good fucking lord, we are gonna go through a deep dive on this shit.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna grab these super chats so we can begin with the video.
Yep.
$5 from Peace Was Never an Option. Thank you. Is this the one I think it is, where he simps for the samurai because archers?
Wait, I plead the fifth until we get...
That sounds like a yes. Oh, god damn it. Chat fucking jumped to the bottom while scrolling down. I hate when it does that.
Yeah, I hate that shit. That bugs me when
it's like, happens. Oh, you're scrolling down a bit? Let's just send you right to the fucking bottom. It's like, no.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm scrolling for, you fucking cunt.
Ugh.
It should be Rage versus a Mill. So, $10 super chat from Rage versus a Mill.
Alright.
I'm looking forward to today's brain damage, or I should say more brain damage. Before this, I was watching the Quantum TV drama, and that made me feel like I was losing brain cells. Wow.
The Actman video on that was really good.
It really was.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's clearly a situation similar to what we're dealing with Acer, but yeah.
Yep.
Apparently Actman wants to get this guy's channel fucking deleted, so let's see how that turns out, I guess.
Godspeed, Actman.
Yeah, seriously, fuck these people that do this shit should not be on this platform. DMCA abusers should not be tolerated.
Well, see, that's the thing. If Quantum had realized his mistake and said, okay, I realized what I did was wrong, I'm not going to do it again, but blah, blah, blah. You know, learn his lesson. It would have been fine if it was like, okay, you learn. That's good. But no, he's doubling, tripling, quadrupling down.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to do it more. It's like, okay, well then you need to go. You need to not be on this platform anymore.
Yeah. $2 for Scoopmeister. Thank you. AKA not Fred. I
Yep.
have no idea.
No, Fred was the Spartan who ran away.
Oh. $2 from Mystic Space. Thank you. Looks like you're finally getting the game theory. Sweet. Yeah. This is one I wasn't looking forward to. I'm sure game theory has a ton of videos that will be good to cover in the future.
Yes.
Um,
Unfortunately.
yeah. Honestly, I think game theory is actually worse than the clickbait trash like Watch Mojo and Gamer Ranks.
I agree.
Because at least with those channels, it's like, hey, here's 10 neat things I found in Skyrim, you know? It's not
Yeah.
like the most retarded shit ever. Is Ness Sans? No.
Yeah.
No.
Is Link already dead?
Mm.
Oh my god, I fucking
Which
hate his
which
videos.
which Nintendo characters will survive COVID?
Yeah, I was just about to
Yeah.
bring that one up. Fucking who would survive that fucking Oni plays joke? Who would survive your grandmother with fucking like I can't even say it. It's so fucking funny.
Say it.
Oh my god. I'm also trying to remember exactly what he said. He was like your grandmother with what was it? Was it like arthritis and
Parkinson's?
like Parkinson's or something, and or Luigi who definitely has a super high jump.
Oh fuck.
or Luigi's best nickname, Crazy Legs. Fucking. I
you,
remember
men-
he jumped in the originals. His legs always spasmoided out.
you mentioning that Luigi has a super high jump reminded me of fucking Game Maker's Toolkit, The Secret of Mario's Jump, which reminded me we have to cover that guy at some point too. Oh,
Great.
endless pain. Alright, where's the next one? 20 Danish crowns, I think, from Gangwin47. Thank you. Behold, the silver timeline!
Yeah.
Oh, it'd probably help if I actually opened Watch Together and
Yes, it does help.
joined. I completely forgot. Whoops, let me just jump
That's
in
fine. I
here.
did the same.
Oh, and the next super chat is from Peace Was Never an Option, who said the same thing we said while watching the episode. $2. I think that brute was supposed to be Tartarus.
I think it is too, and that makes me terrified because like Tartarus is not the main villain of the Chief. He's the main villain of Arbiter. Fuck off.
Yeah, but they kind of have this moment where he drops down, he hits Chief back with his hammer, and Chief brings up a jackal shield.
Yeah, which is stupid.
But anyways,
That would not have saved him.
But anyways, he knocks it back. Tartarus grabs the fucking giant artifact, and he just kind of looks like, yeah, fuck you, and then flies off.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, they're building this guy up to be the fucking big bad, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm really worried because from what we can tell, I mean, we could be wrong. For all we know, that one elite we saw in that one episode could be the Arbiter. But from what we could tell, we have not even seen the Arbiter yet. Like, he has not even been brought up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It makes sense that we wouldn't know of the Arbiter right now, because he doesn't appear until the start of Halo 2. But I'm honestly amazed at the showrunner's restraint at not even having the fucking Flood show up yet, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm worried. It's like, but why? Like, clearly they don't have any restraint, so why are they holding it off? Like, I'm so worried what they're going to do with Arbiter.
Yeah. I think that was all the super chats I grabbed there. There's a comment. Huh?
There should be more. There's two more.
Oh,
As far as I've seen.
yes. There they are. I guess chat jumped again when I was scrolling. Okay.
Yep.
$2 for Scoopmeister. Thank you. No, not Fred is the base one. XD.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Fred is the one who ran away, and not Fred, though, is the black Spartan who stayed.
$2 from Mystic Space. Thank you. Hey, do any of you guys have anything to say on game theory? Well, we already kind of did. The fucking clickbait trash that's on this website is actually better than game theory.
Yes. Hands
Um,
down. Because the clickbait trash doesn't pretend to be deep and well researched and philosophical or anything. It's just clickbait trash. Everybody knows it's just clickbait trash.
Yeah.
Yeah. At Creetosis, Angels take Manhattan when? Okay, Artemis, we'll have to watch that episode and the other 11th Doctor Weeping Angel episode, and we could break those down in a couple videos. God, I fucking hate Angels Take Manhattan so much. Fuck. You're going to get me into... Have to hold back. I have to not rant right now, because that fucking episode... Anything that holds the image of an angel becomes an angel. What's an angel? The fucking Statue of Liberty. How does it walk through the fucking city? I hate it so much! Like, there's postcards of the Statue of Liberty. So all those postcards and pictures and fucking memorabilia are now fucking weeping angels. Because whoever holds the image of an angel is an angel. It makes them fucking... Oh!
Yeah.
Fuck that episode.
It literally ruined everything. And also the fact that she's such a massive fucking angel. People would be constantly looking at that.
Yeah. That was the whole meme that people fucking made before they did that episode is, oh, what if the Statue of Liberty is a weeping angel, but because someone's always looking at it, it can never move.
Yeah.
But, fucking, it's not... That episode alone has a lot of problem, but what set it up was the previous Weeping Angel appearance, where they're in that, ship to Byzantium, and it crashes into this, like, tomb that's full of withered Weeping Angels, and they start coming to life. Because that's the episode that brings in the whole, whoever holds the image of an angel becomes an angel thing.
Yeah, because she sees them on the monitor, and she starts panicking because they all start turning on the monitor, and they start coming towards her on the monitor screens. It's like, oh, god damn.
God. They were such a cool antagonist, and they just completely fucked them up in their second outing, and they just got worse and worse and fucking worse.
Yep.
God, that episode, those...
$5 super chat from Rage vs. a Mill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's only a matter of time before Moist Critical covers Quantum TV, in my opinion, because Mudahar has also made a video covering some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw some of the Mudahar clips in the Actman's video.
Yep.
That's some crazy shit.
$5 from Rager. Thank you very much.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Cree, long-time lurker, first-time donor. Love all you guys, so get some tendies on me.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
But yes, I feel there's something else that we must do, because Ben came in the middle of this, so everybody, raise your voice and be upstanding for Sir Ben!
Oh, thank you. Hold your applause, please.
I don't... I don't really clap when there's so few people, because it just sounds weird when there's like 3 people clapping.
No, it doesn't look, because you can do the... Oh, and I can't do it with this hand. Ah, shit, I can't do it anymore. My old bones, that hurt. I used to be
Anyways,
able to do the one-handed clap real good. My bones
Clap
can't do
your
it no more.
thighs together for.
Sir Ben is really quiet. Okay, I'll turn up his volume a bit.
Please clap.
Say something, Ben?
Something.
Yeah.
It sounded pretty good to me. I'll turn it up just a bit more. There we go. Alright, we ready for this, from what I've heard, terrible video?
Yeah.
Yes, and it is truly terrible. Also, Scootmeister, I thought it was Fred Soren. I thought his full name was Fred Soren. But yeah, okay, that's fair. Clap your cheeks, boys. Oh no.
So we talked about this, game theory video once on stream, because I think Setch and Pagan were telling me about it. And they're like, oh yeah, Cree, we have to watch this after because it is so bad. I was like, oh, is it something we might be able to cover on stream? And they're like, well, not really. It's just really bad. And then we got like 30 seconds in, and they were both like, okay, yeah, we do have to cover this on stream at some point.
Yeah, we didn't even finish the video. We got like 30 seconds in, and we were already like starting up discussions on how stupid it was, and we are like, oh my god, maybe we should save this for a stag because this is so fucking bad.
No, Scoot, I could be wrong too. I just thought that was his full name, but we'll see. Not that it matters, because Soren's a piece of shit. So.
Yeah, the traitor Soren in the the traitor Spartan in the show is Soren.
Yes.
Yeah. And he sucks.
50 Danish crowns from Gang147. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have you heard the rumors of the Dead Space remake? They will rewrite it so Isaac will speak. They really don't like silent protagonists.
Well, see, doesn't he speak in Dead Space 2?
Yes, and 3.
Yeah.
And 3. So that's... I don't have as much of an issue with that as I do with, like... Oh, we're doing the Half-Life movie and Gordon Freeman is going to talk his fucking head off. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of people have ripped this video to shreds. This will be great. And Sir Ben will get to come along because this will be right up Sir Ben's alley.
Yeah, I have very fond memories of not liking this video very much. So
yeah, that's understandable. I remember seeing a couple of their videos back in the day, and it was like, wow, that was complete fucking garbage. I never want to watch this channel ever again.
Yeah, and this is their typical quality. This is a typical Game Theory quality here.
Yeah.
10 Polish Lodi from Midnight Fox 745. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's wrong with Game Maker's Toolkit? I thought it was okay.
He uses a lot of flowery language to frequently say nothing at all.
Yes.
One of the most hilarious examples we've already referenced. What's the secret to Mario's jump? And he never actually gets to explaining the secret of Mario's jump. I think he actually ends the episode by saying maybe we'll get to the secret next time. And I don't think there's a part 2.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
$5 for peace was never an option. Thank you. If I remember correctly, we don't know the last names of any of Spartan 2s and 3s. It's just their name and number.
Yeah, that was kind of Halsey in the books and everything like that. That was Halsey's way to make sure she dehumanized them. Because she needed to harden her heart because of all the augmentations and therapy and surgeries and everything they were going to have to go through that were going to kill a bunch of them, and she knew they were going to die. So she's like, okay, we have to do this. We have to do this. So I need to focus because more of them will die if we're doing this, and I'm having sympathies and worries while we're performing these surgeries. More of them will die. So harden your heart. Just focus. They are a test subject. They're an experiment. It is their first name and then whatever their experiment number was, which is why we have John 117.
$10 from Scrammin' Q Banshee. Thank you. I honestly can't wait for this. I have a fairly decent understanding of medieval warfare, and I just can't wait to see how much he bases this off of modern misconceptions, like armor unflexible.
Oh, he's gonna base it off of that shit and base it off of the most ludicrous stuff about Vikings, because he clearly doesn't know a thing about Vikings.
Yeah, and that's like my specialty is Viking stuff. So, and that's why this video bugs me so much, is because he does them the most dirty.
Yes.
And I'm just like, you fucking idiot. You don't know anything about this fucking culture. I hate you so much.
But twice folded Nippon steer. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let us begin the pain train.
So a knight, a Viking, and a samurai walk into a bar. I ducked.
Well,
that was a
cringe.
terrible fucking joke.
Yeah.
I actually don't know if this music is copyrighted or not, so I'm gonna turn it down.
Yeah.
This
There you
intro
go.
is almost as...
Maybe edit.
Well, I mean, I was... Alright, whatever.
No, I was just doing it so you could turn it back up without... Yeah.
Yeah, it would've been fine. That intro's about as obnoxious as their thumbnails are, which is fucking insanely.
Yeah.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show where we treat old grade school playground debates with a seriousness usually reserved for postgraduate dissertations. But before we begin, quick shout...
I also despise their editing.
Yes. Which is a damning condemnation of the current fucking schooling for sure, because, Jesus Christ, a thing just came up recently. Short Fat Otaku is covering it now. Somebody actually did their master's thesis about Hassan Piker. And it's like, and you actually passed with this? Jesus Christ, your fucking school is an embarrassment.
Wait, their master thesis was praising Hassan.
Yes.
Oh.
And the left.
Oh.
Oh, that's much less funny than I thought it was. Video is really quiet. Okay, I'll turn it up a bit more.
Oh my god. Why? Why this? Okay.
I like
shouldn't
this...
be surprised. It's fucking college.
Yeah.
I like this comment in chat. Literally everything he says in this video about all three is almost 100% completely false Hollywood lies. Oh boy.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun.
It's bad.
It's just real.
Shout out to Felicitations Squad, the official first comment on the Bottle Flip episode. Thanks for being a loyal bell ringer. You're like the Red Cross at Christmas, except on YouTube.
Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up. I'm already sick of this cunt.
Yep.
Yeah, if we cover the Dark Souls video today.
Not today. Not today. No.
Okay.
No.
I was gonna say, oh, you think this is cringe? Wait till you see that fucking Dark Souls video. It is just nothing but pure cringe.
And not for charity. Subscribing to this channel an act of charity, which isn't that far from the truth. Anyway, back to the subject of classic playground debates. 2 words, they rock. Pirate versus ninja, plants versus zombies, Superman versus Goku. Who doesn't love these classic what-if scenarios, where you smash your favorite fictional or not-so-fictional worlds together to award someone the deadliest warrior of all-time gold star? Well,
I can't help but notice that he fills every statement with as much fluff as possible.
Yes, that's his style on everything. Why did I like this content as a kid? Well, a lot of it is because it's flashy, it's quick, he sounds confident, so that can trick your brain into thinking that what he's saying has been well thought out or put together, has been well researched, and you think you're learning. And just, yeah, this is peak, like, second monitor fucking fodder, like stuff you have on, and then you'll hear it every now and then be like, yeah, that was funny. Even because your brain isn't focused on it. You're not focusing on what he's actually saying.
And people think you have too many tangents. The difference is, our tangents are good.
Well, Ubisoft took Dream and made it into an entire video game, For Honor. A game seemingly created to answer one age-old 3-way battle scenario, Knight versus Viking versus Samurai.
Was that actually an age-old thing? Because we never had that question when I was in school. It was mostly the standard fucking pirates versus ninja thing is the one I heard a lot in school.
Mine was Pirates versus Vikings versus Knights, which because that was a mod for Half-Life, and so it just kind of carried on. And then the conversation kept going throughout schools and shit.
I definitely had the Knights versus Samurai debate growing up.
All right.
Knights versus Samurai, yeah, but never really Vikings or Samurai or anything.
Holy fuck, this dude's voice is annoying. At least it's not the original fucking extra credits dude.
Dude,
The guy who always talks like this in all of his videos. God.
The sad part was that was back when extra credits actually had some integrity and had some writing quality. Oh, dude. Before they went full on drink the Kool-Aid crazy.
Also, it also seems really weird to say this game was trying to answer this age-old question. It just seems like a fun concept. Which faction do you want to play?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
really fun concept. It's awesome.
Why would a game try to answer the question? Because if it answered the question, it found out one of them to be better than the other two, everyone would play that faction, and the other teams wouldn't have any players.
Yep.
Yeah.
Happens a lot on, especially on multiplayer competitive games.
Yeah, it's weird that he would frame it this way of like, oh yeah, it's seemingly set out to answer the question. No, it didn't set out to answer the question. It was just, hey, let's just pin these guys together
Here's a
against
fun
each
scenario.
other and make a game out of it and nothing else. There is no answer.
Yeah, because that's the other thing I was going to mention too, and we talked about this before the stream started. I don't think necessarily you'll ever come to a conclusion that one medieval fighting style is necessarily better than the others where they'll always win. It'll likely come down to personal experience and luck more than anything.
Yeah. $5 super chat from Rage vs. the Mill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any thoughts on the Fable series? In my opinion, the first is good, the second is okay, and the third is garbage.
I didn't play much of the first. I played the second, and I enjoyed it when I was younger. I don't know how I'd feel about it now. I played a bit of the third, but lost interest.
For me, first was pretty okay. Yeah, second one was kind of mad. The third one was absolutely dog shit. And hilariously, if you actually like got the money to fight off the darkness in the end, so the whole thing, like the game suddenly gear shifts into a kingdom management thing that's really like poorly thought out. You could do all the nice things, but then you could jack up all the rent prices on all of your properties. You could make the money if you just let the game sit for a while over time. So, yeah, you could just do that, and then you'd have all the money you'd need to fight the darkness, and then you'd get to the final mission. People screaming and getting thrown around and killed and slaughtered and dead bodies everywhere. You beat the final boss, and the game comes up. The number of people that died was 0. Wait, what?
What?
0? What? There's at least 50 dead bodies on my way here to the boss room. What do you mean they're not dead? They're faking it? The fuck? Because they had a hard like set thing of oh yeah, it's based on the amount of money you have. So if you have enough money, 0 people died, even though you're literally watching people die in the cutscene and getting thrown against walls and burning to death and shit like that. It's like okay.
They didn't
Nobody
realize money could just magically prevent death. Like,
Yes.
entirely. Like, with money today, you could get some really good medical care, but it can't prevent literal death in a lot of fucking cases. Like, hey, I have fucking $10 billion, but I got shot in the head with a shotgun and turned to paste. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're dead. No
No, they
amount of
just
money is going
buy
to fix that.
They could just buy their way back into living again. They just pay God or the devil, depending on which
guards
one you
don't
go.
count as people. Okay, well.
I want to grab this comment quickly. Speaking of drink the Kool-Aid crazy, Stag Crew, what do you folks think of the people defending Hassan's React content on JXC? I reckon you have seen the EFAB coverage, so I wanted to hear your thoughts. Yeah, fuck people like Hassan Piker.
Yes.
They're stealing people's hard work to entertain their own audience.
Yep.
Yep.
They are genuine pieces of shit.
God, that girl. That was like, I forget her name, but the woman
Denims.
they were like covering, yeah. And she was like defending it and stuff. And that one bit where they were like asking, like, don't you have any pride in your work? And she just had this look on her face of like,
Well,
What is pride?
it's
in your
not just
work?
the look she had. She actually said it. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What? Pride in your work? What is that? And I'm just like, oh my god! Like, these
Well-
are the people who want to fucking be on this platform.
She was also really bad in other ways. I don't necessarily know if she's worse than Hassan or not, but there's two examples that really show what a piece of shit she is. She was against Jay's video the whole time she was watching it, and then when she got into debate with him, she kind of sort of half-heartedly agreed with most of what he was saying, and it didn't really seem like a debate. And she even said to him, "Oh, after watching your video, I was like, oh man, I should try harder to not do stuff like that," when that's not what she said in the video at all. And
Oh.
Yeah,
Wow,
that-
yeah, your microphone just spiked. Ow.
Like, really bad. That was the worst I've ever heard it. Holy fuck! That actually scared me.
okay. People in chat are saying F.
Yeah, something happened for
I
sure.
I think they're mourning the loss of their eardrums.
Maybe. Some people are saying stream died. My stream's still up, but my quality got put to 144p.
Mine died, but when I refreshed it, it worked again.
Yeah.
Anyways, after she did that debate thing with Jay, she ended up doing a response to his video, which was really, really bad. The other thing she did was she found out that Son apparently watches the videos he's covering on his phone when he's away from his computer, and she was like, "Oh, I should pretend to do that. I mean, I should do that." It's just like, wow, what a fucking slip. Yeah, fucking zero trust in anything this bitch has to say ever.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. She's what I mainly remember from that video.
All right.
$2 for Mystic Space, super chat we missed. My school actually had that along with Pirates. Oh. We got the Rage versus ML1. $5 from Elmo Bentley. Thank you. Hey, at least it's not his Sans' Nest video, right? Fucking god damn it.
Yep.
That, I wonder if that video will be worth covering one day.
Probably. $2 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We rebuilt him. We have technology and his money.
Who knows? Maybe if you do have enough money, you can build a new head for someone who got their head fucking blown off. But at that point, it's just a robot piloting around a rotten corpse. It's not going to have the consciousness or any of the memories of the person who got his head blown off.
Yeah.
Hello, Soma. $5 from Johnny Off 14. Thank you. The Virgin Hasanabi versus a Chad Asmongold. At least Asmon actually reacts. LOL.
Yeah. And Asmongold always tries to add things to it, and he goes, "That sounds like this," and he goes, "Chat, what was that?" And then he'll like actually look up stuff on the stream during the videos and everything like that, and be like, "Oh my god, I didn't know this." You know what I mean? So he's genuinely like there along for the ride and giving his feedback, and if he knows something about a topic, then he'll also chime in with like, "Yeah, and here's why they do it," and everything like that. And there goes my stream. My stream just closed.
Rip.
Yep.
$5 from Elmo Bentley. Thank you. It reminds me of freaking books are relevant. Yeah, that was also a dumb moment from that guy. Chad is saying F again.
Yeah, I refreshed it and mine came back, but yeah, my stream fully stopped there.
Okay, I'm gonna try closing some tabs again. God damn it. You win this time, chat!
Yeah.
Okay, let me just check this thing quickly.
Change that back to light. While you do that, $10 super chat from Dr. McDingus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Salve, Furry Fat. Today's Emperor of the Day is based oh god.
You're fucking it up!
Bowsley II, Because if you're gonna do a war crime, be good at it. Yes, the Byzantine were Roman. Shut up. Yeah, that's true. They were literally just East Rome.
I tried closing a couple of windows full of tabs, and now Opera has frozen for a little bit, so we'll have to wait for that to sort itself out. $2 for peace was never an option. Thank you. Yes, yes! Close the tabs! They'll be fucking reopened when we're done. And not only that, I ordered more RAM for my computer, so I can have double the tabs next week.
Oh my god.
You can't fucking stop me. Alright, that looks like it sorted itself out, so I'll close that window as well. Yes, confirm close. Sorry about the delay, chat. No, that one had 86 tabs.
So we'll have Cree start the video when he can.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for this window to go away.
$2 from Johnny on 14. 16 times the tabs.
That was a good one. $2 from Mystic Space. Thank you. Double the tabs, double the fall, Creetosis. Mystic Space channeling his inner Dooku.
Oh yeah, also something you could try is using the network limiter on the Opera thing if that's
I should try that at some point.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's getting more powerful. $2 for peace was never an option. Thank you. Begun the clone tab war has. Alright, let's get back to the video.
It's a game that's been on my gamers watch list since first debuting at E3 back in 2015, and with its Valentine's release right around the corner, I'm gearing up to break some hearts and shatter some skulls during this holiday of love. But which
Yep.
I felt shed a single tear from my eye.
Yeah.
I'm shedding a single tear for the thousands of brain cells in my head that are fucking killing themselves right now from having to watch this putrid fucking garbage.
Yeah.
That's what the tears are. It's just them draining out of your head, out of your eyes.
That actually reminds me, have you ever heard the story of the guy who had like a runny nose for his entire life and he eventually got it checked out when he was in, I don't know, it was like 40s or 50s. He found out it was his brain leaking out.
Oh god, no.
Yeah. Video is too quiet. It's turned up to the max. I don't know what else I can do. I don't know why it's suddenly quiet when it's been fine in previous weeks. Fuck. Let me check the stream quickly just to see what it sounds like.
some hearts and shatter some skulls during this holiday of love. But which
Yep.
I felt shed a single tear from my eye.
Okay, yeah, the video doesn't sound that bad in comparison to our voices. I really don't know what else I could do about that, honestly.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, I'm good to continue. You guys?
Yeah.
faction should you choose? Sure, I could just choose the one that's most in line with my personality, but screw that, I'm here to win!
I don't believe knights are most in line with your... I don't believe any of these are most in line with your personality.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In the
you sure you
fucking
don't mean...
slightest.
You sure you don't mean some court fool or jester somewhere?
I was gonna say, he could be a court jester, but they would need to be desperate for him to be the jester. They
Yeah,
need
that's
someone who's
true.
actually funny. And entertaining.
Past episodes here of cultural history can help you win games. So between these
What?
three factions,
No.
one
No. None of your past stuff has ever won you games, MatPat. Jesus Christ. And knowledge of cultural history does not win games. Because shit like Warhammers exist in all of these games, and they don't work that way. They aren't Warhammers to begin with. They're fucking malls.
Mm.
personality, but screw that, I'm here to win! And past episodes here have shown that knowledge of cultural history can help you win games. So between these three factions, one has to have the upper hand, right? Maybe the...
No.
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 If the game makers have done their job correctly, no.
Even if one faction... I'm sorry?
I was going to say, I mean, if you know, historically one of these factions would have had the upper hand, but
Yes.
that's
But not in the game. That's the point we're making. Is
exactly.
because that would be really fucking stupid for a game. Because then no one would ever pick anything else but the one class that obviously has the upper hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was what I was about to say, too. The whole point of a PvP game is that the teams are balanced. And
Yeah, you can-
there isn't one clear winner.
And you can have asynchronous balance, which is really cool. Like, maybe the samurai attacks swing faster, but they do less damage. The knights have the slower swings, but they do a lot more damage. But now you know those limitations. You know your strengths and weaknesses. You know how to deal with that. Maybe the Vikings run faster, so they can move around the battlefield quicker. Again, that's asynchronous balance, but you don't have a situation where the Vikings run around the battlefield faster, hit the hardest, and also attack the fastest.
The balanced, but history wasn't. So it got my theorist brain a-turnin'. Game mechanics aside, when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, who would reign supreme in an actual medieval battle royale? Savage Vikings, knights in shining armor, or the tenacious Japanese samurai? When you start to peel back...
So, kind of what I said earlier is it would largely be down to the individual fighter's experience, training, and luck.
Yeah.
That's the long and the short of it, yeah, basically.
Yeah, and luck also goes into what kind of battlefield is it? What's the situation? Is it raining? Is it a smooth battlefield? Are they in a castle? Stuff like that. All these things play a factor. These are all factors that'll go into it. And hey, if you brought the war sword, the big old fucking Zweihander, and you're in a castle fight, well, unfortunately, you best be ditching that Zweihander and give you something that can actually swing in these castle corridors, motherfucker.
back the myth warriors and actually look at the facts around them, a clear winner starts to emerge.
Now, keep in mind, he said, when you get rid of all the myths and legends and look at the facts. Remember, he said that.
Alrighty. I totally trust in his ability to disregard the myth and legend and only look at the facts. I believe in you, game theory. I am not being sarcastic at all.
Yep, $5 from Screaming Q Banshee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lawbringer is on the weaker side, and his kit historically would invalidate a good portion of the roster, so no, LMAO.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. As for Lord Addy being weaker, though, I think you just need to get good.
So, viewers, place your bets now. 3 warriors enter, only 1 warrior will leave. Let's start by getting our bearings. Between Vikings, knights, and samurai, there's almost 2,000 years of human history to cover, and that is a ton of time.
Yes, and that already right there is how skewed things are, because the levels of technology available to each of these factions is vastly, vastly different. Again, full-on plate knights did not exist in the era of Viking. That was not a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to look at, like, I mean, because there's 2,000 years of history almost in well, I mean, not quite, but across all three factions,
Yeah.
and you have to look at the technological advances of all the different factions as time went on. Because, like, yeah, like you said, full plate knights, and then you have the Japanese soldiers from the Sengoku period into the shogunate, and then um into the imperial era and all that sort of stuff. Like, it's all been changing constantly. So you got to find a consistent, constant point of reference, and that's very difficult to do when you're looking at these different time periods.
Yes. Like, we should be seeing more of the Gambeson, maybe chainmail soldiers for the Knights team going against the Vikings, because that was something that actually happened. Town guardsmen versus Viking raiders and shit like that. That was before, again, like we said, that was before the towns became fortified and all of that got done away with, because the Vikings no longer had easy targets, and also the French and the English, made Vikings lords and said, "Hey, you just got to protect us from your kinsmen, and this is now your lands. These are now your peasants. These are now your gold and stuff like that. And this is yours." And the Vikings were like, "You know what? That sounds like a good idea." So that's where we got the Normans and everything from, was from them literally, like, adopting the Vikings into their own culture. Also, what kind of killed the whole Viking era was the fact that a lot of the Vikings settled down into the new world that they discovered. New world to the Vikings, I should say, not new world to humanity.
Yeah. Yeah, they liked being able to trade with other people, and they found that, yeah, typically when you're the same religion as them, they give you better deals and stuff like that. And eventually they just kind of settled into the whole Christian thing. A lot of them converted
Yeah.
and moved into these, into these places, and it just kind of overtook Viking culture over time.
Yeah. Just the way it works.
Yep.
$10 from Johnny Off 14. Thank you. Speaking of Vikings, I watched The Northman last night and it was pretty good. I'm well aware of the honeymoon effect, but it was basically Viking Hamlet. Like, how could that not be cool? Sounds like it could be interesting.
Yeah, but I also want to bring up an article that I think it was MSNBC, right? And it was about how the Northman is white supremacist propaganda and shit like that. Like, oh god.
Ugh. Of course. Yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
the trailer for The Northman. It looked interesting. I definitely would like to check it out.
How long until breathing fucking air is a white supremacist thing?
Oh no! The article got even funnier. Hold on, I have to get the direct quote.
Oh man, with this glowing, recommendation from MSNBC, I definitely want to watch it now. Anytime they call something a white supremacist film, it automatically makes me want to see it, because it's like, oh, so it's actually going to be good.
Here we go. Here are the problems.
It sounds like that recommendation glows, but just not the way you're talking about.
Yeah. So the problems that Daily Mail, it was Daily Mail that did it. Okay. Daily Mail's problems with it and why white supremacists hijacked the Northman blockbuster, starring Nicole Kidman, features Nordic lore popular with alt-right groups who hail its all-white cast and pure masculinity. And they said, here are the problems with it: macho aggression, fair-haired loyal women, and committed mothers.
Wait, what?
Yes,
So
being
fair-haired,
loyal.
loyal women and committed mother is a sign of white supremacy?
Yes. If you are loyal to your spouse and your family, you are a white supremacist. If you are a committed mother to your children, you are a white supremacist.
Right, I'm gonna go and tell my wife. I'll just be right back.
Oh god, I mean that's literally no different than what they tried to say before, that like time management and scheduling is fucking a white thing.
Well,
he's like anti-black and all that shit, and it's like that's extremely racist
yes.
of you to say that.
Did you see that meme picture where it has the different spokes on the political spectrum, and the guy who's the far left liberal says that suicide has been culturally appropriated by the white man,
Yes.
and all the other
Yes.
spokes on the political thing are turned to look at him and said, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, they're all just like, what the fuck? Yeah, I think I shared that in our group chat the other day.
Oh, I
could
shared
grab
it.
it. Okay, oh, you shared it? Okay, yeah. And yeah, here it is. Yeah,
Wow.
they fucking said white people culturally appropriated suicide. For some cultures, it was a respectful way to ensure life ends on a high note and not die of old age. Now it is taken by white and depressed, in quotes, teens, and is made to be something completely different.
Yeah, and all the other heads on the spoke are like, "What the fuck?"
I like how
like-
they imply that these teens, they're not killing themselves because they're depressed. They're just doing it because they're white and it's trendy to kill yourself.
Yeah.
Fucking
Oh, God.
what?
Yeah.
Absolute insanity.
Ah, dude. Like I said, that the Daily Mail thing was just so fucking funny. I can't believe that they're like, yes, being committed to your children as a mother is white supremacy. I'm like, are you what? Oh my god, that is horribly racist against all the other races. That's what's so bad about it.
Yeah, I know that what that implies
Yes.
is so fucking bad.
I have just been looking through chat. I've seen a couple of comments about Shad watching this video, and if it would be good if he did. I can tell you guys that Shad did indeed definitely watch this video, and he
Yes.
did indeed release a video of his own tearing this one apart. And
Yeah.
I would highly
Yes.
recommend that you watch the similar videos released by Metatron and Scalagrim as well. They're all fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah, everyone kind of does their own. Like, I think Shad covered the Knights, Schologrim obviously covered the Vikings, and
Metatron was the samurai.
yeah.
Fun fact about samurai: most people think of them as using katana and stuff like that. No, their original role was as bowmen. They were
Yeah.
master bowmen.
The katana was a sidearm, basically.
Yep.
The Yumi was their bow, and oh my god, it is a beautiful piece of engineering. Like holy shit!
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying like it's not the greatest thing in the world, but it was a great leap forward in engineering for bows. Like holy shit!
Yeah. I also love that thing that they do now where they've got like that whole like process for how like they have tournaments and stuff of shooting bows and stuff, but like there's like I forget what it's called. It's almost like a religion sort of thing where it's like a ritual, but it's literally just them shooting the bows, but they do it in such a way that it's almost like a dance. I love it. It's so cool to watch.
Yeah, and as Void puts out, which is why Elden Ring samurai start with a bow. Yep.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh.
It's the reason why things like the katana for the samurai and the axe for the Vikings and the longsword for the knights is all just because of those weapons have been heavily romanticized in media.
Yes.
But they fail to talk about the actual things that it's like, for example, actually, the movie The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise, absolutely fantastic movie, love it to bits.
Yes.
But they're only using katanas. You don't see any bows. Well, actually, no, you see a couple of bows, but like there's no use of the naginata, which was very, very popular among samurai and Japanese people in general, and things like that. And again, it's a fantastic movie, but they romanticize the katana over
Yes.
Yeah.
everything else.
And apparently, this is some lore about that movie. Apparently, in the Great Arrow Rain scene, though, a bunch of those arrows are actually elongated penguins. The CGI guys had some fun, and they threw some elongated penguins in there as like an Easter egg for people to notice.
What?
Yeah. Now, I cannot confirm that because I don't know if the video quality is just that shit, but good God. yeah, I have tried looking for them because that's what the team literally said they did. They threw in a bunch of elongated penguins as an Easter egg.
Wow.
Just the phrase elongated penguin is fucking hilarious.
Yes.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's weird how they like romanticize all these things, like the Viking axe and stuff, which back then it was literally just especially when it started out, it was literally just it's a tool that a lot of people had, so they would use it to defend themselves. It was just a regular, fairly cheap thing that everyone had, and when you needed to fight, it was just something you had on hand. It wasn't like this superly like revered thing that they
Well,
would always go into combat with, because swords were considered like
that was the
nobility.
nobility. Yeah, you need to
Yeah.
be bloody rich to have a sword.
Yeah, it was very rare to have a sword.
It wasn't until the Danes created the iconic Dane axe, where the
Yeah.
axe became a true battlefield weapon. Like,
Yes.
holy fucking shit, the Dane axe was crazy.
Yeah,
That-
that thing was good.
But
That's an update.
even then, even then, the Danax was not used by like berserkers in the middle of a battlefield. It was used
Yes.
behind shield walls to just knock people on the heads.
Yeah.
Yep. Because Dane axes are really, really fucking long axes. They're basically what became the grandfather to the halberds and system. People
Yeah,
started
basically.
realizing how good that worked.
Yeah.
The mainstay on the battlefield for actual battlefield weaponry were spears.
Yes.
Spears. The sykes, kind of, because that's your sidearm if things get real bad. If you can no longer poke them and keep them at a distance with your pokey stick, it's time to drop your pokey stick and pull out your little knife. It's like, okay, things have gotten real bad.
Danax bonk.
Say $5 from Screaming Q Banshee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On the subject of funny sword game, I read a terrible article calling Knight players alt-right white supremacists because they commonly say Deus Vult. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Deus Vult,
Wow.
if you know. We'll retake Jerusalem.
Wow.
Uh,
Yeah, God wills it is fucking white supremacy, everybody.
You were saying, Chris?
$5 from Johnny14. Thank you. Come on, Setch. We've had enough gun rants. Time for a nice bow rant. Keep talking about how cool samurai bows are.
No, if I want to do a bow rant, I want to talk about how the British longbow wasn't actually the be-all, end-all that it truly was. The Mary Rose bow was more interesting of a bow, but it's just a war bow. The longbow is just a war bow, okay? It's good. It's a good war bow, but it's not some legendary mythical thing that can fire way further than any other longbow or any other war bow could. It's fucking ridiculous. If you want to talk about a crazy good war bow, it was the Mongolian recurve bow. That was an actual war bow. Fucking insane technology increase for the Mongolians. Like, holy shit. Having that ability to fire a war bow from horseback? Oh, holy shit. There you go. There's a brief tangent on bows. And how I get sick of people saying that the English longbow is like this tactical nuclear option.
Yeah, I've always hated that too. That used to bug me so much, and back in the day when I used to like really talk about this stuff.
It worked one time really well, and that was because the ground was wet. And I know I'm being very facetious in saying that, but yeah, the French knights, when they tried to charge the lines and they went into boggy terrain and it bogged them down, and then they just got fucking like, instead of aiming the war bows up, they aimed them level with the ground, and it was like, uh-oh.
Anyways.
You can imagine it's a few problems with comparing these three groups. For instance, it may be easy to say that a European knight clad entirely in Gothic plate armor would destroy a Viking, but that's kind of like saying 10 dudes with M16s could have won the Revolutionary War. Sure.
No. What?
No, he's getting at a point, and really stupidly though, of saying like the level of technology is so vastly different that it isn't fair. Like again, yeah, fully plate-clad knights never fought with Vikings. They weren't around in the Viking era. That technology didn't exist. Viking era was like gambeson and chainmail and shit like that. That's not not full plate mail.
Yeah, they had Hallberg.
Yeah. Also, he's operating on the assumption that the Vikings were savages in fur skins and with their bare chest and all their chest hairs going out and tickling their enemies to death.
Yeah, that's why this bugged me so much that he said this. It's like, because they're not fucking, like, they could still win.
He hasn't made that claim yet. But he will actually, spoiler alert for Kree, he fully goes into the stereotypical myth of the Vikings with the horned helmets and bare chests and, you know, holding up two bearded axes going, "Rah!" and running at people like, "Ah!"
I thought we were supposed to be ignoring the myth and legend, though, and only focusing on the facts. This man lied to us. Yeah, it does seem like he's very much going that way. And I can already see how he's going to conclude this. Oh, the samurai are the best. That's how it's going to go, isn't it?
We plead the fifth until we get there.
That
Am
means
I the
yes.
one?
Not saying a word.
Yes.
I'm just imagining now, it's like him just being like, am I the one who's not looking into this enough? No, it's the historians that are wrong.
Yes.
The machine gun and the are within 2,000 years of each other, but it's unfair to place super advanced technology into that sort of battle. So in an attempt to make a fair comparison all around, you have to take into consideration time period. And to For Honor's credit, the game selected 3 types of warriors that were active in the world at the same time.
No, they weren't.
No.
To the game's credit, they did the exact thing you were talking about they shouldn't do. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, we just got done explaining that the full plate armor European knights did not exist at the same time as the Vikings. They never fought each other.
Yeah, plate armored knights didn't really exist until you had blast furnaces. Okay, when you could actually crank out a ton of incredibly high quality metal really quickly. Because that's a lot of fucking metal to use.
Yeah.
Like, again, you had a guy who maybe had a chest plate and maybe a helmet that were plate metal, but that dude was rich. And it wasn't until you started getting into, yeah, we've got our full blast furnace going here in this higher, this bigger city, and we're outfitting our lord so that he has men that have chest plates and sabatons, and they got greaves and everything that are like full metal. Maybe they don't have the arms or anything yet, but yeah, that doesn't happen until much later.
So, I think what would help a little bit here is having the exact time periods. What time period did the Vikings exist? What time period did the fully armored knights exist? And what time period did the samurai exist?
Ben, you'll have to correct me on this, but I believe it's Vikings were from the 9th to the 11th, and I mean early 11th, I think. And then they got phased out, and then
so year 800
Knights,
to 1000, basically.
Yeah, and then the Knights were the 12th through the 14th century, because I think 14th century they died out because of gunpowder. Oh, someone's actually giving the accurate one in chat. 768 to 1066 for the Vikings. Or, well, someone says 795, but yeah, I can see 768 too.
Alright.
Oh, it wasn't until the 15th century when knights had full plate. Okay, well, there you go. So even further down the line.
So we're talking literally hundreds of years apart.
Yes, multiple hundreds of years.
Oh, okay.
Then,
That's totally the same time period, right?
Yeah, they totally yeah, they totally were active during the same time periods.
It's like how the Revolutionary War that started America in 1776 is the same time period as fucking 2022. They're super close, guys.
And then the Age of the Samurai started 1185 to 1868. But obviously in 1185 they didn't have their full armor, and even their full armor wasn't metal. Like, having metal plates for samurai was a luxury.
As it was everywhere else.
Well, no, more so in Japan, because Japan didn't have metal. They didn't have good metal. They had iron sand, which would be turned into tomahawk, which would make pig iron. That's why they discovered that if you take that pig iron and you constantly keep folding it, you smooth out all the imperfections, all the impurities. You make it more structured. That's how you can make decent quality steel. It was a massive effort to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason why, the katana was actually like a revered weapon in Japan. It still is.
Yeah.
Because it's very expensive and hard to make.
Yep. And there are people that still make katana the traditional way in Japan, where they actually have to take the iron sand and take it into a bloomery forge, and then it creates tomahawk steel, and then you actually have to take those chunks out and kind of judge based off the glossiness of how bad the carbon content is. Then you take all those, you use clay in your mixture when you melt it together, because the clay will help try to pull some of that carbon out, and then you forge it that way. And then you start folding it to fix the layers as you go.
That sounds cool as fuck. If I ever get rich somehow, I'm definitely buying one. Alright, so that does a pretty good job of countering his point of, oh, they all existed at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we count like 500 years apart around the same time.
Yeah.
Then
I mean,
sure.
If you take it the scale of how long the universe has existed, then yeah, it's very close together. If you're talking the average human lifespan, they are fucking so far, like, absurdly apart.
Many generations apart.
Yeah.
But as Mishima puts it, and Mishima comes from Japan and studies traditional Japanese arts and culture, those people who make traditional katana in Japan are heavily regulated, honored above and beyond the normal citizens. Yes, in fact, there are a couple of them that are literally called living treasures of Japan.
Wow.
So they actually get Japan has this where if your skill is high enough, you will actually be honored as a living treasure. So you become a national treasure of the Empire of Japan. I don't know if they call it still the Empire of Japan, but you're a living treasure. You're a national treasure, like a Declaration of Independence for Japan.
Interesting.
And there are all kinds of different family things too. Like you have the person who makes the katana, the forge master who makes the katana, but then you have a different person who is the sharpener, the one who polishes and sharpens the blade, and they are a national treasure as well. It used to be a fantastic video on YouTube. It's been archived but republished and had bits and pieces missing from it. I don't know if anybody has the original still, but it was a video showcasing from the digging up of the iron sand to the forges, to the tomahawk steel, to the forging of the katana, to the actual sword polishing, to the etching and chiseling and everything at the very end of creating a full legitimate katana. It was a beautiful video.
Are we talking about tomahawk?
Yeah.
Oh man.
And it was such a great video, because it also showed the smithing technique that a lot of people didn't know, that when blacksmiths most people think blacksmith is a lone, like really buff guy hammering away at an anvil. Really, blacksmithing was a highly sought after trade profession in medieval societies because hey, it's the dude who can literally make all your tools, make your weapons, repair everything you have. They are a valuable asset to your society. So you have people that come in as apprentices to this. They're actually like guilds for blacksmithing. So when you came in, the blacksmith, he was the master. He knew what to do, and he had a specific rhythms. In the video of the Japanese guy, his rhythm was he would hit the blade twice, two cracks, then come off to the side and hit the side of the anvil once, and then his assistants would swing massive mallets, and they would hit it, one hit, two hit, back off. The master would come in with two more hits to smooth things out, hit the side. So it was tap tap ding, bam bam, tap tap ding, and that's how they would do it. That's how you would save your energy while getting the work done.
Wow. This is also making me realize, too, the katana has kind of that myth behind it. It's this super sword that could cut through anything. Is that largely because Japan was so scarce in resource that people's armor was just garbage as compared to those swords?
Yes.
Okay.
Because Japanese armor was lacquered woods. And it's not bad. Properly lacquered and hardened wood is really fucking durable. Like there's the American warship called Old Ironside, who was made from the hardest hardwoods possible, and the wood was actually so good it now grain of salt here. It deflected cannon fire. What they neglect to tell you was that the angle that they were getting shot at. But still, the fact that the cannonballs even bounced off of the ironwood is pretty fucking good.
Yeah, and the thing with the katana, so, I mean, and I don't know if Setch covered this or not, but Tamahagane was basically pig iron. It's a very poor quality of iron, and the fact that they're able to put enough craftsmanship and passion into forging the katana so that it's as good a quality as it is with the poor resources that they're using is a testament to itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a lot has to do with that romanticization.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It could work.
Of the katana, because I mean, yes, it is sharp, and yes, it can cut through many things, but no, it can't cut through steel. Anything that could be sharp enough to cleave steel, you'd never be able to do anything with it because it couldn't hold an edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's also another fascinating design choice behind the katana, was the fact that they would have the best hardened metals. You would take your best metal pieces and you would form the edge. That would be your hardened edge. And then you would have a softer spine. And then to further ensure that the katana had good flexibility so it wouldn't shatter, you would use clay. And this became a trade secret that was handed down from katana makers, and each master had their own style, but they would actually draw in with the clay their own scenes and everything, like this is a mountain with forest and trees and stuff like that along the spine of the blade. So now you have this clay layer protecting the spine of the blade, so when you heat treat it, the clay takes all the heat, the spine doesn't, and then you now have this blade that has differential heat. So when you dunk it into water, it immediately makes the blade curve itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I've always liked that. I've always found that really cool when they would dunk it and you could see it bend.
Yeah.
And get its curve.
And then the clay would fall away in the water, and you would be left with the unscorched steel of the spine and the different, like, darker steel of the actual blade. Oh, it's beautiful. They made beautiful patterns.
I want to point out a commented chat, too. Katanas can cut through any peasant.
Yes. But so can a good arming sword.
But one of my favorite things that I saw when I saw someone forging a katana was that quenching process, when after they had laid it with the clay and everything like that, they put it in the water, and you see it, because when they forge the katana, it's actually straight before they quench it.
Yes.
And then because you've got the two different hardness of steel, they quench it in the water and it actually inverses in the curve because
Wow.
the blade edge hardens first, and then
Mhm.
as the spine starts to harden, it kind of pulls it back, and then you get that natural curve of the katana because of the quenching process. It's very cool to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like I'm gonna have to look some videos up on that after, because I actually never knew that. That is fucking fascinating.
Oh yeah, you should definitely watch some videos on it. It is a very interesting thing to see the blade just like moving around in the water until it finally like settles into its permanent shape.
Because I always thought the curve was just either a design choice or maybe they thought it was better for cutting or something. I didn't know that was totally incidental.
No, it actually
Yeah.
had multiple things. Part of it was because it was a design choice and better for cutting. That was part of the reason why. But they figured out a smarter way to do it.
Okay.
Because again,
Yeah.
you don't actually need the clay to make a katana. You could make just a straight sword if you wanted. Like that's how they made some of the blades for some of their weapons. But if you did this to give differential hardness, because the benefit you were looking for, not for the cutting edge, benefit you're looking for is the blade has flex. If a blade is super sharp but incredibly rigid and has no flex, it's brittle. So if you hit anything really hard with it, you could shatter your sword. A katana having that curve to it and differential hardness allowing flex means the katana won't shatter, it'll bend, and you can bend it back.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and even in instances where the blade edge would actually be cracked, in many cases the softer spine would still hold the sword together somewhat, so it was somewhat functional.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact of the matter is, if you go like if you put a European sword up against a Japanese sword in an endurance test, the European sword will always win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially once blast forges came in and then they really started understanding how to make spring steel, it was
Yeah.
over.
That's what I was gonna bring up was the fact that you don't want your swords to be super like hard and rigid. You need stuff like spring steel because you want it to be able to bend but also still retain its shape and go
Yeah.
back to where it was. But you want it to be able to bend or else it'll just crack and break in two.
Which, as much as I hate Forged in Fire as a thing, because they're just so... The tests on there are dumb.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal.
It does showcase, like, hey, his sword, the guy who made us Y-hander, and they hit the fence post with it, and you see it bend, and it almost bends and makes a C, but then it bends right back because he made his spring steel proper. He actually got the steel to the proper temperature to make spring steel. So the blade was fine. Because the blade needs to have some way to get rid of all that excess energy. It needs some way, and flexing allows it to do that. It is literally bleeding energy off of it so it doesn't shatter. $2 super chat from Johnny Off 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
God, history is so cool. Yes, I agree. History is history should be a required subject of mastery for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they should actually talk about actual history and all the interesting stuff. Because when I was in school, oh my god, we never talked about anything fucking interesting in history class.
Well, that's the
which
problem.
is a shame.
A lot of schools teach history as this and then this happened here and what was the date of this. Yeah, you're correct. They run it down as a checklist. They don't talk about the nuances of it. They don't talk about the interesting aspects of, like, this happened here and it was a battle between the Normans and the English. Well, why did it happen? Well, because of this political intrigue and this scheme and everything like that, and this guy declaring himself the new leader of a new religion, and the old religion didn't like that and stuff like. So there are ways to talk about all this because history is absolutely fascinating. But you get a person that's not interested in history trying to teach it, and they don't give it the grandiose nature that it deserves. They don't give it that gusto of, like, and the shot that was heard around the world isn't just a meme. It is a concept. It was the first shot fired in the new age, this new modern age of fighting war, where one side was hopelessly outmatched by the other, but they used guerrilla warfare and tactics, and it was about the birth of an entire new nation with new ideology and new ideals that every man was created equal. And you don't get that in history classes a lot, which is really sad.
Yeah.
The-
Yeah, it
the
wasn't
most-
until I got out of school that I really started to be able to like really indulge in history and stuff, because God knows I didn't get it in school.
The most I remember about history class when I was in school is World War II and just some vague stuff about how Canada started. It was
Yeah,
never.
I will tell you, I'm not surprised they don't teach you too much about World War One, because Canada was the nation that used the most biological and chemical warfare throughout the entire war.
Oh,
Yeah, I remember that. I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
we need to
that's
go
how
back
the
to our
Germans.
roots.
That's how the Germans knew if they were facing the Canadians, was because the Canadians would always launch gas and chemical attacks on their lines constantly.
Yeah.
So you're telling me when the funny mustached man got gassed in World War One, that was the Canadians that did it to him?
Probably.
Holy shit!
I don't know. I need to go back and figure out what front he was on, but more than likely, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, for us, our history was basically just like a lot of the Civil War.
I can't believe the
Um,
Canadians fucking gassed Charlie Chaplin.
A lot of the Civil War, some of World War II, and then some very vague stuff about like ancient Egypt, and that was it.
Yeah.
And they didn't really go into any of it.
Let's see. Our big focus: Revolutionary War, Civil War. So we skipped the War of 1812 because we lost that war. So skip that war. Actually, that's an interesting topic. Most people think America won the War of 1812. No, America lost the War of 1812. We actually had terms of surrender that we had to abide by. Most people think America won the War of 1812 because Jackson won at the Battle of New Orleans after the war was technically already over. Because again, things didn't happen in an instant. This was time. The war was over. The peace treaty was signed between Britain and America, and it's making its way back across the ocean. Well, while it's en route to the ocean, the Battle of New Orleans happens, and the Americans win handily. So everyone just remembers, like, aha, we won the war. Oh, and look, peace terms came. Clearly, we won the war because we won the final battle. It's like, no.
2000 Hungarian florins from Legalizer 0956. Thank you. With every weapon, craftsmanship is very important. Even Japanese had master smiths, and bad manufacturers with bad quality, but cheap weapons for the lower ranking soldiers. Studying Japanese history.
Yes. It's the same thing with why. The most common weapon in Japanese armies was the spear. Because, of course, it is. It's the same in medieval armies. The most common weapon in medieval armies is the fucking spear. Spear is a very, very good battlefield weapon.
Yeah, it's long, it's pointy, it's cheap.
Yeah. Cheap being the key thing. If you need to field... If your king says that you are a noble, this is your fiefdom, and you will raise an army for me, how are you going to fund that army? If you are a madman that's actually going to try to fund that army with swords, you won't have a penny to your fucking name.
Yeah.
So you're going to do it with spears.
Yeah, sharp pointy sticks for everyone. You get a spear, you get a spear, you get a spear.
Everybody gets spears! Well, his spear looks interesting. His spear looks way different than my spear. Well, that's because it's a halberd, because he's of higher standing. Oh.
$5 from Scram and Q Banshee. Thank you. Problem with history in the US is they just repeat the same points for years and years on end, and they never get past a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
U.S. history will almost always, depends on the teacher, but almost always stop after World War II. And that's in your entire, that was going through your entire U.S. history lessons throughout all of high school. And it just stops at World War II.
Yep.
Now
Yeah,
they
we never
focus
went
on.
past it in my school. We never went past World War II.
They do give one thing focus that I wish more people understood, which was the Great Depression, but people don't understand why because they don't focus on why the Great Depression happened, which is going to happen again if people raise the minimum wage. God damn it! Stop it! Stop it! It is not a simple solution of just print more money. Stop it!
Yeah, no, that will fucking. I can't believe that people actually argue for that shit. Yeah, we just print more money. Like, you don't understand how economies work, then, you fucking idiots.
What's worse is
Yeah.
when politicians do it who should know better.
Yeah.
Should.
Yeah.
20 Danish crowns from Gengwin 47. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We only heard about World War II and how bad Denmark was. That's tragic. That's the same thing that happened to Poland. Poland only ever got to hear the British propaganda about how tiny, backwater, inbred, awful Poland nobly tried to fight the evil Hun giant tyrant of the Nazis. Because Britain was trying to spread the propaganda. They were trying to turn the world against the Nazis. They didn't really need to do that propaganda to do that, but that's what they did, and that's all Poland was taught for the longest time. Until a little band from Sweden named Sabaton came along and gave them the song 40 to 1, and a lot of people were like, that's a really awesome song, if only it was based around history. Well, then the Polish people started looking into the fact that, oh my god, it was based around history. And they realized that Poland, tiny little Poland, actually fought the Nazis to a standstill for 3 fucking days. It is a legendary battle. Poland actually stopped the German war machine in its tracks to the point where the German generals were like, yeah, no, we can't take on France. What, are you fucking crazy? And here, $5 for piece is never an option. Sabaton is a better history teacher than history class. They also have a dedicated history channel. Yep.
Yeah. God, I love Sabaton.
$2 for Mystic Space. Damn, the Canadians used to be based. Yeah. Now they're cucks.
I'm not.
Well, hey, they don't use chemical weapons anymore, but they do still use plastic. If you know what I'm referring to.
I know we don't have any fucking plastic straws anymore, god damn it.
No, they needed more ammunition to throw at Cuba and whatnot.
Oh.
In Haiti.
I mean,
$2.
When it comes to Cuba, the Canadians should have used rubber.
$2 super chat from the Wayfarer. Thank you very much. I feel the same could be said about science. Not really, because most science teachers are usually really passionate about science. Maybe that's a Midwest thing, but all the science teachers I know of are really excited about it. Like, now watch us mix these chemicals and do some cool shit. Boom! And I think that's partly because, science is more of an immediate feedback loop, and more of an immediate dopamine hit. Of like, here's this experiment we can do, and shit like that. And, people can see that immediately, the immediate effects of an experiment. Whereas history, it's kind of like, and this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. £5 from LeoI6. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I live in the UK. I barely learned about the British Empire and the terrible stuff that happened under it. I had to learn everything about it myself. Yeah, as every country. Every country doesn't really want to talk about the bad things it did, which is a problem. You should actually talk about the bad things your country did, so you avoid doing them in the future. So you can see the stepping stones that it took to get to the bad thing. That way you don't repeat it.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to say about my history classes at school, too, is I don't remember much about them aside from, the start of Canada and World War II. And a little bit of World War I, actually, but not a lot. Definitely not the gassing. Definitely not that part. One of the only, assignment I remember getting in history class was we had to write a small paper that was like a journal of a fucking concentration camp, like person who was trapped there. It's like what?
Oh god.
It's really
Yeah.
weird.
$10 from Sibla. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What historical myth do you guys hate the most? One of mine is the 5 Shermans were needed to take out 1 tiger. We can just go down the line because I want to talk about that myth, but there's other myths I definitely want to talk about as well. But Cree, is there any historical myth that you hate?
Honestly, anytime I find out that something I believe to be true about history just isn't, I get a bit pissed off.
Mm.
It is very irritating.
What about you, Pagan? Is there any myth in history that you hate?
Oh, man, there's... The problem is when you have so many, it's hard to, like, think of, like, what one... Like, God. I'm trying to think of a particular one that I could, like, say. But it's really hard.
I suppose any historical myth that doesn't portray communism as the evil that it is.
Yeah, that's definitely one that would argue.
Yes, but I don't really have any that I can point to right now specifically.
Okay. Mine, I will talk about that myth that was just said. The 5 Shermans were needed to take out 1 tiger. This was a popular myth that it took 5 Shermans to kill a cat, because the Germans would name their tanks after cats: Panther, Sherman, Panther, Tiger, stuff like that. The reason it's a myth is because the smallest unit size that a Sherman tank could be in had 5 Sherman tanks in it. And when you're in the midst of a battle, you don't look through as the chieftain so greatly put it in one of his videos. Hey, it's just the Sturmgeschütz out there. Hey, Joe, Bob, we don't need you two. The 3 of us could take care of it. You two go home to the motor pool. Like, that doesn't happen. You're gonna go to battle with what you got, and if your minimum number of tanks you have is 5, you're gonna use all 5 tanks. Why wouldn't you? But the one that pisses me off the most is that French are cowards. That's the one that pisses me off the most. Because the French, like, get just such a bad reputation for it because of World War II, when there are so many factors that went around it, and a lot of them is Belgium's fault. So, the Maginot Line was being created because France's generals realized that Germany was going to go on the warpath again, and they just saw what Germany did to Poland, and they're like, oh yeah, we've seen this song and dance before, we're building up our forces. Well, they started creating the Maginot Line to go all the way from their southern border all the way up to the northern border. They was going to go across the entirety of France. Belgium turned around and said, aren't you our allies? France goes, yeah, of course we are. So why are you cutting us off behind your wall? What do you mean? What, do you not think we're going to be able to hold? No, you're not going to be able to hold Belgium. You didn't hold them last time. So Belgium got pissy. France decided, all right, fine. We'll set up mobile barricades as part of our northern Maginot Line, and we'll go into Belgium to help the Belgians, so the Belgians are now starting to dig in. We'll go into Belgium and help you guys, too. Belgium didn't hold. There's a great company of Belgians that did. They were the 40-man border guard. They held the line for a long time. The Belgian army didn't. And now there's no Maginot Line as a fallback position. Uh-oh. And all the places the Germans did attack that had the Maginot Line held very, very well. So that's the myth I hate the most, is I hate the fact that the French are considered cowards when they weren't, and the French actually sacrificing themselves is what kept Britain in the war to begin with. Because most people think of Dunkirk, British stiff upper lip, and the British people coming together. It's like, no, that is a fucking myth. So Dunkirk itself isn't a myth, but it was the French that sacrificed themselves and said, hey, we will hold the line until the British can evacuate. We will hold the line, we will die, so that the British can leave, so the war can continue, so that maybe, just maybe, France will keep its ally and be able to come back in this war. Also, the Dunkirk civilian ships, the little boats, 90% of those were commandeered at gunpoint by the British Army. They were not nobly, oh, the British people decided to command their own boats. No, the British held them at gunpoint and said, we're taking your fucking boat. And you can either say yes to it, or we'll just shoot you and we'll take it anyways. So, yeah. Fucking, I hate Dunkirk. That movie also pisses me the fuck off, too. I hate the Dunkirk movie. And then a lot of Dunkirk, too, was Germany, especially Hitler, being stupid, where he's like, we need to develop new ammunitions while we're in the middle of this Battle of Dunkirk, so that I can use anti-aircraft exploding rounds to strafe the beaches. It's like, just let your guys attack the beach. Just stop telling your guys to stop so you can make some new technology. Just attack the beach, for God's sakes. Just do it. Oh, dude. Yeah, Dunkirk just pisses me off. But France being cowards and Dunkirk are my two biggest ones I hate the most. Ben, what about you? Is there a history myth that pisses you off the most?
People in chat are talking, like, saying F again and 6 time today, Cree. I can't help it. I don't know why there's issues with the connection. I can't... There's nothing I can do. It's out of my power.
Keep in mind, it's not everybody either. I have not had a single issue with the stream. I've been watching it this whole time. Well, and that's the
again where it's gone out again.
I know, and that's the thing. Like, but it's not happening for everybody, because for me, it never went off. It's been totally fine this whole time. But for you and some of chat, it goes off. So I don't know what it could be.
Yeah.
I really don't know what it could be either. Because my internet, as far as everything else, is fine. I haven't lost connection with Discord. We've all been able to hear each other on the call fairly fine, aside from the normal problems. Like such randomly cutting out midway through a sentence.
Yeah, that's frustrating for me, for sure.
Yeah. I really don't know what it could be.
I don't either. Because if it was your internet dying out, like, the stream would go down for everybody, not just some people.
Yeah.
So,
also, guys, it's not the tabs. I've closed a few windows. My computer is running really well right now. It is not the tabs. Like, all memes and jokes aside, it actually isn't the tabs right now.
Yeah. If it was completely on your end, I wouldn't be able to still watch the stream the whole time with no issues.
There's a thing I missed too. So if we get Ben, are there any history myths that piss you off?
I think that my main one would be just the way that I've heard some people downplay the effect that the battle at Gallipoli had during the war. Because the Anzacs, man, like we suffered a defeat. That happened at Gallipoli, but it was a turning point in the war, and if it didn't happen, the Allies would have lost. I could go into much detail here, but I'm not going to. But no, Gallipoli was one of the most influential events of the war.
Yeah, and influential events for just Britain in general too, because Gallipoli is what made Winston Churchill as a man, because he was stuck in his they're just savages and they'll fold because of the glorious might of the British and the French and everything coming in, ha ha ha. And Gallipoli kind of showed him the error of his ways of never underestimate your enemy, never, you are way too high and mighty and full of yourself. And him actually resigning his commission and then choosing to fight in the war as a normal person, as a normal soldier, really cemented his character and is really what Britain needed for World War II. Yeah, I missed some of my super chats are now gone because I had to refresh the page entirely. So the super chat that was directly under that is gone for me.
All right, yeah, I've got that. I've got it open in OBS. $2 from Screaming Banshee. Thank you. But Germany printed more money after World War II. It works.
Yeah, you should have said after World War One because that's when
Yeah.
the economy collapsed.
Yeah, it was. If I remember correctly, the big problem was they had to pay so much out after World War One because they lost, and they were like, okay, you have to pay, I guess, damages to everyone you fucked over in this war.
Which was stupid in and of itself. That was completely fucking bullshit.
But their solution was to print more money, which led to the collapse of their economy and bringing it to the point of, well, it's war.
Yep.
Especially...
There's a lot more stuff that happened too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But the collapse of the economy was what allowed the Communist Party in Germany to rise, and then everybody fearing the Communist Party in Germany because they tried to have two hostile takeovers where they got guns and started killing a bunch of people and tried to actually throw a coup is what led to the Nazi Party rising. Because they were the ones that would actually fight them and had the means to fight the communists. Everybody sided with the Nazis. And then look how that turned out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just so dumb to be like, yeah, you're going to basically, you have to pay off everything to the point where your entire society is going to collapse and you're not going to have an economy anymore. It's like, okay, so you want to go to war again because you're not really giving them a choice.
Yeah, it was incredibly... Again, that's why, as much as it was a complete sham and it was a clown circus, the Nuremberg trials were completely... It was a kangaroo court. There was no justice actually at the Nuremberg trials. But because there was the air of justice, the illusion of justice, thank God they tried to end it appearing to have justice, because now wars can end in a more civil way and it isn't about petty revenge anymore, which just leads to more bad blood and the cycle continuing.
Yeah.
We've been on quite a long tangent. And these super chats are delaying us even more. Definitely appreciate them, though. Thanks, guys. $5 from the Wayfarer. It's both great and depressing how much more a person could learn from the internet than the majority of schools in America these days. Well, see, that's the thing, too, is... You can go online and find pretty much any piece of information that you want that we currently know, you know?
Yep.
Like... with nothing else but your computer, you could look up programming tutorials and stuff and learn how to program a game. I shouldn't necessarily say all by yourself, but using the resources available for free online.
Yeah. The problem with the internet is you have all this information, but no way to curate it yourself without somebody else doing it for you in some way.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to like look up stuff and then, you know, about history and then it not be true.
Yep. €5 from Mr.
Nope.
Pyro Crab. I think that's the next one, right?
Nope.
Oh, it's not? Damn.
Nope, not at all. 25 Polish Lodi from Geiger. Thank you. Fun fact, there was a Polish resistance fighter that voluntarily got captured and imprisoned in Auschwitz to document the atrocities that occurred there.
Prisoner 4859. Valdo... what was his name? Valdo... Anyway, his serial number was 4859. That was his serial number. He was a true hero, and after the war was over, the communists said that he was a traitor to the Polish people and had him executed.
Oh.
Yeah, even though he was literally a hero. He literally helped save Polish lives.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The commies, because they're like, no, they're not allowed to have any old heroes. We must kill off all their old heroes so that they can be fully indoctrinated into the communist way. They had him executed.
That's
communism, everybody.
Yep. That's the way it works.
And people still want to fucking defend that shit. I hate these people.
€5 from Mr. Pyro Crab. Thank you. Don't make fun of the French for being cowards. Make fun of them for going through republics like Movie Bob goes through a Pringle scan.
Yeah. Now, I'm torn on this because I think the French health system is probably the best healthcare system in the entire world, and they constantly get upset about it and demand changes of it, and I think that's why it's so good.
$10 from Rage vs. ML, thank you. I actually had good history teachers in high school. They made it fun and actually covered modern history. Sounds like y'all had terrible teachers, probably.
For me, no, I had a pretty good teacher as well. One teacher more so than the other one. The one teacher, he was also an economics teacher, and the best thing about him teaching economics was he had what he called the heavy metal death rap that he would do. Yes, it's as cringy as you think, and yes, it got recorded. But he would go through, and he'd be talking about like the GDP of the nation is all of its gross assets put together and die, and stuff like that. And it was just, it was cringy as fuck. But he was a great history teacher. He loved history.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did not have. I had one good teacher, and he was just a literature teacher. He just taught like, speech and stuff like that, and had us read books and stuff. But he was really like even boring shit that nobody wanted to do, he managed to make it interesting because he was just that kind of person. He was just really cool. I really liked him. He was great. Everyone else, though, I can't think of very many good teachers we had. We did not have very many at all. In fact, one of them, our history teacher, funny enough, our history and current events teacher he was the football coach, and he was a literal Nazi. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, he actually, like, would regularly praise Hitler as, like, being correct, and he would always talk about, like, how Mexicans shouldn't be allowed in the country, like, not even legally. And would talk about like gays shouldn't be allowed to get married, and he actually had a bunch of like Nazi memorabilia in a case that he kept in the classroom, and somebody at one point, some student broke in and like smashed the case and destroyed the Nazi stuff that was in there, and he got really pissed off about that, but no one really cared. Yeah, he was a piece of shit. Nobody liked him.
Yep.
I'm going to try something quickly just to see if it'll improve connection at all. Professor Setch, is this going to be on the exam?
Yes.
It's still showing an issue. God damn it.
There's Vissy. Okay. Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, it looks like chat is still moving in the stream, so it should be good, hopefully.
Holy shit, I'm surprised people still remember that. Yeah, it was the same guy. Yeah, there's the same teacher that talked about my mom, or where like I ended up telling him like, like what would your mother say? And I told him that she was dead, and he got like, like flustered and just told me like, okay, just go back in the classroom. Yeah, that was the same guy.
$2 from Scram Q Banshee. Thank you. I meant World War I. My bad. But yeah, don't print more money. Yeah.
Yeah.
That won't turn out well. It's still saying it's not receiving enough video to keep going.
Yeah, and I keep seeing buffering on mine now. Like it's just buffering every few seconds. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to try... Because, okay, it does still seem to be going in the YouTube studio for... God, I hate these fucking internet connectivity issues. Like,
Yeah.
I have the best package this company has for internet service, and I just upgraded it a few weeks ago. There should be no issues. But if things are keep moving, I assume it's still connected. So,
Yeah.
$20 from Jeluigi. Thank you. A little late, but fun fact about Churchill: he was against the D-Day landings because of his experiences with Gallipoli.
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 Yeah, that's Gallipoli. Yeah.
I've actually never seen that word before. Huh. After they were approved, he wanted to help storm the beaches until the king convinced him not to.
Yeah, because Gallipoli haunted him for the rest of his days. Because again, like I said, he was under the arrogant assumption of we'll just attack their capital city and we'll knock them out of the war. Ha ha! They can't stand up to the great and mighty British and our allies, the French. They can't stand up to that. And oh boy, they got proven fucking wrong. Like dead wrong. And as a epic rap battle through history line put it, through you tossed away lives at Gallipoli like they were scraps from your plate. It was like, damn.
Jesus.
But yeah, that haunted him for forever. And he thought D-Day was going to be the exact same thing, the exact same situation of the people stuck on the beach for months and months of just getting shelled and shot and dead. And,
Which I think is a valid concern,
yes.
Given the situation.
Yeah.
Very valid concern. But that's where the paratroopers came in. The paratroopers actually doing all the sabotage, attacking the artillery positions, and making sure reinforcements can't come really helped. What also helped was Hitler was dumb. So Hitler was like, nah, Normandy isn't the landing site. I will not commit any forces. Anybody that commits any forces to Normandy will be a dead man. Dead! It's like, no, they're attacking Normandy. They're taking the beach now. No, it's still not going to be Normandy. They're actually moving inland. They're moving into the hedgerows, sir. No, it's still not going to be Normandy. It's going to be the much shorter path. Okay.
That's one thing that seems to be very common among history. Like, whatever aspect of World War II it is, it's just that Hitler is fucking dumb.
Yeah, he just had these weird moments of being incredibly stubborn and not listening to anybody around him. But they were like the perfect moments for him to do it, to destroy the entire planning of the German army. It was great.
Yeah.
Like his whole...
Let's invade Russia in the winter.
Yeah, which he almost succeeded at, but then he got really bogged down of, no, we must destroy Stalingrad. There must not be one brick left standing. Just leave Stalingrad. You almost have Moscow. Just leave Stalingrad. What the fuck? Why do you care? Oh, God. But anyway, the best moment was his generals like, hey, this V2 rocket program we've got, if we put them on the backs of mobile trucks and mobile launch sites, they can't be attacked by the partisans. They can't be attacked by the resistance movements. They can't be attacked by the air because we'll just launch the rockets and then we'll move on to another area so they can't triangulate where we are. And all the generals like, yeah, that's a great idea. And we'll keep up the terror campaign against Britain so they can never be safe. And Hitler goes, 9! Doom bunker. Excuse me, sir? Doom bunker! I want all V2 production to be in a single location, a massive fortress bunker structure the likes the world has never seen before. It will be my evil lair. It will be rocket production. So they had fuel production, rocket production, circuitry production, the actual manufacture of the entire rocket system, and the launch site all in one location. The Americans bombed the shit out of it.
Color me shocked.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot. Thank God he was so fucking dumb, but
yeah.
Wow.
There's actually a hilarious mission in Sniper Elite 3, I think it is, where you actually attack the V2 rocket production facility. It's fucking great. Fucking Doom bunker. Granted, he did actually have a clever idea at the end, which was the flak term, the flak term, the giant anti-aircraft towers all across Berlin was actually a really good idea. But just, oh god, by that point in the war, you're getting attacked from all sides. You don't have air superiority at all. So, yeah, it's a good idea. It is keeping the air raids at bay, but barely.
$5 from Mystic Space. Thank you. My father said communism could work, just the problem was the people in government. I really don't know what to say to him about this. Yeah.
Just change. You just got to change it to communism could work for robots, not people. It will never work for people. It can never work for people. The moment a single person says, like, boy, I love apple pie. Man, I hate apple pie. Boom, communism doesn't work. Just a single disagreement shatters it entirely. You know what? I love getting up in the morning and working the farms. Man, I hate working the farms. You already lost it. It's destroyed now. Communism only works if everything is happy in its specific location and doing its job like a robot. That's the only way it works.
Yeah, I think that's where people get confused between communism and then socialist ideals.
Yeah.
$2 from Mystic Space. Thank you. Goodness, Pagan, my history teacher was a coach too. God, it fucking jumped again. This is really irritating.
Yeah.
$5 from the Wayfarer. Thank you. Your teacher sounds like the kind of person leftists want conservatives to be like, Pagan.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, he really was the stereotypical, like, person that the left could point at and be like, see? Like, he was that kind of guy. I could not stand him. He was fucking annoying.
Yeah.
People really did not like him. He regularly got called out and stuff, and he almost got into a couple of fights. Like, a couple of students almost stood up and beat the shit out of him a couple of times. Yeah, like, especially the that time he went on his, like, Mexican rant. One of the Hispanic kids, like, stood up out of his chair and started walking towards him, and the other kids had to, like, grab him and be like, don't, he's not worth it. And, yeah. And
his dumb ass is not worth you destroying your future.
exactly. And especially because everyone knew, like, he's going to end up getting fired before long with the way things are going. And, you know, it was just like, you know, feel free to call him out, but don't put hands on him, which is what I did, you know, like, I not put hands on him, but calling him out and stuff. Cause, like, I remember, I don't remember the exact thing, but he was basically talking about, like how gay rights are bad and, like, America shouldn't allow, like, everybody to have the same rights and stuff like that and all this other shit. And it's just like, so you're literally anti-American then. And he really did not like that. But, like, yeah, basically he was, like, talking about that stuff, and I just kind of, like, leaned over because it was very, like, well known that I was, like, gay. Everyone knew I was gay. And I was just like, no, the fuck? And I'm like, that is, like, you are literally anti-American if you believe that. And he told me to go out in the hallway, and he came out and was like, what would your mom say about that? And I was like, well, one, she's fucking dead. And two, I don't really give a fuck. She left me to die on the side of the road when I was like 3. I couldn't care less what she thinks. And he was just like, okay, go back in the classroom. And I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. And I went back and sat down.
Yeah.
$20 from Scramming Q Banshee. Thank you. Last super chat for today, but I feel your pain, Pagan. My last boss was terribly sexist and racist to the point of saying white power and women shouldn't be cops while we were alone in the work truck. Absolutely terrible person. Jesus.
Ugh. Yeah,
Yep.
fucking hate that shit.
See,
Yeah, these people exist, but the problem is the left tries to make it out like everyone is this, and it's like, no, you're just making it worse. You're making it harder to call out the actual fucking racist pieces of shit.
Yep. Because now, what does the term being called a Nazi mean these days? It means
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's literally nothing. It's a meme. If you call someone a Nazi,
people stop taking you seriously.
yeah, you are immediately you have nothing to be taken seriously about.
Yeah, and it sucks too. Well, and the other aspect, if you really want to blow people that are hardcore leftists' mind, is like a lot of these people didn't start this way. Their life experiences taught them this somehow, and that's horrible that they ended up this way, and they're wrong, and you should fight against them. But you also got to wonder, what happened in your life that did this to you? like the unbreaded guy, it turns out that he was simping hard for a blonde-haired, blue-eyed German babe, and she instead got with a white guy, and now he is kill all non-blacks.
Of course it was a German.
Yeah, for some odd reason, dude was super horny for German babes. Like, holy shit.
I don't blame him, honestly.
Mine's not Germans as much as Scandinavians. Scandinavian women are like, oh my god, holy shit.
It is a bit hilarious to think about that simping after a woman resulted in the most insane 800-page manifesto you've ever fucking seen. Jesus Christ. $10 from Jeluigi. Thank you. The Allies made sure Hitler got the wrong landing site. Operation Fortitude was an espionage plan to convince the Germans the landing site was Kiel or something, the city next to Dunkirk.
Yeah, Calais. And it's the shortest distance between France and Britain as well. So that was the entire point, was to convince him it was there. The problem was that Hitler, even though the Normandy landings were happening, like I said, it wasn't just the fact that he got the wrong landing site. It's that he kept going with the wrong landing site. It's like, sir, there are literally no ships heading to Calais. They're literally in Normandy. No, it's a trick. It's the real landing's gonna be Calais. Prepare all the Panzer divisions to go to Calais. Sir, they're now building bridges out from Normandy to their battleships so they can offload men and materials. That's a false front. It's still gonna be there. I swear, it'll still be there. I know what I'm talking about. Sir, they're moving inwards. They're actually building up bridges and stuff like that so they can get their tanks across. It is not in Calais. It's Normandy. You're wrong. It's gonna be in Calais. I swear. Yeah,
that's fucking stupid. That would literally be the equivalent of like fucking the US, like if China were to invade the US and saying like it's gonna happen in California, and then it happens in like the East Coast somewhere, and
Florida.
It like literally as they're crossing like state lines and stuff into America, the fucking president's still going, no, it's gonna be California, and it's like they're literally on the shores of the East Coast, motherfucker. Turn your attention to it.
Yes. Like I said, it's just so fucking funny. It wasn't until the generals disobeyed Hitler and started sending the Panzer divisions that they stopped him in the fucking hedgerows in France. It was like, dude, come on.
1,000 Hungarian florins from Legalizer 0956. Thank you. And Rommel wanted to bury tanks on the shorelines to use as turrets, like he did in Egypt. Hitler obviously forbid him for no other reason than ego.
Yep. And Rommel was the reason why the Normandy beaches were actually as hard to take as they were, because he went to Normandy and they had no barbed wire, they had no tank traps, they had nothing on these beaches. They just had a couple sandbag pillboxes. And Rommel said, what? This is our defensive line? No. And so he also came up with an ingenious thing which got nicknamed Rommel's asparagus. But yeah, so Rommel's the one that had them lay out the barbed wire, build the bunkers, and everything like that along the Normandy beach line. But he also, because he realized that paratroopers were critical, because the Germans used paratroopers in Egypt. Germany knew how valuable paratroopers were. So Rommel was like, hey, just like our paratroopers in Egypt, I guarantee the Allies are going to have paratrooper divisions. So he created this thing very, very simple. You take a telephone pole and you have it sticking up in all of the cornfields and shit like that, where paratroopers are going to try to land. And they were devastatingly effective for their cost. They cost nothing. And they destroyed so many gliders and killed so many paratroopers. It was like, Jesus. Imagine if Rommel had been in charge of the Atlantic Wall project to begin with.
$2 for Mystic Space. Thank you. Who's the unbreaded guy? I only heard the meme. So
On paper?
Yeah, he's this crazy guy who wrote an 800-page manifesto about how everyone except for black people needs to die because he a woman he was simping after, a white woman he was simping after, got with a white guy
instead of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was a professor at UCLA, and he got in trouble because he was literally giving the hot female students in his class great grades and then failing everybody else just because they were hot. So he got in trouble for that, and then this girl he was simping after, choosing a white man instead of the much superior black man, as he would so put it, broke him. And he then started recording insane videos, and the unbreaded video is the funniest one of them all. But he uploaded, 300 YouTube videos in a day? And they were all like insane person videos. But he starts the video, he's like, touch down on paper, unbreaded, touch down.
Yeah, we don't need to go into the full thing. We've been delayed
it's so
long
good.
enough on this video.
It's so fucking good though. It's funny as hell. Highly recommend watching. Oh yeah, and in the documentation, as Mr. Ravalon put it, more than 10,000 uses of the N-word. Yeah, it's pretty spicy manifesto.
Unbreaded versus Acer Grunts, who'd win?
Unbreaded, easy.
Uh,
How dare you interrupt the teaching of unbreaded?
Anyways, back to the video. After that, it would have been like an hour we were off.
Yeah, but it was worth it.
When you draw a diagram of all the time periods samurai, Viking, and knights were active, you get one major area of overlap, the 11th century.
Knights didn't exist in the 11th century.
British,
fucking
like
idiot.
European soldiers existed, but they weren't knights.
Yeah.
Freaking hell. Like, oh my gosh, I hate the idea that everyone thinks that British warfare or European warfare exclusively consisted of tens of thousands of people in fully clad armor. Like,
Yeah.
no.
You're telling me we didn't have 2,000 years of knights fully clad in plate armor in Britain?
Nope, no. Like, holy hell, man. This is pure insanity. Pure insanity.
Also, I want to go back just for a second for his Venn diagram there. That's not how fucking timelines work!
Yeah, not at all. And the fact is that there was never a cross between Vikings and Knights, ever. Like, they just did not exist at the same time period. Sure,
Yeah.
you could have samurai and Vikings, yeah, but again, samurai were totally different than what people think they were. They were bowmen. And then you have samurai and knights can cross over, sure. Because that's more when samurai were using the lacquered armors and you got the daimyos and everything fighting over the shogunate and stuff. But, good lord, man.
The dumb thing about this is the knights are so far after the Vikings that literally the people who used to be Vikings in terms of like heritage and stuff could have been knights.
Yep.
That's the fucked up thing. Like, you fucking idiot.
I just still find this Venn diagram hilarious just because it's so retarded for what he's trying to portray. That is not how timelines work in the slightest. They should be on a line beside each other, and from the sounds of it, like, at least two of them aren't overlapping.
Yeah, Vikings would not overlap with knights ever.
But if let's pretend what he was saying was true, then you have to move the red circle down to be on the same level as the green and blue circle. It wouldn't... God, I just hate... I find it incredibly frustrating that a timeline is trying to be fucking portrayed with this type of Venn diagram. Fuck off.
Well, no, don't you know there's 3 universes and time is cyclical? So obviously...
and all timelines lead to Cain. Don't you know that? Come on.
God, what a fucking stupid. Oh, this is so stupid. Yeah, and like Chad has pointed out multiple times, fucking cowboys and samurai were closer together than fucking Vikings and knights.
I have to
don't
ask.
forget about. Oh, sorry.
I have to ask. Are there any good movies that involve both samurai and cowboys?
I'm sure there is. I just don't know of any.
Please,
Probably.
God, there has to be. Where there's this epic crossover where they're either fighting each other or they're allied together against a fucking greater force. Samurai and cowboys versus Godzilla.
Okay, I saw this.
And Abraham Lincoln is sending them faxes for missions.
I saw this. Devilman Cow says Battle of Hastings in 1066 has Norman knights facing off against Saxons, who could be considered Vikings. No, it had the Norman army fighting Vikings and fighting the Saxons. And again, it wasn't really they weren't full plate clad knights. They had gambeson and fucking chainmail and maybe brigandine. They didn't have fucking plate in 1066.
So I'm going to grab this membership message, but first, at Creetosis, Mothership Zeta had a cowboy and a samurai. I said something that was good.
Yeah.
Mothership Zeta is probably the worst fucking part of Fallout 3.
Yeah, it's even people who like Fallout 3, like who absolutely love it, agree that Mothership Zeta was shit.
Yeah.
4-month membership message from Mohad. Thank you. There is a guy in COD Vanguard who claims he fought in World War I and he was born in 1920. Amazing game. Also, Godzilla and King Kong are canon now in COD. What?
Tears of Lost Socks. Cowboy. Never thought I'd die side by side with a weeb. Samura. How about a friend do? Cowboy. I could do that.
Oh god.
Guys, we need to watch Lord of the Rings at some point too.
How
Fuck.
about a friend do?
Yeah. Okay. The Devilman Chaos clarifies the Norman cavalry were called knights, and most knights didn't have plate armor. Yeah, plate came about in the 1400s, 1500s. Yeah.
See, that is a very big distinction to make.
Yeah.
Um,
We're talking, especially for For Honor has full plate-clad knights. They did not exist in the era of Viking.
Exactly. The title might be the same, but the equipment that they had was very, very different.
Yeah.
Yeah, different types of knights.
I'm going to grab the super chat. But there's another message in chat I want to grab. Question for Setch. Knights are made by their cavalry status, not armor. Knights are horsemen sworn to a lord. Did the Normans have that?
Yes, it did. But again, like we just discussed, is the level of technology dramatically different. Because again, at the Battle of Hastings, the knights at Hastings had just normal clothes that other soldiers would wear too. Plate armor didn't exist. It wasn't even a concept in people's minds yet. It might have been like a far-flung fairy tale of fully clad and all metal, indestructible machine thing, but no, it wasn't a concept for them.
For those who want to learn more about like knights and all that sort of stuff, I very much suggest that you look up information on chivalry and chivalry, I guess. But like, yeah, a lot of information about how knighthood happened across the years.
Yeah. I also agree with that. Dylan Mancal says medieval knight and Norman knight are very different, but same goes for Sengoku Jidai era samurai and the Kamakura period samurai. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, like we're going based off of what the game is showing, and his whole thing is talking about how like the game is perfect because of this Venn diagram here, where all of these timelines overlap. It's like, no, For Honor is not good at that. Like if the knights in For Honor are literally full plate mail or full plate armor clad warriors using 15th and 16th century weaponry. Like fuck off.
Yeah. Also, the Vikings are not in that game. Do not wear proper armor. They don't look anything like what an actual Viking would look like.
Yeah.
No, no. They look like the romanticized Vikings that we see in media.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have their full helmets. They should have, especially their round shields. They should have a gambeson at least, chainmail or ringmail. Doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah.
Dude, it's just painful.
$5 from Joluigi. Thank you. I haven't seen it, but Red Sun, I think. It's called a spaghetti western where a cowboy and a samurai team up and go on an adventure.
Ooh,
I'll have to check that out.
that could be interesting.
I do think the fact that we have to sit and think about it, though, that there's never been that kind of crossover is an issue. I think our society has now objectively failed, and we need to start over.
Yeah. Well, again, he cites that these are all going to be from 11th century, and then he starts using technology from all these other centuries instead. So, yeah, you're correct in that regard, Demoman Chaos. He is citing a Norman knight versus a Kamakura samurai versus a really awful Hollywood Viking. He is, but then he starts giving them the technology they did not have.
Yeah.
Speaking
Which we will
of
get to shortly.
Speaking of cowboy slash samurai, the Western flick Magnificent Seven is derived from Seven Samurai. That I was aware of, but that's not the crossover I was looking for either. I'm looking for literally, I don't know, like a buddy cop movie of a Western bounty hunter teaming up with a samurai to go fuck people's shit up for 2 hours.
God, that does sound like a good movie, though, doesn't it?
It does!
I would love to see that, actually. Somebody should make that.
You could kind of do that if you did like a League of Extraordinary Gentlemen sort of style with
Ooh.
like a American cowboy and maybe an ancient resurrected knight and a samurai all teaming up with each other. That could be funny as fuck.
Yeah.
I come from America. Oh yes, I've seen. Your shooting style is very American. You keep shooting until you hit the target.
Yeah, that movie was so dumb, but I can't help but love it.
It was dumb, but in like the best possible way.
Yeah, it was so weird, but it was so fun to watch.
There's the real problem. People talk about who would win. Why not see them team up and fight something else?
Yeah. Oh, there are great like alternate history stories, books, and comics stuff like that about like alternate World War II history where America and Germany team up because the UK and France get like nuked by aliens and shit like that. It's really fucking interesting. And how it becomes no longer of a all that race stuff we were talking about doesn't matter. They're human. Those things aren't. Get them.
Yeah. God, we aren't even a quarter way into this fucking video.
We'll put it, to be fair, Matt Pat's video is that shit, but to be fair, we also had a great tangent with awesome super chats. So.
Yeah.
All the time periods samurai, Viking, and knights were active, you get one major area of overlap, the 11th century, the year 1000, a time before steel plate, gunpowder, and even Twitter.
Hold on. He already contradicted his own argument.
Yes, because there's a time before steel plate.
But he already mentioned earlier in the video that, fully clad gothic knight in armor, you fucked it, buddy.
Yep.
Wow.
Right out of the gate.
Wow.
Oh, this video is gonna get so much worse.
Oh yeah, it gets way worse.
Less than 4 minutes, and he's already fucked his entire point. Because this is the basis of the whole discussion, and he's already...
Also, as Demo Man Chaos puts it, that's false. Gunpowder was invented in China in the 9th century.
Yeah, they used the fucking, like, weird hand cannon things.
Yep. Which is where the term handgun comes from. Handguns are actually rifles.
How about this? Play the video
there
for
you
at
go.
least 2 minutes, then pause for commentary. It doesn't work that
No.
way.
Nah, we're never
That'll
doing,
never happen.
gonna do that. You must be new here. Hi.
No, it's actually someone who isn't new. That's someone who's been here for a while. I think it's just we had such a massive tangent, it might actually be our longest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite the super chat stream though, so we're justified.
Yeah, we don't usually get that many in that short a period of time, especially that many that lead to such long discussions.
Yeah.
Truly, these ages. Or maybe it was the Age of Enlightenment. Depends on how you look at Twitter. As such, in order to keep this battle fair, their 11th century armor, weaponry, and tactics are what they're going to be limited to in the arena.
You smell that? I smell bullshit.
My favorite part is 11th century Viking tactics when they didn't exist anymore.
Yeah, like the Saxons was kind of the last hurrah, and they weren't even Vikings because that was literally just like a Saxon king declaring war and having an actual like traditional army, not raiders.
Yeah.
My favorite ancient Roman fighting tactics are the ones they invented in the year 2000.
Yeah, mine too.
$5 from the Wayfarer, thank you. There's a cool video game for the Wii called Red Steel 2. You play as a cowboy/samurai called Swordslinger. Recommend it.
Yeah,
Might have to... Never played a Wii, but could be good.
I played Red Steel 2. So it was basically a proof of concept for a first-person shooter using the Wiimote and the nunchuck attachment. Yeah, and I'm trying to put this politely. It was the jankiest piece of shit I've ever played.
Yeah. And also, if I remember right, that was one of the ones that primarily showcased with sword slashing, that it was a bad idea.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, it's a cool concept, and the story arc of the game and everything was pretty cool, but yeah, the game was borderline unplayable for me.
Yeah,
wow.
And destroyed many a TV.
Yes, yes.
Because again, that was their prototype for sword combat and shooting and everything like that. And as they learned very quickly, people are sweaty, grimy, nasty little things, and they will fling the fucking Wiimote at their TV screen because they're trying to do some big fancy cut, like hi-ya! And then suddenly, why is there a Wiimote sticking out of my flat screen? Oh my god!
Now, let
Oh my god. Fuck off with the cringe.
Yeah, this is fucking awful.
Wow,
I think
I actually
that-
got the heights more accurate.
I think this might actually be the cringiest video we've seen already. Like, this is bad.
Yeah. I mean, it is a Matt Pat video, so.
Well, remember, Drip Mussolini, wrist straps weren't an initial launch thing with the Wii. That came later, after people figured this out.
Yeah. Also, a lot of people leaving after, wouldn't use them.
Yeah.
It's not that cringy, to be honest. It is really fucking cringy.
It's pretty cringe.
5'3", put the feud in feudal. It's the Samurai. Hailing from the icy lands of Scandinavia with a height of 5'7" they take an arrow in the knee and keep.
Oh, shut the fuck up with the stupid fucking Skyrim shit. God damn it!
Fucking hell. Of course he has to fucking put that in there.
Yep. It was cringe, father. It wasn't Pog. It was cringe. Thank you, Rope.
Keep on kicking. And finally, coming straight out of the European Dark Ages in style, standing at 5'8" tall.
Europeans weren't taller than Scandinavians. What? Hold on.
Yeah, what?
No, that was kind of the crazy thing about Scandinavians. They were so fucking tall.
Yeah, that was like one of the main attributes that people would always recognize about them was they were fucking huge.
Yeah, that's why it kind of what helped the whole thing. The Christians called them demons.
From my point of view, everyone here that has been displayed is a midget anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. They were getting more accurate. When he showed that the Japanese samurai was 5'3", I was like, oh, he's actually going for accurate heights because Napoleon was actually tall for his for his time period. He was actually very tall for his time period. Just nowadays, if you see Napoleon's height, you're like, man, you were a midget. It's like, but back then he was actually way taller than everyone else. There were peoplets. Yes.
Oh, he's your shining armor. It's the dog.
Well, you failed already. He's your man in shining armor. Congratulations, you failed. That's 14th century. You already fucked it. Hooray!
Also, just look how shitty these jokes are. Enjoys not dying.
Yeah, and he's saying that because the full plate armor. It's like, that didn't exist. For 11th century, that did not exist. Fuck off. Male armor is shiny depending on how clean it is. God, could you imagine actually trying to clean mail? Oh.
Yeah, no. When I was working for Shad, he actually has a full male shirt, and yeah, like I had to try and oil that thing with the swords and everything like that, and even that was just absolute murder. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Every little ring. Oh, God. And just the fact that they would have those rivets and everything like that, so if you tried to rub it on anything, the rivets would tear whatever you're rubbing against it to shreds. Oh my God.
Yeah, I am Sir Ben from Shadiversity.
Yep.
Yeah.
As Flaming Inferno puts it, no thanks, I'd rather stick my dick in a cheese grater.
Well, that still sounds more appealing than continuing watching this shitty video.
That you scour mail in a bucket of sand, that's how you clean it.
Can confirm, yes.
Yes, that is definitely the more sane way to do it, but even then, that's not going to make it shiny.
Sandblasting.
Wait. Hold your jock jams. Are you serious? 5'3" tall. A Viking is 5'7" on average? I'm taller than that. I thought these warriors were
Yes, people are different now than they were hundreds of years ago.
You fucking idiots. Oh my god.
It's almost like, as time progresses on, a species evolves, and a thing that has become a common trait that people desire in a mate has been taller. So taller just keeps going.
Yeah.
So people just keep getting taller.
We also have a lot more food now, so we can, stand to be bigger. Oh my god, you fucking idiot. It doesn't matter that they're smaller. They would still fucking eviscerate you. You would still be absolutely fucking killed by them.
That's not evolution, though. It's more of a nutrition thing. No, it's both. Because, again, your body needs to be able to support that, and people are looking for... What is the stereotype that we always hear? Tall, dark, and handsome. That's the stereotype.
It's also worth pointing out that evolution isn't like a once-in-a-millennium thing. It's a constant thing.
Yeah.
People alive today are different from people who were alive 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, it just happens.
That's like change is gradual over time. It's not like tomorrow a baby is going to be born that has wings because it's useful for humans to fly now. You know?
Yep. It's the same way as with, like, at some point in history, we still have a tailbone for some reason, but as you go further and further and more modern, you realize the tailbone gets smaller and it usually fuses together and everything. So it's just people changing. Again, we're talking about, to get to the top of Mount Improbable, you can do it just by the smallest series of steps with the longest ramp possible. That's how evolution works. You'll have wild evolution where a mutation happens and it actually turns out to be beneficial, and then that carries on. But that's like a fluke.
Isn't there like a lot of biological stuff still within the average human body that just isn't used anymore?
Yes. Though we did find out that the appendix is used for stuff, as is the spleen.
Is what?
But the body can survive without it.
Yes, the body can survive without the appendix and without the spleen. I think the spleen. But we actually found out that stuff like the appendix, for example, stores your gut bacteria, and it's where it produces and everything, and it's how it keeps you. Yeah, it's how you keep healthy intestines.
Oh, so that's why when it explodes in your body, you fucking die.
Yeah, because that's all of your bacteria going into places they're not supposed to be.
I like how in the sea of comments here about, like, food and evolution and stuff, there's just a random gamers rise up.
The next stage of human evolution, gamers.
The next stage of human evolution, autism.
No, Satch, don't go there.
Fucking Predator movies, Jesus.
Fucking Halo show.
Yeah, the Halo show as well is. Swear to
They-
God, the Halo
they
show
have-
is literally going to say autism. Is
In
the next
fairness, they haven't said it outright yet.
thing. Yet.
Yeah.
There's some clear fucking indicators.
Yeah, I could totally see them doing it, being like, oh yeah, the reason that fucking Master Chief and, you know, like the people who can interact, the humans who can interact with the Forerunner tech is because they have autism.
Yeah. Dude, and then the Nazi scientist man, his mannerisms and it's like, dude, stop.
Also, that really dumb shit at the end, like towards the end of episode 5, where they're trying to take all the civilians and scientists to the bunker or whatever, like the safety area, and he's just like, "No, it stays with me. The artifact stays with me."
Yeah, it's like, no, fuck.
Like, fuck off. Like, you should be absolutely terminated from the project if you're doing that kind of shit.
Yeah.
They also, I know we need to get back to the video. They also barely gave us any time with this character, so we have no reason to understand or care why he wants to stay with the artifact so much. He's had like 5 lines in the entire show.
And he had a moment that really does not endear him to the audience when he was trying to molest the clone of Dr. Halsey.
Right as she is being killed to be turned into an AI.
Yeah. Which, oh fuck, dude, the Halo show is garbage. Oh my god.
Yeah, I fucking hate it.
I don't know if we got the super chat or not, but $2 from Mystic Space. Thank you. Did this guy not learn from Yoda? Size matters not.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the weakest Viking could kick fucking Matt Pat's ass.
Easy.
You know, I'm pretty sure if you gave a midget an axe or a knife, he could still kill you pretty easily.
Yep.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah, he'll just go for the shins and chop you down like a tree.
Yeah.
Alright.
$2 from Peace was never an option. Thank you. That scientist guy definitely touches people. Yeah.
Yes.
$5 from the Wayfarer. Thank you. As a person with autism, it absolutely annoys me to no end the asinine portrayals of autism in media. Yeah, it's annoying. It's like how media thinks like crazy people are just spazzing out all the time, or like permanently violent towards everyone, or just the dumb shit that they. Oh god, it's so annoying. The best comparison I can think of is like hacking, and there's some show where it's like 2 people are using the same keyboard to hack someone.
God, that was so stupid. I forgot about that. Ugh.
I remember it every so often just because it's a really good example of like show writers being fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Because how do you even get to that point where you have 2 people using the same keyboard? You had to use a fucking keyboard to write the script! You should know that it would fuck with what you're doing if someone else was typing on that same keyboard!
Yes. Which is funny because they had that moment of absolute stupidity at the same time having a moment of absolute brilliance. Because, Gibbs, I think is his name, he just walks over and unplugs the fucking computer. It's like, oh, we gotta stop the hacker! And they're like both attacking the same keyboard, 2 people trying to counter hack something. And then Gibbs just walks over and he unplugs the computer so the hacker can't get in their stuff because God, this is something that fucking Sherlock, BBC Sherlock, didn't understand. A computer cannot be hacked into unless it's connected to the internet, you fucking idiot.
And on.
Yeah, it needs to be on and connected to the internet. But Sherlock's episode, he doesn't have it on a computer because computers can be hacked. You have to break in, get through his vault and down to the computer to do that. As long as he doesn't connect to the internet, it can't be hacked. What are you talking about? Yeah, that was actually a Behold Boomers moment that worked, though, which is funny.
Killers of testosterone, drinking their power thirst and getting their
Oh my
swole on
god.
one axe swung at a
Shut
time.
the fuck up,
Especially
you
the Vikings.
cunt.
Well, looking at the scientific evidence and researching this episode, it just isn't true. Skeletal evidence reveals that due to poor nutrition back in ye olden times, humans were the same height, if not shorter, than what they are now. Sure.
No shit. Dude. Yes. Okay. Fine. We'll continue with this because he's actually saying something that is accurate. He's just saying it in the most stupid way possible.
Yeah, it's something we've already said. People were different hundreds of years ago.
Yep. Alright. Here we go.
Humans were the same height, if not shorter, than what they are now. Sure, these warriors seem mythological in our minds, but that's because the mythology is all people really know. The only records we have about the Vikings, for instance, is the stuff that was...
Thanks to fools like you pushing dumb bullshit.
Yes.
We're barely 5 minutes into this video, and you've been wrong numerous times about numerous fucking things.
And
cartoonishly wrong.
Look at how wrong this image we're currently on is in multiple facets. Look at the fucking horns on the helmet. The fact that he's not wearing any armor whatsoever, that it's fur and everything. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm going into battle. You know what I'm gonna defend myself with? I've got a metal ring on my chest and a couple leather straps that go out from that. They'll totally protect me.
Yep.
And his tough skin can deflect arrows.
Oh, so he's part Elden Ring dragon. Got it.
I'm gonna wind it back just because I was talking over him a bit there, because that irritated me.
Yeah.
Sure, these warriors seem mythological in our minds, but that's because the mythology is all people really know. The only records we have about the Vikings, for instance, is the stuff that was written by people who had just had their villages ransacked by the guys. And also...
That is not true. We have the sagas, which were written by the Vikings.
Yeah, we also have accounts from people like Snorri Sturluson, who wrote down their history and culture before all of their books were burned.
Yeah.
So you're just fucking flat out wrong.
Yeah, we have the history of the Vikings from the Scandinavians and from the English. We have multiple different sources and from different sides of the conflict. We don't have a ton, mind you, but we do have a lot. We have enough to work with.
I went from sleeping to Kree's Fallout 3 video to waking up into testosterone! Sorry for waking you up.
Yep.
I wonder if the thing that woke him up was me screaming about the Weeping Angels being shit. Because there's... no, the stream would have had to have started from the beginning. If you click onto a stream, it just starts you at live.
Yeah.
Huh. I've never actually autoplayed into a stream, so I don't know. I assume it would work the same way. Anyway, sorry for waking you up, man.
So the Icelandic side. Basically, if our only records of American history were the tall tales of Paul Bunyan and his giant blue ox. So
that isn't even remotely similar. Fuck.
No, what?
No, it'd be like if our only tales about America came from the British, and then from, like, a couple books we found that were buried in the yard from some long-forgotten home. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I guess it's just Matt Pat being dumb as always.
Yeah.
He's really good at that. He's quite talented at saying fucking dumb wrong shit.
Yep.
Okay, now Warriors are technically The Rock. But if physicality isn't gonna separate these guys out, let's look at their backgrounds. Vikings come from Scandinavia, and the fact that Vikings had to live in this frozen nightmare without electric blankets and central heating should be enough.
Scandinavia was not a frozen fucking nightmare. There were Scandinavian farmers. There were Scandinavian merchants. There were Scandinavian blacksmiths and armorers and leather workers and artisans. There were Scandinavian priests.
It's,
Viking is a job title. You're going a Viking. You are going on a raid. You are a pirate.
well, they're calling it a frozen wasteland, basically. It's like the dumb idea that everything north of the Canadian-American border is just ice and snow, and all Canadians live in igloos. It's that level of stupidity.
Yeah, it really is. It's so fucking stupid. Like, oh, it snows there sometimes, so therefore it must be a frozen wasteland. No, it just occasionally snows there. Like, it's not fucking. There's forests, there's plains, there's open fields, there's all kinds of shit.
Sorry to shatter people's fantasies, but the top third and bottom third of the planet aren't pure snow.
Yeah. Oh, dude. I ride a moose and live in an igloo with my penguin family, says Luigi.
Well, you speak for yourself. I live in a normal house.
People are saying, Creetosis, you don't live in an igloo?
I don't.
No, guys, he's an owl. He's not Pingu.
Yeah, he lives in a tree.
You said Pingu, and the first thing I thought of was not an actual, like, Pingu clip or episode. It was the GTA 5 mod, where he's just doing the gibberish thing for that one scene that gets memed, and then for the N-word part, it's no. The funniest part is the mouth doesn't fucking move at all until the newt part. Then it animates the way it does in its show.
Canadians don't drink beavers and eat ice?
How do you drink a beaver? How do you drink a... What? Beavers are not liquid!
You can make them into liquid.
Yeah, if you can try hard enough.
Sure, you can throw them into a blender, I guess. But that's...
Yeah.
These guys out, let's look at their backgrounds. Vikings come from Scandinavia, and the fact that Vikings had to live in this frozen nightmare without electric blankets and central heating should be enough credential to give them their badass card. Since they lived in a place where food literally dies immediately, they stayed alive.
What?
By stealing from other
I forgot about that part.
Jesus
Since they live in a place
fucking
where food
Christ.
dies immediately.
No,
It's like, no.
Setch. He didn't say they live in a place where food dies immediately. He said they live in a place where food literally dies immediately.
Yeah. Oh my god.
The fuck? How do you not understand how the world works?
If society collapses and we lose all the comforts of daily life, this person is the first to die. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not talking about...
Well, this person in the canteen, right? Because the canteen also is like, waste valuable water cleaning the siding of your house.
No, see, Cantina would last long enough to do something that stupid that would make people want to exile him to death. Matt Pat literally won't survive the first day. The second society collapses, he's fucking gone.
Yeah.
All his food will literally die.
Yeah.
Yeah, he literally thinks if it snows outside, everything out there dies.
Yeah. Holy shit,
That
dude.
bread you bought yesterday, dead.
That watermelon, dead. That orange, dead. That cereal in your cupboard, dead.
At Creetosis, Matt Pat has never seen a bear, moose, deer, any animal. I can believe it.
Yeah, I can believe Matt Pat doesn't know what an animal is.
Does he just assume that meat is like this magical food thing that appears in grocery stores?
God, it wouldn't surprise me. Oh,
yeah, that's what
actually,
you buy it from the deli where no animals are hurt. You know.
you know what? This reminds me of a conversation we had yesterday, Cree, when we were talking about how like I wish the game. So, me and Cree bought a game called what was it, Vintage Story?
Yes. I couldn't figure out how to build a fucking shelter, so I stopped playing.
I figured it out, but yeah, it's definitely it's rough. You gotta really think because it's trying to be more realistic. So you got to think about how you would actually build a shelter. It's like, oh boy. But I was talking to him about it. Is like I hunted an animal and I skinned it and everything like that, and I got its meat. And I was like, can I eat the meat raw right here and now and be fine? It's like it doesn't even give you the option to. I'm like, oh, that's sad. Because for people that don't know, if you go hunting and you kill an animal, as long as it's not diseased or sick, like
Well,
you can eat the meat.
probably. It depends what the animal is too. That is advice I'm a bit more tentative about giving out. Don't. Well,
Yeah, I'm not either, considering I've done it.
Yeah, and you can watch the show Meat Eater. They literally will gut the thing and start eating bits of the meat right there, and they'll be like, "Man, it's so fucking tender."
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, and then when we preserve it and we can heat it and everything like that. Again, because your body doesn't instantaneously rot the moment you die. It starts the process of dying.
Yeah, mainly as long as you don't eat like the surface level like meat, like the basically where the skin meets muscle.
Yeah.
If you don't eat, like, obviously don't eat that part, maybe cut that part off, but everything below that is fine to eat.
Yes, that's a good
Raw.
point. Deus Vult Infidel brings up a good point. As long as it's herbivore, carnivores and omnivores are less safe, as I recall. Yes.
Yes,
that's accurate.
yes.
But one of the best parts of a deer is actually the eye muscle.
oh. Okay, let's move on.
Oh man, I was about to get into a whole thing with that.
I
too. Fuck.
did. No.
Fuck, damn it.
There are a few things that make me squeamish. Stuff with the eyes is one of them. It actually got to me when the Halo show showed the fucking drill going into her eye.
Well, fair.
Damn, I had a whole thing about that too.
Cree, you and I should have a conversation about the time I spent in South Africa. Oh man, you'd love some of the things I ate over there.
Yeah, that's what I was
No.
gonna talk about too. Was like a dare that me and a friend had, and fucking, I'm not gonna say it because Cree will freak out, but yeah, let's just say it had to do with a deer and eyes.
No, you don't. Not the eye. I'm not talking about the eyeball. I'm talking about the fat and muscle.
I
around.
know, but I'm talking about the eye.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
20 I guess Norse kroner from KR18. Thank you. Here, have some Scandinavian Norse kroner. Thank you. I hope you enjoy living in a horrible frozen wasteland where all food dies immediately.
Yep.
Sorry,
And
all food literally dies immediately. Gotta get that literally in there. Because that's not what that word fucking means, Pat.
I will backtrack and get the other super chat real quick. $2 from Arrogant Media. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
2 keyboards are needed when you're hacking. Yep.
Sorry I missed that one, Arrogant Media. God.
Pagan has eyes on the inside now. He is enlightened. Grant us eyes on the inside from which we can see. I hate the use of literally and everything.
I don't hate the use of literally when it is literally used correctly.
Yes. That's fair.
When it's used incorrectly, it's fucking irritating as shit.
Yeah.
Literally.
Literally.
They stayed alive almost entirely by stealing from other people. They did this by striking hard and fast at vulnerable targets like monasteries and wealthy villages before fading into the foggy mists on their massive warships. Their weapons were generally garbage. Again, that whole frozen tundra thing.
Oh
with
my
a-
God. Okay.
I'm sorry
so
to break this to you, Matt Pat, but when the Vikings were active, they had the best steel, the best metal for weapons that was known at the time. They
Exactly.
were
And
they literally had the best weapons of the entire world.
Yep.
They had the best.
and
You
not just
fucking
out of
idiot.
quality, but just sophistication in general. Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
The
yeah.
Ulfberht swords are fucking amazing.
Yes.
And also, you don't attack a wealthy village. Wealthy villages have people to protect it. You attack poor villages.
Or monasteries, because monasteries were
Monasteries,
defenseless.
yeah. I mean, he did say that. Credit, but no, you don't go after wealthy villages, man.
Yeah.
Again, once all the villages started getting walls and defenses, they stopped attacking them.
Yeah. They went after the ones that they knew that they could raid, the ones that they knew that they could storm into.
Yeah,
You
and what were the monasteries? The monasteries were defenseless places with a lot of gold and treasure. The Vikings, it wasn't their religion. It wasn't offending their gods. So
yeah.
fuck it. A normal European would be like, oh, we won't do that because we don't want to offend God. And the Vikings are just like, okay, kick the door in. You're not putting up a fight. Slice, slice, slice. We're taking all the gold.
Yeah. And just like you talked about before with the Christians would call them demons and stuff because they were so big, and they committed sacrilegious things such as raiding monasteries and whatnot. The Vikings had their own sort of like propaganda of that stuff. Like they would talk about like they cannibalized their own god. Like that was one of the things that they would talk about was they would call Christians cannibals because they considered the whole the body of Christ thing.
Yep, the breaking of the bread and everything.
Yeah, they were like, so you guys believe in cannibalism, you're fucked.
Yeah, very big taboo in Viking society.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting thing to learn too, because I didn't know that before. So, wow.
Yeah, and a lot of the misunderstanding came because some of the slaves that the Vikings took back came from those monasteries, and some of the people there would try to convert the Vikings, and so they would get the wrong impression because they would understand, the breaking of the bread is the body of Christ, the wine is the blood of Christ, and so you're committing cannibalism. You people are savages, monsters, stuff like that. So that's why the Scandinavians thought the Christians were fucking evil, amoral pieces of shit.
Wow.
Yep. Were Vikings pagans? Yes, they were Northern Germanic pagans. Yeah.
But remember, guys, when different groups fucking encounter each other before civilized society as we know it, they would just be friends and they would never fight.
Yeah.
I still can't believe someone actually said that.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. I can't believe someone actually believes that shit.
Yeah, Ben, if you hadn't seen that, we dealt with a guy who literally said that before society as we know it was formed, when two different groups met each other, they were completely friendly and peaceful and shared everything with each other.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
Yeah, no, tribes.
Yeah.
It was
The noble
full of Dark
savage.
Ages for other reasons.
Yeah, the noble savage fallacy,
Which, hilariously, he brought up the noble savage argument, and then,
Literally.
keep in mind, he said two completely different cultures. So, keeping in the theme of, the whole noble savage, because he was specifically referring to Native Americans in that instance, I brought up the, one of the first Vikings to ever come to America. One of the first things they did when they arrived on the shores of Canada was they found some fishermen hiding underneath some boats because they were scared of them. And the first thing they did was kill them to see how strong they were.
Yep.
So, but yeah, no, they totally all got along and, shared everything. And, oh yeah, and the one guy who managed to escape being killed by the Vikings, who ran back to his village. Yeah, no, they totally understood and totally didn't go back and, hail the fucking boat that the Vikings were on with arrows and kill the captain. Yeah, no, that totally didn't happen either. Fucking idiot.
It's yeah. I'm lost for words.
That's only a fraction of the stupidity we've had to deal with on this show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of the more sane ones.
It's actually sad to say that, but yes. Unironically.
Yeah.
We have a video to get back to.
279 Maple Leaves. Thank you very much.
Thank
From
you.
Sun Eater Grom. Byzantine made Vikings their emperor's bodyguards.
I wouldn't know.
I don't know if that's true or not. But yeah, it sounds like something that they would do. Again, the French made the Vikings like nobility and had them defend their country, so that was the Normans.
Vikings, friendship is magic, yeah.
Scientists retcon reality. Scientists retcon reality. Yeah, that was another one. That was fucking episode 2.
Remember, Ben, scientists retcon reality every day.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, no.
because Pluto is a planet, but it was reclassified to be a dwarf planet, so it's no longer a normal planet. And that's retconning reality.
Yep.
It's only the most basic of offenses. A bow and a shield on their back, a spear for throwing, and an axe in their belt. Or, if they were particularly well off, a sea axe, a sort of short sword knife hybrid that was perfect for up-close encounters. But if they were minimal on the offensive front, they were practically nudists on the defensive front.
Remember, getting rid of all myths and legends and talking about the actual truth. Remember, he researched this.
Also, these are videos intended for children, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
So, what the fuck?
The whole fucking thing of that he actually thinks that, one, they didn't wear proper armor, which they did at the time. What they were wearing was some of the best armor you could get. And two, the Vikings were known for their fucking shields because they were so good. They had some of the best defense at that time, like bar none. Their shields were the best. Oh my fucking god, I hate this video so much.
Yeah,
It was
so do I.
It was a very good shield design and very simple and easy to make too.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I say simple and easy. I should say in comparison to what people think about for shield design.
Yeah, obviously.
Just looked it up. They're called Varangian Guards.
Ooh. Nice.
Anyways, I took this off screen while the fucking naked person is up. Press play and I can put it back up so people can see once that's
Okay.
gone. But like, just
Front. Vikings,
There you
as
go.
if going for maximum machismo, wore
Yeah, I could
practically
see, but-
nothing for protection from either people
oh my
Well,
god,
apparently-
fuck off, you
Oh.
The
cunt!
wealthiest Vikings wore hardened leather, but
Vikings didn't wear hardened leather. Again, this is this weird
Yeah.
thing about fantasy about hardened leather. It's like hardened leather is cool and interesting, and it would work as a concept, but it wasn't the armor that people wore.
Yeah.
You know, it's arguably more difficult to make than like
Yeah.
something like mail or just like a solid gambus on a leather shirt. Like
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
they
not
wore-
really any point.
They wore fucking gambesons and fucking chainmail, and it was called Hallberg.
There's
The
a
fuck? How do you
there's a-
not know this?
there's a comment in chat actually. Wasn't it proven the Vikings used Gambison?
Yes.
Yes, they used
And
gambeson
mail.
and chain and mail. They
And
had,
full
like-
metal helmets and everything.
Yeah, full metal helmets, and like literally the way that they did their chainmail was different. Like it was more interlaced and had like layers to it. It was rather thick. It's why it was called a halberd. It was
I-
very thick.
I put up a picture. You guys can probably corroborate this, but that is my understanding of what
Yes,
accurate
that's very
Viking
yeah, that's
would look
pretty close to it, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put
And-
this up on screen.
And even better, like I'd say the chainmail might be a bit off, but because if I remember right, they had it where it wasn't just. I think normal chainmail is 4 rings interlinked to make the thing. Like each ring has 3 other rings that are connected to it, and I think the Viking one had 5 rings. I'm
Yeah.
not positive though.
It was something like that. I know it was more. It wasn't just like plain chainmail. There was something more to it that made it a little bit more defensible. Hold on, let me go over here and type in.
What's also fascinating about chainmail is the way that you actually can design it. So you can actually make it fitted to the person properly, so that it takes a lot of the problems of chainmail. Its weight, its weight on the people's shoulders is a big problem with chainmail. But you can actually, through removing certain sections and rings, you can actually get it to where it will hug to the body more, and becomes a lot more effective.
In this picture, obviously, he's not wearing a gambeson under the mail. It just looks like he's wearing like a tunic or something like that. But
Yeah.
the look is pretty accurate.
Yeah. In fact, like
Well-
if he had a gambeson on, it'd be perfect.
I don't know if Demo Man Chaos is correct about this or not, but he said they wore the mail over the gambeson, which made it quite a bit more protective.
Yes, they would always
Yeah,
wear that over the gambeson.
Yeah, there's no reason to wear mail under a gambeson in any situation.
Okay, so he
Yeah.
could have that on underneath.
Well, he doesn't.
Oh,
Yeah, no, gambesons are thick. Gambesons are real thick. You'd be able to
Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
It's basically an entire shirt. A hauberk is basically an entire shirt of mail, with thickly, like very close. Here we go. I found a really good image of a proper hauberk shirt. Okay, image is too big. Okay, let me.
Oh, I typed in Gambeson because I wanted to get a real quick picture of Gambeson, and this is the picture I got. Do not show this to the chat.
But yeah, here's a proper hauberk shirt.
Keep in mind,
What?
I typed in Gambeson.
Why did that come up for Gambeson? What the
I know.
fuck? Yeah, definitely don't show that on stream. What the fuck?
That's a lot of leather.
Yes.
huh.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, what? Why does that come up for Gambeson? Literally, I gotta show you this to show you I'm not bullshitting. Like when you see everything else is like it's perfect, and then it's just that is there.
Yeah,
Show
we
it?
can't show
I
it.
literally can't, chat. Oh,
Yeah, no, we
I don't know if I'm
cannot
muted
No,
or
we
show
not.
it.
cannot show.
No, I'm not muted. Yeah, I cannot
can-
show it.
Yeah, no, we can't show it. We can vaguely describe it, but we cannot show it at all.
Very shiny, very tight. Definitely not medieval.
Definitely
With-
evil.
with the
Yeah.
with the front open.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a very attractive black woman.
Well, we can't see all of her face, only some of it.
Well, her
I guess-
body's very attractive. We'll say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Super thick, black woman with a shirt that is basically, she's not wearing anything underneath this jacket. Let's just say that.
Yeah. And see, this is what I mean. See, I typed in Gambeson. Everything else is fine. Just that's there for some.
Yeah, it's just there amongst all this other shit. Why? What the fuck? Yeah, that really sticks out.
Yeah, that's. I immediately like my eyes speedily went. "Ting, what the fuck?"
Yeah, of course you would see that right away, you fucking degenerate.
There is nothing that looks remotely like that. It stands out like a sore thumb.
No, don't lie. Your eyes were drawn to the titty.
I mean, I am a titty guy. That's. Yeah, no, but let me get a proper picture of Gambison. But yeah, you Cree can see it, but obviously we can't show that picture either. But yeah, you see how thick this is? Who's got a really good one to kind of?
Yeah, she's thick.
Yeah, nice.
You opened the door. I had to do it.
I did.
Setch, I don't know if you see, it's got the padded Gambison with interconnected. It's like a cream-colored one. It's like, I mean, it looks kind of garbage because it's not really made very well, but it's got the right proportions. So
yeah, he's got it. He's. You can tell that it's not tailored to him at all. It looks like a box. There you go. That you can show that on stream right before you go if you want. Ah, shit. Well, too late, chat. Oh, it's too late, chat. You know what? Yeah, see, it's definitely not made for this guy. This is a showpiece for sure. To just be like, here's generic Gambison.
You know, when I was working for Shad, he had this one Gambison that I would wear. Like whenever I've done my solo videos on like what is it called now? Night's Watch. Yeah, Night's Watch. Game nights back then. I'm always wearing that Gambison, and yeah, that thing was that was heavy. I didn't really have much arm movement or anything. Like, it was really hard to articulate everything, just because of how thick it was. So.
Yeah, but that's how Cree. This is how you can tell that he wasn't wearing Gambison, because Gambison is thick. You know where?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a good image. I could show that on stream as long as.
Yeah, as long as we make sure the other thing isn't on screen.
I was gonna say, as long as you don't give me a link that fucking crashes OBS again.
That's not my fault.
I think you did it one of the times.
I just was thinking when you were like talking about like
Thick?
it should be fine for me to show this time. I was just thinking of the Charlie thing. He's pulling his cock out.
Yeah.
It's actually a GIF. It just fucking.
Oh god.
Oh, I think I found what you guys saw. Very nice.
Yeah, it really was. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Alrighty. We should cherish this time. I'm sorry?
What was that, sorry?
I was starting to say we should cherish this time while Setch is gone, because for however long he's gone, this is time we don't have to watch the video.
This is true. This is true. Okay, I'm going to be right back. I'll take this opportunity to just duck out quickly.
Alright. Well, half the panel has abandoned us. How are you doing, Peg?
I left as well.
Oh. Okay. I see everyone is abandoning me as usual. STAG poisoned my good Christian search history. I don't believe you. I believe your search history was tainted long before we started talking about Gambisons. Hello there, Creetosis. How's the video so far? Fucking atrocious. $2 from Scootmeister. Thank you. The same can be said when anyone leaves. What, that we could take the time to prolong watching the video? Yeah. Chat won't leave you, Creetosis. Thank you, chat. It's much appreciated.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. $10 from Rage vs. ML. Thank you. I'm about to start playing The Witcher 3, and sorry, I just had it and all of the DLC gifted to me by a friend. Oh, nice.
I hope you enjoy.
So, Creetosis, what about them owls? They go hoot, and to make a fat person in Arkansas mad. What?
I do wish Joe wasn't in his car, by the way.
Yeah.
That's true.
Um,
Like, damn it, Joe. Damn it. Come on.
it's a bit understandable though.
Yeah.
2 euros from Enclave Emily. Thank you. Feel abandoned? Have 2 euros. Now feel rich. A little bit. A euro is worth more than $1.
No maidens. What, did Pagan bounce as well, real quick?
He did, but he came back right away, I think. Like, he wasn't gone for long. I think he
No.
came... Yeah.
I'm still gone.
Ben did leave, though. So...
Oh, well. I might put that... I think I'm going to put that second image in Ben's Discord. Hold on. I was to the title, one of these things is not like the other.
We had people in chat accusing us of tainting their pure Christian search history.
Okay, now I'm back.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah, I left before everyone else, but I figured, oh, I don't have to say anything. Everyone will still be here talking. And while I was in the bathroom, everyone started fucking leaving, and then Crew was like, "Well, at least Pagan is still here." And I'm like, "I'm literally in the bathroom."
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Oh, God.
The problem with lack of research and intelligence, damn that title. Such
It's
suggested
perfect.
that title. See,
Yeah.
the one I was going to go with before that was suffering through. What was
Something
God,
like
what was-
rotund.
No, not rotund. It was. You know what? I could look it up very quickly because it's in our chat. Oh, the
Corpulent.
title. Yeah, the title I was going to go with was "Suffering Through the Corpulent Sludge of Game Theory." And before I even did that, I was like, "Huh, I wonder what corpulent actually means." So I looked it up, and it just means fat. And it's like, oh, well, that doesn't really work.
Yeah.
So we could save the suffering through whatever sludge of game theory for another time, because this probably won't be the last time we cover them.
Some tangents are guaranteed. More like sex, tits, ass, and gambesons.
Wow, that's actually a good one considering the image that came up.
Yeah, I could not believe. Ben, I put that in your Discord in the appropriate channel, but. And I put one of these things is not like the other.
Oh, that's amazing. I love it.
All right, let's get back to the shitty video.
But most just had so one good shot from
That actually skipped for me.
Yeah.
practically nothing for protection from either people or the threat of icicles to the crotch. The wealthiest Vikings wore hardened leather, but most just had
No, they
quilted
didn't.
fabric.
No.
So one good shot from a bow
No.
and
You're fucking wrong, dumbass.
Yeah. I don't know
Yeah.
how much more we could unpack that. That's just, yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, we've already thoroughly debunked this. That no, they wore proper armor. They had better armor than the people they were actually raiding. It's almost as like because the Scandinavians were multiple different tribes and constantly fighting each other, they were constantly improving their warfare abilities at fighting people.
What?
Yeah.
And it's almost like they kept raiding because they kept winning. Because they had
Yeah.
better fucking material.
Again, when the Viking raids first started, it was some people trying to steal some shit and get rich quick. And lo and behold, they actually stumbled on a village that actually had a lot of wealth. And they came back and they go, "Look what we found!" Like, holy shit! And then everybody suddenly, like, immediately they're talking about like the fields and farming and everything like that. And everybody immediately was like, "Chirp!" And all the heads turned and looked at this treasure trove they brought home and is like, where did you go? I'm asking for a friend.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, once the first Viking raid came back and they had a lot of treasure, suddenly everyone was like, I gotta get myself a longboat. I gotta go on a raid.
Yeah. Yeah, it became a really good way of supplementing a lot of stuff that they really wanted and sometimes needed. Not always, but sometimes.
Yeah.
Because they farmed. They had farms. They were not starving people, but it was still nice to have extra. And it then when they realized, oh, you could actually get a lot of treasures for this too, and it became this kind of like, you know, this interesting thing. And it was also a good way of like, you know, they always longed for battle because a lot of people wanted to go to Valhalla. And it was like, well, if I die raiding, I automatically get a free pass going to Valhalla. So yeah, it was a good way to pass the time.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at this image that we've got frozen on the screen, and the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm realizing how much of just like a cosplay it is, because it looks like he's just got like what is it, like vinyl or something like that, braces. Look at the shield; it just looks like plywood.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
is.
Really thin plywood.
Looks like everything's just nailed on. Look at the ones in the background. There's the one on the shield on the left, not the guy laying down, but the one standing up. The shield on the left actually looks like it had some more work done into it.
Yeah.
But then you look at the shield on the right of our central figure here, and it literally looks like it's just been nailed.
Yeah, you kick it and snap it in half.
Yeah.
But remember, guys, he did the research.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not bullying the guy's cosplay. I'm bullying MatPat for using this as a historical reference point.
Yes.
Yeah, which is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Oh
exactly.
my
Like, I
God.
find nothing wrong with the cosplay. Like, you know, cosplay, it's all for looks. That's fine. I don't care.
Yeah.
But for someone to be like, this is a historical reference of what a Viking looked like and the equipment they used, that's... Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
Behold! My ram has arrived!
Oh no.
I can
Oh, boy.
achieve double the tabs.
Great.
All shall look upon me in despair! Ready to go back to the video?
Yes.
Yeah.
Boom, son. Now, to For Honor's credit, the game gets all of this right. One look at the warlord.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Not at all.
You fucking idiot.
Oh, dude. His Kree's gonna have 32 gigabytes altogether now, so he can get more tab.
Yeah. And if that's not enough, I'll upgrade even further. I'll get 64 gigabytes of RAM. You cannot stop me.
Sure, we can. Just
I
take
shall
all your
have
money.
the tabs!
No.
Yes!
All right.
And raiders, and you immediately light armor, if at all, and rudimentary shields and axes.
No.
Rudimentary shield. The bearded axe.
Rudimentary. Oh my God, dude.
So their
Calling their
shield was
shield-
revolutionary.
Yeah,
and
their
the
shield
bearded
was
axe
revolutionary. It was not rudimentary. It was the furthest thing from rudimentary.
And the bearded axe was an amazing war design. Like, holy shit.
yeah. Oh my gosh.
Look at all those tabs. Piece of different option. Creetosis. Ram Ranch?
No, not that kind of RAM. Haha, the RAM has been doubled. Yes, it has.
Man, $2 for Mystic Space. Don't worry, Kree, I'm here for you.
Thank you. At least there's someone here who has a good head on their shoulders, who understands the need for more RAM so you can achieve more tabulation.
No.
Yes.
God. Also, keep in mind that the Vikings, literally the main god that they worship to, used a spear.
Yep.
Because they use spears so much.
this right. One look at the warlords, berserkers, and raiders, and you immediately see light armor, if at all, and rudimentary shields and axes. Even the Valkyrie is appropriate, as Viking culture required men, children, and women to know how to... So...
It didn't require... Again, Viking
No.
culture versus Scandinavian culture. Scandinavian culture did not require women and children to know how to fight. It was good if you did, because you could please the gods through battle, but it wasn't a requirement. Vikings, of
Yeah.
course, required everyone going on the raid to know how to fight.
Yeah. And their culture did not require all women and children to know how to fight. They had other roles. They could fulfill things for the gods and their families in other ways besides fighting.
Yeah. You had fucking Scandinavian farmers, for God's sakes. You think that they were going to be the best fighters in the world?
Cree, it's not a good head on their shoulders. They've just gone mad from all the shit it takes. I don't believe you. Did this man just watch How to Train Your Dragon for his research? I think he did.
Yes.
It feels like it, yeah.
Well, we are almost halfway through this shitty fucking video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta dock you a bit for the horned helmet. True loyal theorists know that those originated in the Bronze Age back in 3300 BC, not Viking times in 1000 AD. But I guess Skyrim got it wrong.
Skyrim can't... Oh my god. Skyrim is a fictional world, you fuck.
I was gonna say Skyrim can do whatever they want.
Yeah. I still find it dumb, because actually horns on the helmet actually makes the helmet worse, but yeah, fuck it. They can do whatever they want. I can still point out and laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a big difference between a fictional race doing this stuff and stuff from actual history being depicted as wearing them.
How the fuck do you even say Skyrim also got it wrong? The timeline doesn't even match up. Like, they go by eras, and each... Like, Skyrim takes place in the 200th year of the 4th era. That's... The time scale doesn't work with BC and AD. They're completely different.
Yeah, it's No, anyway.
Fucking idiot.
Too, so you're probably wondering, why did Vikings wear the medieval equivalent of tissue paper? Sounds like
They
a
didn't.
bad...
They didn't.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's literally all that needs to be said there, is they didn't. They wore actual armor.
I'm tempted to put in a similar rule to Cinema Sins, where we only cover this guy like once or twice per year. Because my god, this is fucking dire.
Oh, I told you this video gets bad. It is so fucking terrible.
Oh, gets worse.
Oh, it gets so much worse.
I know.
Yeah, he's only
Yeah, it
talked about the
gets-
Vikings, really. We haven't gotten into, like, the knights or the samurai yet. That's gonna be a fucking disaster.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like how he thinks the fucking samurai are the only ones who use bows and arrows. Like, motherfucker,
Yeah.
Vikings and fucking knights use bows and arrows as well.
Well, I already showed a Viking with a bow.
Exactly. Which is why it makes no fucking sense.
You think this dude played an Elder Scrolls game that wasn't Skyrim? You know what? You're right, Screaming Kubanshi.
Yeah, that's true. That's
yeah.
probably accurate.
bad idea for a society and raiding, right? Well, it's actually for two reasons. One, they got around by boat all the time, and you don't want to go overboard in iron.
The fuck are you
That
talking
didn't-
about?
It didn't matter. They still brought armor on the boat.
Yeah.
You just
They
didn't
still
wear
wore
it.
it.
You
Yeah, they
just didn't-
did.
No, not on the boat. That's what I mean. Is like you didn't have it on at all times. If you're just out at sea, there's no point in having your armor on you.
Exactly.
If you get near the
And-
lands and you're near land spotted, you start donning your armor.
Yeah, then you could put your halberd on.
Yeah, this is just fucking insanity.
Yeah.
Crazy
Oh my
land.
God. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. Also, yeah, if you're on the water, if you're on a boat, yeah, guess what, Matt Pat? You know what happens to metal when it gets wet? Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that's what he's gonna talk about here. And he's,
It's like, dumbass, you don't fucking, you just don't wear it. You keep it stored.
yeah. And then when you get close to land, you lift it up, you put it on.
Yes. This
Yes,
isn't hard.
he's one of those people that has that delusion where they always wore it. Like in bed, they wore their armor. At the dinner table, they wore their armor. It's like,
Oh
no.
my god, yeah. Ugh.
Also, iron rusts into powder in the presence of salt water, so not the best idea. 2, wearing light armor allowed them to have maximum mobility. When you're jumping off a
Oh
ship to
my
raid
gosh.
You fucking idiot.
So, like, I can't exactly remember this bit, but I'm assuming he's gonna go into somehow how plate armor is gonna make you slow and sluggish.
Yeah,
I swear,
because
yeah.
he falls for all
Well,
the
if you,
falsehoods and myths.
if you wear plate armor, you're going to start fat rolling.
No, there's a video of a guy in full plate armor, and he's literally doing like cartwheels and somersaults and all that sort of stuff.
Knight
Yeah.
errant.
It's
Wow.
it's fantastic.
There's multiple videos of people like running, jumping, rolling, mounting and stuff like that, you know, like jumping onto a horse and stuff. Like you have plenty of mobility and plate armor.
Yep, getting up
Yeah.
from being knocked down. Metatron did one where he did multiple tests like that. He did it in Roman armor, full plate, and then in Japanese armor to be like, which one was better? You know, getting up, this feels better. Getting up, that feels worse. Bloody blah. You know, he went through multiple things. He's like, this is subjective, but I'm just showing you the video footage so you can also decide like, did it look like I struggled to get back on my feet in plate armor? No, it was pretty easy, honestly. I literally just rolled to my side and pushed myself up, and I was good to go.
Yeah, so long as the weight distribution's even, then you're fine. Doesn't really matter what you're wearing.
Yeah, that's the same thing with modern military packs. Marines especially wear like 90 pounds of gear on their back. If it's packed properly, you don't feel it. And you can move around and run and everything. If you don't pack it properly, well, you were an idiot and should have been paying attention to how to pack it properly, but yeah, your life's going to suck. Guess what? Your life's going to suck if you cut that down to 20 pounds and it's not packed properly.
Well, let's see where he goes with this, I guess.
Yeah.
a lightly pound. You don't want to be weighed down by unnecessary armor, even if you've been keeping up with leg day. It's funny. We think of Vikings as slow.
It doesn't matter because even if you're attacking a lightly guarded town or just a town that doesn't have any defenses, you don't want one of the peasants to get an idea and stick you with a pitchfork.
Yep,
Like-
that's bad.
Yeah, so you would still have your full armor.
Yes, because like I mentioned earlier, a lot of things that people had just laying around were things like axes, and yeah, you can get killed with those. So yeah, it makes sense to wear armor when you're doing any of this stuff.
I like how
And-
Ambulance Chaser in chat just said one simple single little comment that just completely annihilates that entire point. It's not unnecessary. It keeps you alive.
Yeah. And guess what, guys? If you go into a combat zone and you're wearing your full armor in modern day military, but you never got shot at personally, you never took a round, that isn't, oh, well, this was completely pointless. I shouldn't wear my armor ever again. This is the same level of fucking thinking Matt Pat's working with here.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it didn't happen. The peasantry didn't stab the Vikings.
Well, hold on.
So they didn't need it.
Let's go with a better example. How many times have each of us been in a car and put on our seatbelt and haven't gotten into an accident? Okay,
Yeah.
so it doesn't mean it's useless to put it on, because the one time where you don't have it on is the time you're going to fly through the windshield and crack your skull on the pavement.
Yeah.
or smash your brains into the steering wheel or something like that. Because yeah,
Or into one of
Yeah.
those like big cement or steel fucking lamp posts.
yeah. No, the lampposts actually will break away. They are actually designed to fall to pieces if you hit them.
Not if a person flies out of a windshield.
Oh no, not if a person hits it, but if a vehicle hits it, they're designed to fall away because it's supposed to protect the person in the vehicle.
Well, it definitely didn't happen here a year or two ago.
Yeah, they're all freak kinds of things like that, like guardrails. They're like, well, how do we end? So this is a fascinating discussion of how do you have the end of your guardrails, because you can't have the guardrails just go on forever, right?
Yes, you can.
That's a waste of materials. That's a massive expense.
No, just do it.
So they're like, oh, how do we end? Well, if we just end it on a block, if somebody smashes into that block, it kills them. Okay, so let's instead have our guardrails angled down into the ground. Now there's nothing for them to smash into. Yeah, but you just made a ramp, you idiot. So then they changed it to this new guardrail system, which is the new one people see, which has the caution stuff on it. And if you hit that, it actually acts like a can opener. It will peel the guardrail and just slide down the guardrail going like, and it'll peel it away. That's how they stop people from smashing into a guardrail and dying. In a vehicle.
And as the super chat says, and this is a very good phrase, I like it a lot. Jaluigi for $5. Better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Yeah.
Yep. Now there is the extreme version of that, which is a syndrome that a lot of game players get. Like,
I'm going to save all my health I'm going to save all my health items for a time I really need them and not use them.
Yeah. I love that philosophy, and everybody falls into it at some point. But I might need it later, and then you end up like in Elden Ring, for example. You have like a bajillion different like potions and cocktails, stuff like that, and you didn't have a single crafting item you used, and you're like, "But I might need it later, dude." The credits are rolling. But I might need it later.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm definitely guilty of that.
I think a lot of gamers have that issue because they literally have run into times where they've needed the items and used them already and didn't have them on hand when they really did need them.
Yeah.
Because that's a situation for me. It's like, I forget which game, but I know it was probably a few of them actually, where it's like, fuck, I ran out of items. I really needed them right here.
I think an example, I think it was Yahtzee Croshaw used Resident Evil 4 and the but I might need it later when you show up to the final boss and you have 17 RPGs, but I might need it later. Like, just use the RPG.
Anyways,
Alright.
back
Shall
to the
we
video.
continue?
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Low Hanks, but in actuality, speed and intimidation were their best friends. If they were pro StarCraft players, they'd exclusively use cheese and all-in tactics. The risk here.
No.
Oh my god.
Stop
Jesus, you're fucking stupid.
This is the most retarded shit ever. If you lose a unit in StarCraft, it doesn't matter. If one of your fucking clanmates dies, that's a big fucking issue. You don't want your own people to die.
Yeah.
And furthermore, what does that have to do with the price of eggs? Like, frickin' hell.
Again, you're incredibly mobile in armors. If it is set properly for you, again, as we keep saying, if the armor's not made for you, I don't care how light the armor is. It's gonna fucking suck for you. It's going to impede you in some way. If it's actually made for you, like full plate mail, it was made for the knight who used it, it doesn't actually impede you all that much.
Here, though, of course, is that someone who knew what they were doing, didn't panic, and was more well-equipped and trained, well, they would easily crumble.
No. And notice how that didn't happen in history, MatPat. Notice how that did not happen. In fact, the big time when the Scandinavians finally declared war and tried to invade England, they got their asses kicked by former Vikings who had changed sides. Holy fuck.
Such, look on the bright side. We're about halfway through.
Yes, that is true.
And that, honestly, is why the Vikings would lose to both the samurai and the knights. It's not even worth carrying to the end of the episode. These guys are dead as soon as they hit the battlefield. Let's play
That's
it
so
out.
disappointing.
Yeah.
You're fucking retarded.
Again, remember what he said. Cutting through all the myths and legends and doing nothing but the facts. And he didn't get a single fact at all.
Yeah, like everything there. No, the only thing that was a fact was that Vikings used boats. That is
True,
the
yeah.
only thing that I agree with.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
God.
was fucking pathetic. Ugh, Jesus Christ.
That was half the
No,
video, by the
You
way.
need the pain train.
Yep.
Out. The sprints into the arena, chest bared in a daring display of bravery, and ooh, there's a samurai arrow in the back. Oh, and that's the knight's blade to the side. The Viking makes one last-ditch effort swinging his axe, but it's rejected. His rudimentary armaments are no match for the finely crafted weaponry of the knight and the samurai.
No, you're
Shut
fucking
the
retarded.
fuck up. You
Again,
obnoxious cunt.
the knights came from Vikings. Okay? You need to understand this, Matt Pat. Knights also didn't have plate armor until hundreds of years after the Viking era was done. Like, Jesus Christ. The Vikings were the ones that showed what you could do with high quality steel, for God's sake. Matt Pat made a video, but oh, it's rejected by people with an IQ. My God, the cinematography. Oh, dude, yeah, that's fucking painful.
Yeah.
Armor beats no armor, bro. No amount of bravery.
Which is why the Vikings wore armor, you absolute plebeian. Vikings weren't
damn.
stupid. They knew some armor was better than no armor, and good armor was better than some armor. Yeah, insert the midwit bell curve meme here. Absolutely.
And pectoral bulk can combat a lack of equipment. You can shout as much as you like, berserkers, but it ain't gonna stop a knight's arrow into your chest.
Notice how you said a knight's arrow, by the way.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, too.
Yeah, keep that in mind for later. You fucking idiot.
Or a finely tempered samurai blade through the neck, which leaves us with two, the knights and the samurai. After
I genuinely think that the samurai would have lost to the Vikings. If we were doing
Yes.
a full fight with 11th century equipment, I think the samurai would have lost. Maybe the knights, air quote knights, because they would have been based off the Norman knights who were cavalry, I think they would have won against the Vikings.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yep, same.
Game theory,
Let's see what he has to say. The all-knowing Matt Pat.
Yeah. Game theory, why did Vikings not use guns? I mean, come on!
That sounds like an argument he would use at this point.
Yeah.
After centuries dissolved during the Dark Ages, different towns became vulnerable to raiding cultures like the Vikings.
Wait, whoa. Hold up, what he just said there.
Their chest, or a finely tempered samurai blade through the neck, which leaves us with two, the knights and the samurai. After centralized governments dissolved during the Dark Ages, different...
What? after centralized governments dissolved during the Dark Ages. No,
Yeah, it means nothing. I think like
it's still feudalism. It
exactly.
you centralized governments. You still had the King of England, and then you had feudal lords for each barony. Like, come on. It's still a centralized government.
Now, I know Pagan changed his icon for this episode in particular because it perfectly reflects how he's feeling. I agree.
Yeah.
This entire video is just that expression. Just, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I knew that's what it was gonna be, and I was like, oh man, I know the perfect thing for this.
Not always lore hunter. There were hedge knights and there were landless knights. There are all kinds of different knight classifications. Some knights had their own estates and lands and everything, sure, but some knights didn't, and they were kind of like knights for hire. In fact, that was the problem with the what was it, the Ritterkreuz? They were the Teutonic Knights. That was a problem with the Teutonic Knights, and why a lot of Europe tried to stop the Teutonic Knights, because they were basically landless knights with a lot of equipment, money, and influence, but no land to their name, and they would terrorize people.
Comment from Senator Abby Strong. IRS existed in the 11th century. I didn't know the IRS was trying to tax people for that long. Country wasn't even fucking formed yet for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
$1 from the realist Medell. Thank you. He's a YouTuber. Yeah.
Oh god, I remember a couple years ago, a couple said something similar when watching a video by Armchair Historian on soldiers fighting in lines. They should have used machine guns. Yeah,
Just
and they
fucking
did.
win,
and
man.
notice how line combat went away the moment machine guns came around. The French didn't realize the Germans had machine guns, and unfortunately, much to their horror, as they discovered in the early days of World War One, because the French also had their bright, vibrant blue and red uniforms and marched in line formation as if it was still the Napoleonic era, and then the Germans said, "Ha!" Maxim says, "Brrrr."
I mean, maybe they would have won the fight if they just fucking won. Ever think about that?
Yeah.
Just
Maybe you
win,
would have
bro.
won if you just won. Come on. You
Just
would have
win,
won
head
if
ass.
you didn't die. Duh.
Yeah, just win, head ass.
Yeah. But yeah, no, and then the French dramatically gear shifted their entire war industry and thinking after that disaster, because I believe they lost 70,000 troops in like a week.
Jesus.
Yeah, so,
$5 from Rage vs. ML. Thank you. When I said at the beginning of the stream this would cause brain damage, I wasn't joking. This gave me a headache. Yeah, this is causing all sorts of pain.
to an extent. So Hunter Knight says, I don't know, such colorful uniforms were used to distinguish your troops from the enemy, and all those dead Frenchmen definitely didn't look German.
Holy shit.
That was the original intention of the bright, vibrant, colored uniforms and everything, was to distinguish where your line was versus the enemy line is and everything like that. But yeah. The Germans knew this new warfare was going to be different, so they did gray uniforms and everything like that. And then the French, after this massacre, learned, and they gave themselves a navy blue uniform instead. Much, much better uniform. Yes, it was weird that nobody in Europe recognized just how awful the U.S. Civil War was. For whatever reason, Europe didn't pay that close attention to the Civil War. In fact, Europe was actually going to join the Confederates until the Republicans said, "No, we're actually doing this fight about race. So we're actually trying to stop slavery." And then Europe was like, "Oh, actually, that's a good thing. Okay, we won't side with the Confederates," because Europe wanted Confederate cotton real bad, real bad. Yeah. And it's funny, Oversimplified actually makes a joke about it, where the Queen of England is reading Uncle Tom's Cabin. She's like, "Oh, those poor people. My lady, what shall we do about the children in the coal mines? Nothing. Put them back in the coal mines." Yeah. So, yeah, it's just again. But for whatever reason, Europe then decided, well, we'll just keep our nose out of it. They should have been paying attention to ironclads and the first Gatling guns and everything like that. They really should have been paying attention.
Two, I guess, New Zealand dollars from Lorgan. Thank you. Hello, Stag. How goes the vid? By the Emperor. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, fuck this terrible video. Also, Ben said he had to step away for a bit in chat, so...
Yes.
I guess we'll just continue.
Yep.
Vulnerable to raiding cultures like the Vikings, and this shaped the face of war in Europe for...
By the way, it wasn't that there was no longer centralized government, it's just that there were more towns and more villages, and people were spreading out more and more because more people started existing. And naturally, they just got wanderlust, and then they went and they found a new place, like, this is a good spot, and they started making their own village, and that's just how things progress. So now you have the capital city of your region, whatever it is, your estate, your manor, whatever is there, is going to be the most fortified. And then as you go to the periphery, it gets less fortified. That's just how everything works. So, yeah, it isn't the fact that the government collapsed. It didn't collapse. Can we please stop calling it the Dark Ages?
As governments dissolved during the Dark Ages, different towns became vulnerable to raiding cultures like the Vikings, and this shaped the face of war in Europe for centuries. Huge castles became the norm because they offered protection from the poorly equipped raiding parties.
No. Huge castles became the norm because it defended you against the other king who had a huge castle and an army as well. You didn't do it to stop the Vikings. You did it to show off your wealth and to stop your neighbor.
Bruh.
That's all you even really need to say here. Jesus Christ.
Why is it even called the Dark Ages? Because during the Renaissance, they wanted to differentiate how much more enlightened they were becoming. Because, you know, in the Renaissance, everybody was learning. We are so enlightened and stuff like that. So they reclassified the medieval period as the Dark Ages, and that just kind of stuck. It's the same reason with like why Vikings have horns on their helmets. The ages that came after the Viking era wanted to make them look more demonic and evil, so they gave them horns on their helmets to describe them as more of a terror, and it just stuck. Dark Age because they had low Wi-Fi. Oh. Yeah, and again, it took a long time for us to finally get. Because I remember going through school, and we still called it the Dark Ages. It took a long time for us to discard Dark Ages from being taught. Now it's back to the medieval era.
Level of ignorance in this video is disgustingly high. Yes, it is.
Where's the Bright Ages? The Renaissance would probably call themselves that. Even though the Renaissance wasn't actually a thing. So there's this debate in historian circles of, was the Renaissance actually a thing? And I don't mean it's like, obviously people were learning stuff like that, but nobody like woke up and was like, the Renaissance is here, or anything like that. There wasn't like a thing. It was just general society getting smarter and wanting to learn more. What about the dim ages? Oh god. I think we're currently in the dim ages. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
The Renaissance age was an inside job. Dude, Legionary, that's a great way to look at it. I learned back in school as the high and low Middle Ages. That's fantastic. That's a great way to look at it, actually. Like the moment where Rome fell and all the plebeians became dung farmers and pants. Yeah. The mid-afternoon ages. Oh my god. The gay ages. Oh no. Oh. Yeah. Alright. Alright, let us continue.
A group one for your stuff? Well, just haul butt into your castle, close the doors, and wait for them to leave. What are they gonna do? Flex their pectorals intimidatingly at the front gate, hoping that it crumbles and...
Do you know what siege equipment is, you retard?
Yes, and Vikings did try to siege a couple fortified settlements. And then they realized it's not worth it. It's a lot of effort for not a lot of gain. Again, it was much easier to attack the monasteries and undefended things. And as more and more things became defended, and not specifically... Like, again, walled cities and walled villages are their own thing. The villages, yeah, the palisades, stuff like that, were done for the Vikings. You don't make a castle to stop the Vikings. Shoot me now, please. No, you must suffer longer.
Also, why does he use this one picture of himself that was taken, like, fucking 15 years ago? That's just...
It might be the only good picture he's ever gotten of himself. I used to see his vlogs where he's actually talking. He looks so pathetic. He looks like you would expect now.
Really?
He looks like his head is so far up his own ass. Yes, and there's another good example of why castles are made. Tears of Lost Suck says a castle keeps the peasants out. Yeah. Again, castles were made because you were looking at your neighbor, not because you were looking at the Viking.
Yeah, judging based on this video and what I remember from previous videos of his I've seen, Matt Pat seems like the kind of person whose head is so far up his own ass that if you were to pull it out, the change in atmosphere would fucking kill him.
Yeah. One of my favorite one of those is his head so far up his ass, that goddamn lump in his throat is his fucking nose. It's like, damn.
That is a good one.
Oh, that's great. Holy shit.
Think so. And with castles came knights, mounted warriors with heavy offense and defense. Offensively in the
Offense, yes. Defense, no. Not in comparison to the Vikings. The Vikings actually had better defenses than the original Knights. Well, kind of, because the original Knights were Vikings, but Matt Pat kind of forgot about ladders, yeah. But again, look, the picture you're showing, these are not what knights look like in the 11th century. That is way too much armor on the horses. The horses wouldn't be armored at all. A shield and a spear, sure, but you wouldn't have, like, tabards. You wouldn't have tabards or anything like that and everything. Good God, man. Which came first, the castle or the knight? That I'm not sure about.
We can ask Ben when he gets back.
Yeah. I'm not sure which came first.
See, that's the thing, too. That's kind of the problem I had with Matt Pat's statement there, and I was kind of rolling it around in my head a bit. with castles came knights. What if they were just developed at the same time but independent from one another?
Yeah. Let me see. I'll get a picture of a Norman knight. Let's see if I can find a decent one. Here's a pretty good picture of some Norman knight. No, give me the actual picture, you piece of shit.
Okay, make sure when you send this image, you copy the image, not the link, and post it in our chat so I can share it.
Okay.
Because if you copy the fucking Google link, that's what kills OBS outright.
Alright, there you go.
Okay. Damn, that's a tiny image.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find some more. Let's see if I can find a bigger image. Maybe a bit easier to see everything.
Knights were a patched feature into castles. Or sorry, two castles. Knights served lords. So does a lord not come into existence until a castle is built? You could be a lord without a castle.
Yeah.
The lord owning a castle isn't a king or a lord thing necessarily. It's just if you are a lord, you might want to build fortifications so you don't get fucking killed and your shit stolen.
Yeah. And again, and not just about from Vikings, but if you have a castle, well, now you have defenses against assassination from your political rivals. Or from the peasantry getting a little uppity.
Yeah. 3 Malaysian ringgits?
Yeah.
From Pendekar Mando. Thank you. How much before you guys do Angry Joe Fallout 4? The weirdest thing is that he critiques the similar endings, but gave it an 8.
Well,
I'm
weird.
surprised he gave it such a low score of 8 for fucking Angry Joe.
Yeah.
Um...
Well, here's a pretty good picture.
I don't know if we will cover that video or not.
Yeah, this is the modern reenactment group. But yeah, there we go. That's a good picture of Norman Knight.
We will probably cover Angry Joe again at some point, but I just don't think we'll be doing the Fallout 4 video.
Yeah.
I've actually really enjoyed this break from covering Bethesda content.
It has been fantastic.
Oh. There we go. So yeah, this is like a modern reenactment thing as such said, but they're more faithful than fucking this.
Yeah.
So.
And this would have been the type of knights that would have been around at the end of the Viking era, the 11th century. This is what the knights would have looked like. Did knights become lords? No. Like I said, they're all different kinds of knights. You have lordless knights. You have hedge knights. You have what were the other ones called? Landless knights. So they're all different kinds of designation for knight.
I think we're laughing at the same comment.
The PTRD one?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, shit.
Where's the black women and pride flags? Vikings are too racist, man. Yeah, that's the one thing fucking medieval Europe is missing is pride flags.
Mm. Yeah, no lands. Exactly. So, no maiden.
Alright, let's get back to the video.
Yeah.
11th were all about swords and spears. Or
No. 11th century, the sword was still very much a luxury. Again, you didn't have mass production of swords and plate armor and everything like that until you had blast furnaces. You needed blast furnaces, and I guess we can have a pause there for a second. fucking SciShow are a bunch of idiots. Because they were talking about how medieval blacksmiths were too stupid to know how to work armor, work the metal that they were forging. Even though it was the medieval blacksmiths that literally taught us how what colors the metals got to with different temperatures. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, I want to make that clear. Swords were semi-rare. That's true. Demoman Chaos is correct. Swords were semi-rare. But again, then you would have places like Germany where everybody was mandated that they required a sword for self-defense, and so that they could join the militia. Wow, doesn't that sound familiar? But yeah, that again, stuff like that came later when you could get mass quantities of steel created. Yeah, spears were definitely the popular weapon for the peasants, and even for your standing army, spears were really good because they were cheap to make.
Creetosis, remember when people called Kingdom Come Deliverance that there's no black people in realistic medieval Poland? I'm pretty sure Poland was The Witcher. But yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance got shit for that too.
That's fucking stupid. Yeah, medieval blacksmiths are incredibly impressive. Again, they're the ones that, as we found in their writings, were the ones that taught people what the different colors of metal meant as they were forming metal. It's like, holy shit. Such it certainly does eyeballs the U.S. Constitution, Second Amendment.
I actually saw a meme earlier that was amusing. I need to share it with you guys. You know the whole time machine meme? What girls would do with the time machine if they went back? I'm your granddaughter. Oh my god. What guys would do with the time machine? He goes back to the U.S. Constitution being written up or whatever. I don't know. I don't know American history. Okay, the second one, rewrite it as if you're talking to a 5-year-old.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, because that's that fucking lie. Biden's like, the Second Amendment doesn't give you the right to own a cannon. Actually, it does. It gives you a right to own a cannon, and it gives you a right to own a tank, aircraft, a battleship if you wanted. It's all weapons. So the civilian population are allowed to keep, maintain, and bear all arms.
I would like a warship.
I would not, because I don't want to do the maintenance and upkeep on that shit.
That's what you pay people for.
No, dude, I would be bleeding through the nose with that much money. Holy shit, no.
Just make more.
No.
Wow. Quitter's attitude.
No, I'm gonna live within my means.
It's official.
I want field artillery.
It's official, chat. I care more about guns than such does.
No, I want field artillery. I want an entire battery of field artillery.
Or more accurately, long pole arms. Pole arms would allow you to attack others from horseback fairly easily.
Pole arms came to existence later. That's later technology, my dude. Spears. Just say spears.
Especially when he's showing an image of spears.
Yeah. Fucking pole arms.
Easily without hitting. And off-the-horse longswords were perfect for melee. Heavy enough to daze someone if you knocked him in the helmet, but also able to penetrate...
What? No. Okay, again, these are very specific situations. Yes, if you catch the person directly in the side of the fucking head, sure. But again, the helmets were rounded, which meant you would bounce off a lot. You're really not trying to aim for the head when you're using a sword, unless the person doesn't have a helmet on. Then yeah, of course, stab him in the face. God damn it. Yeah, no, that's why I said spears aren't pole arms. Like he said pole arms, and then he showed an image of spears. It's like, no, what? No.
For people who might be confused, what is the difference between a pole arm and a spear? Because I know a pole arm is like like an axe head or a blade at the end of a long pole, rather than a spearhead.
So essentially, instead of having a spear at the end, you could have a hook or, as you said, an axe head or things like that. A hammer on the end of it would still be like a pole arm. It's literally your arms, your weapon, your arm at the end of a pole. So let me see if I can show a good example.
I assume this is an answer for the question. Mishima in chat said about 20 pounds.
Actually, yeah, that's actually kind of funny.
It sounds like it might be accurate.
Here's a better definition of one. A pole arm is differentiated from a spear in that the penetrating edge is parallel to the pole rather than in line with it.
Okay.
So yeah, so stuff like a halberd is a type of pole arm, but the halberd, it's an axe at the end of it with a penetrating spike, and then you have a spear at the very tip. That's what makes a halberd so useful. It has multiple functions. You can use it as a spear, thrusting forward. You can turn it and use the tip to puncture armor at range, or you can use it as an axe to chop people. I'd argue a spear is technically a pole arm. I would not.
The version spear versus the Chad bill hook?
Yeah. Oh, you want to see what bill hook looks like?
Sure. Question, where are the guns?
we don't get hand cannons and anything like that yet.
You ever see that image that goes around from time to time of Lord of the Rings, but Merry and Pippin have a sniper rifle?
No.
You haven't seen that? Oh.
No, I haven't seen.
Give me a second. I have to find this.
Okay, here you
go. Wrong thing there.
Now imagine these at the end of a long pole. That's bill hook.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is fucked. You don't want to get hit with one of those. Huh.
Pulls out gun. Parry this, you filthy casual. Yeah. Also, the hook in bill hook, very, very good at pulling knights off of their horses. Very good at. Bill hook equals can opener, and you are the can. Yeah, basically. I have seen Gandalf inspecting an AK-47. I have seen that meme.
Yes, I have seen that one. I've actually posted this one in chat if you haven't seen it yet.
Oh, that's great.
I think that's one of the scenes where they're on Treebeard too, isn't it?
It looks like it, yeah.
That makes it like 100 times funnier. Anyways.
No, remember, black powder was invented before the crossbow, but it's across the world. And again, we didn't have technology proliferation the way we do today. So it took a long time for black powder to spread out in that regard. Or I guess if you wanted to talk about the Chinese having crossbows before black powder, yeah, sure.
Arm stabbed with the tip.
Hold on, it skipped again.
Easily without dismounting. And off-the-horse longswords were perfect for melee. Heavy enough to daze someone if you knocked him in the helmet, but also able to penetrate armor if you stabbed with the tip. Look no further.
No. Okay, so if you try to stab plate with a sword, you're not going to do anything. You're not going to get through it. You have to stab through the gaps in armor. You don't stab... It doesn't penetrate the armor itself. You're stabbing for the gaps. The place where the armor doesn't exist. crossbows existed. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna need a lot of force to penetrate fucking steel with a sword.
Yeah.
That's actually part of why arrows are so effective, because they do have that not momentum, but I guess just the force
velocity with
velocity.
the amount of math
Yeah.
Yes. The point of armor is to protect you from being stabbed and slashed.
Than the Warden class of For Honor for some really accurate night weaponry. But for his
No. No. One, let's go back to that really accurate night weaponry. I need to pause it on that in particular, because that's fucked.
heavy enough to daze someone if you knocked him in the helmet, but also able to penetrate armor if you stabbed with the tip. Look no further than the Warden class of For Honor for some...
Look at how fucking thick that sword is.
Yeah.
That is ludicrous. That is absurdly thick for a sword.
Man, this stream is just full of a bunch of thick.
Yeah. Yeah, that is one thick-ass boy. That is an embarrassing sword. Like, holy shit, that is more of a metal bar than a fucking sword.
Yeah.
Skyrim levels of useless. Yeah, dude, that would not... you would not want to use that. One, it'd be too fucking heavy. But two, that would be an awful cutting edge. Look at how shallow the cutting edge is on this fucking thing. God damn, no.
That's a paddle. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's not good. This is one of the issues I had with the gut sword they added in Elden Ring. It's too thick. They got the proportions wrong.
Yeah.
Because even the Dragon Slayer, which is fucking huge in the manga, is not that thick. It's not that wide.
Yeah.
In terms of like the cutting edge, it's still fairly thin. But in this, they like it's not the Dragon Slayer. It's his older sword from Golden Age, but still, it was never that thick.
As people are pointing out, look at the crossguard too. Look how fucking horrifyingly thick that crossguard is.
Yeah, this sword is absolute dog shit.
Yeah. Some really realistic medieval weapons. Well, again, as we've proven, MatPat's a retard.
Heavy enough to daze someone if you knocked him in the helmet, but also able to penetrate armor if you stabbed with the tip. Look no further than the Warden class of For Honor for some really accurate night weaponry. But for as correct as the weapon is, just ignore his armor, because what the knights wear in For Honor is a bit too modern for our battle royale today. You see, this is plate armor. Iron and steel plates forming a barrier around the body. And while partial plate armor was used by the ancient Greeks and Romans, it became much less popular in the 11th century because it was really hard to make and cost some serious cash. Ugh.
Not inaccurate so far, but that wasn't really plate armor back with the Roman times either. Again, we're talking about levels of technology that the Roman armor would not stand up to the weaponry of the medieval era at all. Even though it would technically looks like it has more protective armor, it would not stand up against it in the slightest.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
M9 in chat. Oh boy, here it comes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gearing up for a really funny MatPat joke. Huh.
Yeah. There we go.
Is that plate armor? Ugh, so 300 BC. It wouldn't become popular again.
Oh my god.
No. Again, we're talking about vast differences in technology. It isn't that full plate armor was a thing and then it became unpopular and then came back to popularity. No. The reason that it became popular was because of blast furnaces, your ability to mass manufacture the damn steel to make it in the first place.
Setch, when was the first bulletproof vest made?
19...
We don't need an exact year. Just
okay, fine. The 1900s.
1900s.
And it was
Nin-
created by
1920s, 1910s, 1940s.
somewhere around there, yeah.
Okay, let's just say, for the sake of convenience, 1920s. Now, do we have bulletproof vests today in the modern day?
Yes.
How different are they?
Vastly.
There you go.
But also here's the thing, too. The guy who was showcasing how to make the bulletproof vest, the way that he got it to work was he made it himself, and then he had a friend take out a revolver and shoot him in the chest with the revolver in front of police officers to be like, this is why you need this baby. It's bulletproof.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I assume his sales pitch didn't go over as well as he would have liked.
No, it went over fantastically. That's the miracle.
Oh. Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But again, that was just the balls that man had to have. Like, yeah, I'm gonna put on this thing that's bulletproof, and I'm the one that made it, so I know it's bulletproof. So I'm gonna stand here and let my buddy shoot me with a revolver.
It's a good thing he was on target because, goddamn.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reason I bring that up is to kind of make a point. The first bulletproof vest is vastly different from the kind of bulletproof vests we have today. It only makes sense that in ye olden times, their armor and defense mechanisms would have advanced similarly in, like, you know?
Yeah. I believe there's old footage of the first bulletproof vest guy actually getting shot and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we'll find it somewhere.
But anyways, yeah, for a video that's supposed to be cutting away the myth and focusing only on the facts, Matt Pat seems to be doing a lot of dumb fucking assumptions.
Yeah.
And until the late 13th, it would be appropriate for For Honor, but is off the table for our 11th century battle. Instead, Knights of the 11th century wore the hauberk, a shirt made out of rings of iron linked together that could protect your major organs from everything that wasn't a direct shot from a longbow, combined with full helmet.
It didn't have to be a longbow. Even a hunting bow could do it. It all depended on the arrowhead. Again, if you have a broadhead arrow, it's going to get stopped by the chains. If you have an actual, like, just spike for your arrowhead, it'll just punch right through the chains. So, I guess we can get a picture of this real quick. Arrowhead time. Again, because old-time hunting bows were 60-pound draws or something like that. That's more than enough to fucking punch it right through your chest if you have the right arrowhead. Oh, here we go. Here's a good picture of types of arrows that have been found.
Alright. I just clicked back on the Discord. I see that fucking image of Merry Pippin with a sniper.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all different kinds.
What the fuck is number 14 and 17?
Those I think were, I think there was something to do with ropes. They're like cutting head.
Yeah, but you would really have to be on the mark to fucking cut ropes with an arrow.
Yeah, I think that's what I recall those for. But look at number 16. That's the stuff I'm talking about. Look, that is an armor penetrator head right there.
Number 3 looks like it has almost a hollow head. Or is that just... No, that's just the way it looks in the picture because it's dark on that side.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, war bows were 100 pounds plus. They weren't 70 to 90. They were over 100-pound draws. Like the Mary Reed bow, or was it the Mary? Or was it the Mary
Oh, someone in chat said number 17 was designed to screw a ship's rigging. Oh. 14 and 17 look kind of cursed. They do. That's not the kind of thing you expect from an arrowhead.
Mary Rose. I got Reed because of the fucking Disney thing happening recently, but Mary Rose bow is what it is.
I like Bernie Gore's comment. Number 18 is just a spoon.
Yeah, I think the Mary Rose bow was 160-pound draw weight.
Wow. I didn't realize there's so many varied arrowheads.
Yep.
What's up with the holes in number 10?
Not sure. Looks like it'd be pretty good for, like, causing the wound to bleed, though. I mean, that's what the broadheads are for. So, like, 15 would be a bleeder for sure. 13 and 2 and 11 would be ones that would get stuck in. Same with 9. You would not be able to remove 9.
Yeah, 15 looks fucking brutal. Holy shit.
10, yeah, I think that would be for bleeding because that's a gap there. So that would allow blood to flow into it. That's my assumption. I don't know for sure what number 10 would be. But yeah, the reason I had done this was to showcase that there are multiple types of arrowheads, and it's more the arrowhead that's going to make the difference. Because if you get shot in ring mail with a number 16, the rings aren't going to stop it. It's going to go right through.
Holes might to be to remove weight. You're talking about a small amount of weight there, though. Like,
yeah, I don't know if that'd be worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure what that one is for.
Yeah, 3 is the one you use to penetrate plate mail, and that's for crossbow bolt tips.
We already talked about number 17.
Yeah.
13, 9, and 11 are warfare large game arrows. 13...
Yeah, there you go.
9...
Those are the ones that are super swept back where you can't get the arrow out.
Yeah. What's 1 for? Yeah.
It is for... You want to go ahead and say it?
What?
Oh, I thought you knew what it was.
No.
Okay, it's for, like for fire arrows and stuff. Like, you could put stuff in it and light it on fire.
Oh.
And, yeah.
They weren't effective, by the way.
They were.
You could try to light like roofs on fire and stuff, but they.
Yeah, that was about all they were good for.
Yeah, fire arrows weren't really a thing historically, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, maybe fortunately for the people being attacked. I'm sure they love it.
They were pretty useless.
Yeah.
You could use one to whisk eggs. But yeah, they would stick tinder inside that and light it on fire. That's what those were used for. They weren't very good, but they existed.
And a lot of it is because imagine you've got tinder in there, right? And you draw back your 150-pound warbow and you let it loose with a big old thong, and the thing goes from no velocity to maximum velocity instantly. It blew the fucking embers out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they weren't very, very useful. A great concept, but not very useful.
Yeah.
Well.
Oh, number 10. You loop twine or thin rope through the hole to carry it across a distance. Person on the other end can then take the rope, and you have a way to get stuff across a chasm, ravine, or river. Nice.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yes, fire doves were a thing. So, Screaming Q Banshee is talking about a very infamous incident.
Not the birds again.
Yeah, fire arrows might not have been a thing, but fire doves were a thing in Russia. Yeah, so oh god, I can't remember her name, but she was the queen of a Russian czar, and he was murdered. Olga of Kiev. Yep, you're right. There you go. Olga of Kiev. He was murdered, and she was like, "Oh, don't worry. It was fine. You know, he was actually a terrible man. I understand why you did it. In fact, I'm going to throw a banquet, and you're all invited." So she invited all of her enemies to the banquet, and then she piled up pitch and tar on the banquet hall and let loose pigeons that had fire on them. And the pigeons slammed into the banquet hall and caught the banquet hall on fire and burned everyone to death. While she presumably sat there drinking wine and cackled like a madman. Yes, and she became a saint. She is actually remembered as a saint.
I don't think the birds are gonna fly so well when they're on fire.
I'm mixing up two stories. Hang on, Scrum Banshee might know. I think I am mixing up two stories. Fair enough. I remember the one she made people dig their own graves and buried them.
Damn.
Yeah, alive.
Oh, I think I actually have heard of that one. That was the woman who was like...
Oh, you're right.
Her husband was killed by, I think, like, other... Was it lords or whatever? I don't remember the full details. But she got revenge on them.
Yeah, I did mess up the story. You're right, guys. My bad.
You fucked up!
Yeah, I fucked it up. Yes, Count Dankula did make a video about her, and it's a fantastic video. Yeah. The Count Dankula video is the one I would recommend watching because it's fucking fantastic. She's a mad lass of history. She really is. Creetosis pigeons were used in World War II as the U.S. strapped napalm bombs to them and released them in Japan.
Why do they keep using... Like, okay. Despite my icon being an owl, I'm not a huge fan of birds. But, like,
no.
It's just so weird that they're frequently being used as weapons. Oh, I'm gonna light these birds on fire and put them in a room full of oil. I'm gonna put a bird into a fucking missile so it can guide it towards the target.
Yeah. And the way they did it was they used the gun camera thing to project the image inside the cone, and there were sensors for where the bird would peck at, and that would kind of help it steer the fins. So they trained the birds to peck at tanks through gun camera footage, and then they would get a treat reward. So then when they would actually use them as a weapon, they would peck at the tank trying to get the treat, the yummy morsel reward, and it would steer the bomb towards the tank.
God, that's so fucked.
Pigeon bombs, everybody.
God.
It's a horrible maneuver any threat in a heavy shield. Knights were leagues beyond Vikings, which finally...
No, they weren't. Again, you can't do much from horseback if the enemy like sets up a spike wall with their spears, which they have. It's all in how you utilize it. Again, the context is missing here. Yeah, you have speed and mobility because of horseback, but that doesn't mean you automatically just win. You know what? Battle of Brandenburg. Brandenburg. It was the Scottish rebels versus the English crown. It was Robert the Bruce, and it was a desperate battle, and he stopped the English cavalry charge with a line of spear and the bogs. Absolutely massacred them. Bannockburn. Yeah, Bannockburn. Bannockburn. God, I fucking... Some words I hate because I have trouble saying them. Yeah, you don't automatically win because you have cavalry or more cavalry than the enemy does. That's not how warfare works. Hey, I said it right though. Nice.
Hmm.
Yeah. And again, it was perfect because the only place the English cavalry could go was right into the lines of pikemen. They couldn't go around because of the boggy terrain. It was a brilliant battle. Yeah, but Robert the Bruce waited until he massacred the English cavalry, and then he sent his cavalry loose. Yeah, if that's how warfare worked, we would have fucking won Vietnam. Jesus, yeah. You don't automatically win just because you have the superior fighting force compared to your enemy. There are all kinds of contexts and situations that will change that. You got that. You got the arrows backwards there, Demo Man Chaos. It's the other way. You have pikes is lesser than cavalry, is lesser than guns, is lesser than pikes. It's the other way.
Brings us across to Japan, to a time before anime body when the land was ruled by lords vying for power over each other. We think of samurai as being these honorable, katana-brandishing master duelists, but in the 11th century, this wasn't the case at all. During the early Heian period in Japan, these warriors were among some of the wealthiest members of their respective clans, and were mostly used by the emperor to squash rebellions by the peasants. They were the 1%, just...
Oh, kind of. That's more so later on when they start going with the daimyos and everything, and they start setting up the shogunates. They're more like the whole point behind samurai was they were to serve. Also not katanas, as we said, bows and arrows, Yumi bows. I don't know if katana was originally made by mistake, but katana was a brilliant way to use the god-awful iron deposits they did have, yes.
Yeah. But they also had spears, and like Ben mentioned earlier, they had things like naginatas.
Yeah. There are all kinds of different weapons. The katana was the sidearm.
Yeah.
Yes, samurai were officially a thing in the 11th century. But again, they weren't the samurai we think of from later periods, when you had the rise of the daimyos and the shogunate and everything.
There's only 5 minutes left
Yeah, we got this.
of this terrible fucking video.
Yep.
That's a good one, M9. Holy shit.
Wow,
Japan.
yeah.
The pointing thing with map of Japan. How the fuck is that even an emote on YouTube?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'm not gonna complain. That is fucking hilarious.
You know, instead of power-intensive haircuts, they sported amazing armor and would shoot you in the gut with an arrow if you...
Again, that armor is a later invention. Again, they don't start off with the lacquered armors and stuff like that. That's a later invention with the samurai. But yes, bows. Absolutely. Talk about the bows more, Matt Pat. That's something they did do. They had lots of... Bows were a thing.
Well, we already know that he's going to talk about the bows because you guys mentioned that. Apparently, he goes a little too hard on that.
Man, look at
Yeah.
that picture. That picture of the samurai, like, I know we were talking earlier, like, we already mentioned, like, yeah, people back then were a lot smaller.
Yeah, but that
It's
looks
like
like a
man-
manlet.
Yeah, I was just about to say, look at that
Yeah.
absolute manlet.
he gonna get you, though. He gonna get you real-
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to complain about a Disney movie and get several dwarves fired.
Yep. Actually, Mishma, do you remember what that armor was called? The wicker and bamboo style armors instead of the lacquered woods?
Chaser. Tell me you've seen that comment.
What? Where? Oh no, I was looking up. I was trying to find
Ambulance chaser. Read ambulance chaser.
Oh my god.
Shame for display. The manrits are coming.
Mandarin.
Manrit. Oh god.
Oh god. You guys made Cree laugh so hard he had to mute himself.
Oh god.
Fucking destroyed.
Oriorio? God damn it. Alright, well, alright, let's look. Yeah, here we go. Oh no, and then it changed it to look at the normal Japanese. No, stop that. There we go, here we go. Hey, get one that's not so as fancy. Oh, that looks awful. Sorry. There was another one that was just looked horrible, and it's a modern day recreation, and it just looks. Oh god. I'll have to let Mishima be the judge of this. This is the last one I'm going to post.
I'll also be right back.
Yeah. So Mishima, let us know if this is the type you're thinking of.
I'm
This
back.
is the type I'm thinking of. Oh, well, welcome back. I put a picture in the
Yeah, I see it.
Discord group. Yeah.
There we go.
Watashi wa des sugoi kawaii maladies tips fedora. No, it's Marades. Come on. You fucked it up at the very end, PTRD.
That fucking Manret comment broke me. That was good.
So we could tell.
Huh?
We could tell. Pagan even made the joke that you were laughing so hard you had to mute yourself.
So was that really the armor the early samurai wore?
That's the one I'm thinking of. I don't. Well, I'll have to let Mishima talk about it. But 11th century seems accurate to me.
That
is
half.
half-ass ceremonial 14th century armor. Oh boy.
Oh.
Oh. Wow.
Nintendo Labo armor is real.
Alright, Mishima, can you post... you can do it in my Discord. If you want to post a picture of the armor that's 11th century armor, please do.
Yeah. That'll be cool to see.
Yeah.
Just for comparison as to what fucking MatPat is showing us as compared to what it actually was.
Oh, well, the armor for Samurai was... A lot of armor for Samurai was very boxy. Especially their metal armors, which you get later on. It literally looks like a box.
Hmm.
This says the armor is the Oyorio armor, but this is the Hashi Kabuto type helmet. I can try this one, maybe, until we get Mishima to send me the thing. Mishima maybe send me one. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. I'll send this one. Hold on.
All right.
Bam.
Did Pagan say he was going AFK?
Yes.
All right, so we're just waiting for him to get back. Oh. So that's 2 images there.
Do the bottom one. The bottom one's the one that Mishima sent me.
All right.
Oh, you haven't seen a Happy Meal box yet until you see this one. But yeah, do you notice, like, the material and everything it's made of? It's a lot thinner.
It's hard to tell what the material underneath is because the top all looks like cloth.
Yeah. It's because it's made of, like, reeds and bamboo strips and stuff like that.
Oh. So what you're telling me is it's not very protective.
Not as protective as the later armor that got developed, where it was lacquered wood and everything, which is way more protective.
Huh.
Like, let's do a comparison between later samurai armor.
Well, doesn't he have an example up on screen, or is that still Hollywoodized?
No, that could work for a thing, but you notice how much better the armor looks. It's a lot thicker armor, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get, if you want to see the thing that made me laugh my ass off, this is the one I saw and I about died.
Alright. I can put that up on screen too as soon as it loads in.
Oh yes, I am otaku.
Oh no.
Come on, process.
Oh no.
That's fine. I'll just save the image myself and process.
3 hours in, another 4 to go. We are 5 hours in. What are you talking about?
Yeah. There we go. It came up finally.
Didn't
Below
the
that.
Japanese actually had paper armor that worked? I
Yes.
wouldn't know. Oh, they
had
did.
rolled. Yes, they had rolled paper armor. Really thick rolls of paper. Yeah, this is what I saw, and it made me go like.
What the fuck is this? Setch, what the fuck did you just send me?
A modern recreation, apparently, of leather, Japanese leather armor, according to the.
What's with the, like, chin strap?
I don't know. I think he's forgetting the rest of his armor.
What? What is this? Why is this?
Nope, that is not armor. I agree. That is not armor.
Yeah, that looks weird. Fake beard.
Yeah.
To hide the lack of it, Cree. The chin strap is to hide the lack of a chin.
Oh yes, I'm turning Japanese. Oh yes, I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
Oh god. Pagan, are you back yet?
Yeah, I'm back. Feel free to just play the video whenever I leave. I'm kind of sick right now, and I keep having to run to the bathroom.
Alright.
Okay.
We're almost done anyways. The torture is almost over.
Yeah.
If you like the knights, early samurai were master practitioners of Kyudo, the art of mounted archery. While they did later
Well, it wasn't necessarily mounted archery. It's just archery in general. As far as I know, Mishima, feel free to correct me. As far as I know, Kyoto was just archery in general, not mounted archery.
It seems like mounted archery in particular would be far more difficult than regular archery.
Yes, which is why the Mongolians were terrifying, because they were so good at it. The weak chin concealer.
Evolving skills like swordplay with a katana, deadly ranged combat is where they shined most in these early days. And not just archery, archery on horseback. Their equipment was simple: a yumi, a yabura, and most importantly, a horse. Defensively, remember that samurai were among the
Again, look at the difference here. Look at the reed armor they've got. That's not as defensive.
I would not feel comfortable going into battle in that.
I mean, if everybody else is going into battle and stuff like this, it's just the differences. But if you're going up against a fully armored knight, no, I would not feel comfortable in that at all.
They'd actually probably be extremely shocked to see a fully armored knight.
Yeah. Oh, actually, in the game Sekiro, there is actually a battle against a European fully armored knight, and he is a tough fight. You actually can't kill him unless you knock him off the bridge, and he falls to his death.
The weeb obsession with Japan has ruined the country's history for me. Yeah, I can imagine that.
Yeah.
well in Japan, and as a result, they had all the best.
No. Samurai were not always the wealthiest people in Japan. No, the daimyo and the shogunate, sure. But samurai, no. Like, you had some poor fucking samurai. There were reasons a bunch of samurai went Ronin, where they became lordless and just roamed because they weren't that wealthy. It's again same difference. It's same thing with her knights. You had your knightly lords and everything like that. You had your estate owners, your manor owners, the people that have lands, and you had hedge knights and landless knights and everything. It's same kind. It's same concept. No lord, no money, no maiden, no problem.
Yeah.
Toys. They were basically the kids who grew up having a Power Wheels in every game system.
No, again, no. This is a full misunderstanding of what samurai were. And also, what did you do to that girl's face? Look at that face!
Oh my god, what's wrong with your face?
Looks like a zombie.
Yeah.
Looks like she's got stitches all over it, and part of it's like falling away.
Can I full screen that? Give me a second. I want chat to experience the true horror of what this fucking image is.
Yeah.
Oh! That is so much worse. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, he's trying to say that the samurai were the 1% super rich, noble, spoiled piece of shit. It's like, no, they weren't. Again, they had the same thing that knights did. You had landless knights. You would have landless samurai. You had hedge knights. You would have ronin. It's like, this shit fucking happens. Such how dare you, that's normal in Detroit. Wow.
That... okay. But yeah, that is fucking horrifying. Too many image filters.
As Mishima says, when a samurai lost their master, if they were not allowed to commit seppuku, guess what? They created in the end the Yakuza. Yeah.
What an oblivion is that? More terrifying than the Daedra.
Yes.
Oblivion
All right.
loading screen.
There you go.
No! Why would you do this?
Oh, that's horrible.
Pagan made it even bigger.
Yeah.
Alright.
Whereas Vikings had padded ring mail, samurai had oyuroi, forged from metal plates laced.
Not in the 11th century, you fucking plebeian. God damn.
See, here's the thing,
Also,
too.
the Viking had metal ring mail and hauberks and everything. It's like, Jesus, dude.
See, this is the thing that kind of bugs me, too. In the previous section about the knight, he talked about the different kinds of armor they had, then said, yeah, but they didn't have it in this time period, so why the fuck are you bringing it up?
And it's the same thing here. They didn't have this in the 11th century. This is not 11th century armor.
Yeah, so why are you bringing it up? Cutting through the myths! Yeah.
Yeah.
Cutting real hard through all those myths.
Yep.
Sounds like someone is trying to simp for samurais. Samurais. Yeah.
Yeah, and he does. He simps for samurais real hard.
Together with hardened lacquer to keep them from rusting. These things were some of the best armor in the world.
No. No,
Nah.
no. No, no, no.
I'm disappointed Ben is away right now because I'd like to see his reaction to that statement.
Yeah, this is the best armor in the world. Oh, fuck off. Yes, and he did spell the armor wrong, yes. Oh, God.
And while the knights harnessed their torsos, samurai had huge helmets.
Hauberks didn't just cover the fucking torsos. You would have a chainmail coif as well, you fucking idiot.
Also, fucking helmets. They had full fucking metal helmets that covered the face.
In his
Which
own
the Vikings did
examples,
as well.
in his own examples of knights he's shown, they have full helmets to cover the entire head.
Yep, as did the Vikings.
Oh my god, I fucking hate this shit so much.
The Japanese invented helmets, I guess. They must have. Samurai are cool, don't you know?
Yeah.
That means they're perfect at everything, and their sword can cut through anything, and their armor is the bestest in the world.
Yeah, but okay, Devilman Chaos, I agree with you. They have the nasal helmets. I agree. However, look at the current thing he's talking about, the full helm protection. The nasal helmets protected the full back of the helm, and the face was open. Except, the nasal helmet has more protection than the fucking samurai armor helmet he's showing right here. The samurai's face is literally wide open.
I like this comment by Cryogenic. Vikings were armorless dumbasses, and samurai were juggernauts, apparently. That's pretty much what he's building it into. God, I hate this shit so much.
This is so fucking stupid. Yeah, especially with this too, because it's like any larger weapon, like a claymore or something, would go right through that fucking armor, especially the helmet. On a samurai, it absolutely would.
And it's the type of weapon, it's what they had. It's the best they could do with the materials they had. They didn't have ready access to good iron. They had ready access to really shitty pig iron. So you make do with what you have. Yeah.
4 minutes. Only 4 minutes left.
Leaves and greaves.
Mask, sleeves,
Wait.
Did he just
He called
hold
those
on.
greaves. What?
I was just asking if he just called the gauntlets greaves.
Yep. Yeah, your arms are not your legs. Sorry to break it to you. Also, those masks are typically made of clay.
Not always.
It's not always, but typically. They
If
were
you're-
made of clay, and they
you're
would
going into-
shatter.
combat a lot, it would be wood or maybe iron. If you were really rich, it'd be iron.
Yeah.
And while the knights' hauberks covered just their torsos, samurai had huge helmets, masks, sleeves, and greaves. This
Yep.
Oh my
As
god. you
confirmation, it was
actual
wood.
It would have taken 20 seconds of research to look up the fucking Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Give me just a second. Give me just a second.
Well, he pointed specifically to the hands, so the gauntlets is what we're talking about. He didn't point to the arms for bracers or anything like that.
Greave, a piece of armor used to protect the shin.
Yep. Fucking idiot.
Actual fucking idiot. It takes
Yeah.
no time at all to look this shit up.
Yeah. Now, thank God, as Mitchman points out, imagine if he tried keeping it straight using the Japanese term. Yeah, good fucking luck. But, yeah, and again, like, you're talking about stuff, the helmet isn't inherently attached to the armor piece, Matt Pat. So, guess what? They would wear a nasal helm with a chainmail coif. Congratulations, you've got the same facial protection and head protection as the samurai. And they had gauntlets and shit too, you fucking idiot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he messes up the term sabaton here as well. We'll find out.
This stuff strong and best of all, light. It
Rugged, strong, and best of all, light. Light? Sure, but so was properly made plate mail and hauberks and gambeson, everything. Like, if it was properly fitted to you, it was like wearing a second skin. But, Jesus Christ. Rugged? Kind of? But I'm going to tell you right now, a longsword or a claymore or a Swyhander is going right through that armor.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point, is that larger weapons, heavy weapons with a good cutting edge, goes right through that shit.
So Japanese armor is made of Gundamium. Fuck!
God damn him.
Yeah, Gundamium. Gundamium. I see why you're having trouble. Gundamium.
See, the thing is, too, before I even read that message out, I was looking at it and I got it in my head. Whatever. I got it in my head. I was like, okay, that should be easy to say. Somehow I can't fucking actually say it. Gundamium.
Yeah.
That was way more difficult than it should have been.
hardly impacted their ability. Really, of course.
Okay, again, properly fitted armor of plate and chainmail and hauberks and gambeson would do the same thing. It didn't impede your movement. This has been proven multiple times. I'll go back a little bit because now that we've paused it a couple times in a row, I bet you it's going to try to skip. So let's go back a bit.
This stuff was rugged, strong, and best of all, light. It hardly impacted their ability to move freely. Of course, it took an immense amount of skill to make it and was incredibly expensive, but remember, samurai made it rain, so no worries.
No, they didn't. Again, you got it correct. It was incredibly expensive, but that does not mean the samurai made it rain. Alright? It's not how that fucking works. There were poor samurai as well. That it happened. It's like there were poor knights. Yeah, the source is literally just trust me, bro.
Yeah, this video is fucking dog shit.
Nope.
And the most annoying part about it is the premise was, let's cut away the myth and talk about the actual facts. And literally fucking everything so far has been his pure assumption and nothing else. And he's got to nearly every single fucking thing wrong.
Yeah, and it's all been all of his stuff based off of myths and legends, the thing he said to get rid of, get away from.
Warriors short, their motto was to keep your opponent at a distance, riddle them with arrows, and overpower them with your excessive bank accounts. If
Sure, distance and arrows, yes, absolutely. But that was what a lot of armies did. That's what Scandinavian armies did as well. That's what European armies did as well. Because, you know what? It's kind of hard to get another soldier. It's much easier to just fire a fuck ton of arrows at something.
God, this guy acts like fucking archers and arrows don't exist in any other culture besides Japan, despite earlier showing fucking knights and Vikings using bows and arrows.
Yep.
Isn't it funny that it was just a couple weeks ago, too, that I forget what tangent we were on, but we were talking about how different people come up with the same ideas at similar times, and one of us mentioned that, you know, it's kind of like how the natives and the Europeans and the Japanese and I guess other Asian countries all had the bow and arrow, despite not meeting each other for fucking hundreds of years.
Yeah.
It only makes sense as a weapon. People are coming to kill me, I want to kill them before they get to me. How do I do that? I have to launch something at them. Excuse me.
Yeah, and a lot of times they started with the sling, because the sling is easy. It's a rock and some fabric, and you just swing it.
Yeah.
And then it evolved from there. Well, what if I want to be more accurate? Because you can be accurate with a sling, but it's a weird bit of like mental gymnastics you have to go through to get accurate with a sling. Well, what if I just want to aim straight at the target I want to hit? And yeah, sure, you have the archer paradox and everything like that, where the thing is going straight even though it's wobbling because it has to go around the bow. But yeah, it's fine. It's a way better system.
Yeah. I mean, you did have that weird, I think it was Mayan, God, what the hell was that thing? It's like a stick
And it
with
has
an
like
air,
a hook on the end of it.
where you like hold it and then you just like fling it out and it shoots basically the equivalent of an arrow.
Yeah, so what you're talking about, it's a stick that has a hook on the end of it, and you literally put the arrow along the stick, so you kind of like a double-decker it, and the arrow end is held there by the hook, and you use that to fling it.
Yeah.
Addle? Is that what it's called?
Atlatl?
How to throw an atlatl.
I have no idea.
No, apparently that's what it's called, an atlatl.
Yeah. Yeah, I just typed it in. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, it's a very strange thing that they came up with. I mean, I guess it works, but yeah, I would definitely prefer a bow.
Yeah, same.
Oh, we got limited on ads for this one.
Why?
Probably because I said cunt at the start of the stream when talking about Quan.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. That or that naked picture fucking Matt Pat put in his video.
Knights had bioweapons via dead cow catapult. Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
They also tried to use the bodies of people who died from the plague to throw into to towns and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they would surround a city so that they couldn't leave, and then they would just fling corpses over and cause disease to fester inside the city, which made it easier to take it.
Yep.
Batman were a medieval, he'd be a samurai, zipping around on
No.
Shut the fuck up, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
his Batmobile horse and smacking villains in the face with his wads of cash.
You think you have a chance against me? I'm rich. I'm Samurai Batman.
A samurai's weakness, though, close combat. Sure, once they got equipped with a
That was absurdly fucking cringe.
Yeah,
Yep.
that was really fucking bad.
Now he's saying samurai were bad at close combat, which can happen. Yeah, if your main focus is the bow and you don't focus on your skills with close quarters, anybody could be fucked. But if you're trained entirely with close quarters and you don't use a bow, you're fucked at range. It's just how it happens.
kataras like you see in For Honor, they were fine. But in the 11th century, they were incredibly susceptible to close-ranged combat. So to counter this, they usually had an entourage of people equipped with polearms and swords to keep them protected from enemies just running up and taking down their horse. Money.
Wait a minute. So now they're allowed to have everyone else join in? But you're immediately allowed to have everybody else join in.
I guess
Just
so.
for the samurai, though. The samurai are allowed to bring an entourage, but nobody else is.
Fucking what? Yeah, that makes no fucking sense. Yeah, the Vikings can't bring their raiding party, and the knights can't bring their fucking crusaders with them. But the samurai can bring just randos with them.
No, Mishima, what I'm talking about is this comes down to the individual, and it's the thing we said at the start of the stream. Yeah, they could technically be vulnerable in melee combat, but what if they trained in melee combat? Then they'd be fine. It's the same thing we were talking about earlier, where it comes down to each individual soldier. What if you were really bad at ranged combat and your enemy brings out a bow, so now you got to try to close that distance so you can get into what you're good at with melee combat. So again, this isn't a clear winner of who would clearly win. It's just who's the better fighter in every regard. But now apparently the samurai are allowed to bring their entire entourage. They don't have to fight one-on-one.
Yeah, that is such a shit point to make.
Yeah.
Well, these guys might not win, but you know what? Yeah, they're allowed to get the gank squad. It's like, fucking no, you fucking idiot. The whole point of this was that the individual fighters, who would be the best, you can't just suddenly be like, well, my team's gonna lose, so yeah, you know what? He gets an army against one person.
Matt decided the victor before making this video? Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, this is fucking stupid.
Not only buying you the also buying you friends to protect you on the fields of battle. So there you have it, 3 classes of warriors, 3 possible victors, and
There you have it. You didn't say who the one clear victor would be.
The samurai is clearly who he's simping for.
No, it's clearly who he's simping for, but he didn't outright come out and say it.
Yeah, he might. He'll probably say it now. He only said that the Vikings because they don't wear armor or anything, even though look at the picture that he's using right now.
Which is his
armor.
own misconception from not looking at the facts.
Yep.
Yeah, because he did no research. He didn't bother to look up anything before making his video.
I said if we were doing these all with 11th century, and these existed, 11th century knights, air quotes, 11th century knights did exist with the Norman knights, but 11th century Vikings, air quotes, and 11th century samurai. I think the Vikings easily mop the floor with the samurai, and then the knights mop the floor with the Viking, or the Yeah, I think that'd be the way to go about it.
Yeah.
It's not because the samurai are bad, it's just a difference in technology. The Vikings had access to really high quality steels, so they had access to the better technology. It's a big gap to overcome.
Now that the Chinese are in For Honor, what about them? We're not even going there. We're just covering the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so annoying that he literally fucking chucks Vikings out of the gate. Literally at the start of the video, just straight up gets rid of them over the samurai, who the fucking Viking would win against almost handily
Yeah.
because of the better equipment.
I guess that's fair. Doman Cow says Viking and Knight would be basically equal in terms of equipment. That's true.
Yeah, equipment would be the biggest factor here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
God, and yeah, it's just so annoying because the samurai's equipment works fine with other people that they're fighting on
Yeah.
their own land because they're fighting against people who have the same resources they do. You know, it works for them, but if they were to go up against a Viking or a knight, they would be out. Yeah, they would not have the gear to stand up to a knight or a Viking.
Yeah. Now again, they could still win. It comes down to there's so many other factors at play here. What's the terrain like? Is one side ambushing the other side? Do they know it's a fight? Like, how did you catch your enemy? Are they pinned? Is there a way for you to flank? Are they pinned against a wall or something like that? They're all different kinds of things that would change the outcome of this fight.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm looking at it from the terms of if it's equal skill, a flat plane, then I think Vikings and Knights would easily trounce the Samurai, just from the technology advantage they have, and that's only because they had access to higher quality steels. That allows them to create the massive chainmail armors and everything like that that stops Samurai from being able to do slashing attacks and stops all but penetrator type of arrowheads.
I guess that raises another question that maybe we won't ever have the answer to. What if the Japanese had better access to materials?
I honestly think they would have gone down a similar route to the Knights and everything. I think they would have done that more. I don't think the katana would have been made.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because if you look at it, look at what the Koreans and the Chinese made, and it was the John Dao? Let me find.
Yeah, I know they had like the big, thick, like the fairly large curved weapons, and then they also had the like straight sword looking things.
Yeah, the Chinese had a lot of more like straight sword things because they actually did have access to higher quality metals.
Yeah. I'll be right back again. Don't worry about it. You can just go ahead and play the video if I'm not back.
All right.
Okay.
Well, we're almost done, so let's see if we could wrap this up, because...
Yeah, so it's just Dao. Yeah.
Huh?
All right, fair enough. Mishima was saying that's a Dao. I called it like the John Dao, and no, it's just the Dao.
Or hypothetical battle? Well, actually two, because the Vikings are clearly outmatched.
Shut
So,
the fuck
who
up.
wins, Knights or Samurai? In the words of another great YouTube channel, it's time for a death battle. Let the battle begin. Here come both our challengers now, riding into the arena. Knights and Samurai both mount.
This is so fucking dumb.
It is incredibly dumb. The Jian, okay, that's the straight one. So I put them both together. Well, there you go.
Mounted war, this is to be expected. And oh, there goes the Knight's horse, struck with a Samurai's arrow. He goes down hard.
And oh, there goes the samurai's horse, struck by a knight's arrow. He goes down hard. See, because they both had bows and arrows.
So this was just an excuse for him to weeb out for 16 minutes and call all the other fucking groups in For Honor just garbage.
Yeah. The Jian Dao is a broadsword, a Dao is more cleaver, and the Jian is closer to an arming sword. Well, there you go. Yeah, you know, it's a 1v1 as well. Now, even though they're talking about how they had an entourage.
The reach of that polearm just means the samurai can fire his bow. But can the knight recover? He's reaching, trying to take down the samurai's horse, but that samurai is just too mobile. And oh, there's the killing blow.
You just need a shield. You just need a shield. Have a shield. The arrows can't do anything against a knight's shield, even 11th century knight.
See,
Just get a shield.
I didn't like Matt Pat before. I thought his videos were bad. I think I actually kind of hate him now.
Yeah. And also, he's got a polearm, which they wouldn't really have polearms then. He'd just be a spear, and he would have just skewered the fucking samurai's horse. Yeah, I agree. A simple kite shield negates the bow in 1v1, just outright. And he said, oh, there's the death blow, but let's hear how he's going to justify the arrow getting through the ring mail.
Fire his bow. But can the knight recover? He's reaching, trying to take down the samurai's horse, but that samurai is just too mobile. And oh, there's the killing blow. That chainmail halbert's just not strong enough to repel the samurai's repeated arrow volley atop his horse.
Repeated arrow volley.
And it's just not strong enough. The chainmail doesn't get weaker. Okay? It doesn't get weaker. That's why they were in chains, so that you didn't have to worry about it. One part of a chain getting damaged didn't affect the other chains. Unless they were literally immediately connected to the one that got damaged.
Yeah, you would have to perfectly strike the same spot multiple times, which is impossible.
And then hopefully you drew with enough power to punch it through the gambeson underneath.
Not impossible, Pagan, but improbable to the point of not even worth considering.
Yes, especially on a moving horse, trying to aim at the exact same spot on a target that is also moving around and trying to dodge your arrows. Yeah, no, not happening. That's insane. What a shit video.
Yeah, this entire video is fucking garbage, and his whole justification here for the samurai winning is just literally him smashing his action figures together.
Yep.
And saying, oh, the what I like wins. Blah.
Yeah, if it's a 1v1, why can the samurai use a horse? Well, but the samurai and the knight could use horses. So could the Viking, but he discounted the Viking immediately. But samurai and knights could use the horse, but he's like, oh, and the knight's horse goes down from the bow shot from the samurai. And it's like, okay, the samurai's horse goes down from the bow shot from the knight. It's so fucking dumb.
Yeah. And then, like you said, a spear could just spear right through the horse, kill the horse, and then the samurai would then be stuck in close quarters combat with a knight and would obviously lose.
Yeah.
So this is shit. He did everything in his power he could to make sure that the fucking samurai won, even though it was the least likely to win.
Yeah.
Yeah. He could have easily just did a one-on-one actual fighting with weapons rather than, oh, they've got the archery thing, because it's still him just smashing his action figures together, so fuck it.
Yeah. Which is, and the bow thing, like we said, is dumb as well, because both the Vikings and the knights had bows and arrows as well. So it's just such a non-thing. It's just, why do they get to use bows but not the other two who also had them and used them?
Yeah.
It's just so stupid. Yeah, this is absolutely retarded.
Welcome to MatPat. This is his usual caliber of research and intelligence.
Oh, you
Yeah.
mean fucking Zero?
Yep.
Yeah, and it really just shows how like he's just playing favorites. He's not actually trying to put in any effort. Like I like Samurai, but I like it should be of no surprise to anyone here. Obviously, I favor the Vikings more than anyone else. But I still think that yeah, probably if I had to say, if it was like a full plated knight against a Hallberg wearing Viking, the fucking knight would probably win.
Yeah.
In like a flat plane face to face a one-on-one battle. Yeah, it would probably be the knight that takes it, even though I would prefer it be the Viking.
Yeah. But now, if we gave him the actual era appropriate, the 11th century stuff, I think it'd be a toss up between the
Yeah.
Viking and the Knight. I don't think the Samurai could win in that regard. Not 11th century equipment versus them.
Exactly.
Now again, then it comes down to the skill level too. What if the Viking is, or sorry, what if the Samurai is just that much more skilled than the other two? Then yeah, he'd win.
Yeah. Shit video.
Just 2 minutes left. Just 2 minutes left.
Yep.
Were we later in history equipped with armor like you see in For Honor, the samurai's arrow volley would have had a difficult time penetrating the heavy mail. But remember, our
The heavy mail. That's plate, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, you can't suddenly downgrade them now that you've fucking pointed out the fact that, yeah, that they're wearing plate armor. You even made concessions for the fucking samurai
Yep.
and said like, yeah, no, but they should be allowed to wear the metal version of their armor instead of the fucking lacquered wood and reed versions. So fuck you. You don't get to downgrade the knight to fucking chainmail when he's wearing plate armor.
Do you know the videos of ER? Yes, we do. ER is very good at what he does.
Yeah.
Yep. I saw his Halo one. I think he gave the Halo show way too much credit, but he already said it was shit too. So it was
Oh,
like,
he
but
fucking
I think-
tore it apart. But yeah, there's...
he did, but he gave it too many victories too. Like that was cool. And so the guy's like, no.
Yeah. But to be fair, he also clearly wasn't that interested because he was literally like, yeah, I'm not going to watch any more episodes of this. Like, there's no way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
So that's to be fair.
Yeah, like I said, I think he gave it too much of a break, but he also tore it a new asshole too. So it was one of those kind of like, yeah, you tore it a new asshole, but dude, you should stomp on the little giblets because it deserves.
Yeah. Yeah, he gave it things that were like, yeah, no, those weren't good. I don't know why you're saying that was a good thing. It's like, no, it wasn't. It was really bad.
Yeah.
Who would win between a Viking, a knight, and a samurai? Except the Viking has a Kalishnikov, so I don't have to pretend to be unbiased.
Yeah.
knights only have their armor to be sure, but weak to air.
And look at this. Look, you even show that it goes over the head, and you were making a big deal about the fucking helmet, you idiot.
And also, they would wear helmets over that, so
Yeah.
This whole point is fucking null and void.
Yeah.
Arrows, especially a volley coming from horseback. Had this battle been
There would not be that.
No, yeah, and plus the knights would just do the volley back. If we're doing equal terms here, the knights would just volley their arrows, and their arrows are more likely to penetrate the Japanese armor.
Yeah.
Yes,
As
because
we
the
were shown
Japanese...
earlier, they have shields. They would block the Japanese's arrows and then fire their own volley, which against lesser armor would do a lot more damage.
But
You
not
wear
just
plate
that.
over chainmail. Yes.
But not just that. The Japanese didn't have access to the materials needed to make better armor, so they're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I hate this shit so much.
able to combat, the results might have been different. But based on the period appropriate armor, battle tactics, and
You did not.
You didn't get period appropriate anything, you idiot. Otherwise, you wouldn't have knocked the Vikings out because the Vikings had the same equipment as the Knights.
And you constantly changed the terms when it was convenient to you to make the fucking samurai win. Because you're a fucking weeb.
You even changed their armor type, you fucking asshole. But then also downgraded the knights to fucking chainmail when they're wearing plate armor. You even took away their helmets.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
And their shields. You took away the shields, too.
Yeah, I took away the shields so that way they couldn't block the arrows that they would obviously be able to block with their fucking shields that they have.
Yeah, because I don't care how fast a fucking horse gallops. It is not going to get around you faster and stay out of range. Get around you faster than you can turn.
Yeah, and if it gets too close, you could just stab it.
Yeah, with a spear.
So, fucking absolute dog shit, dude. I fucking hate this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Weaponry. In the end, the samurai, in an unexpected twist, takes the day.
No,
Shut
it
the
doesn't.
fuck up.
It wasn't unexpected. We knew that you were this biased and shit. It's unexpected for anyone who would actually look into this, because they'd be like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Like, we clearly fucked something up. Let's go.
Yeah, people with standards wouldn't make a video this fucking garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's very clear that you don't have any, Matt Pat.
No. So, Pendekar, knights in the 11th century did not have full plate mail. However, they do in For Honor. So it's just weird that he would downgrade them from that. In the 11th century, though, they would have had hauberks with nasal helmets, with a chainmail coif for their head, which would protect their face and everything.
I've got to ask, is it actually pronounced hauberk? Because I thought it was hauberk. Or hauberk or whatever.
It's hauberk.
Yeah, so could just be me fumbling it, so there you go.
Because you said that repeatedly now, and I don't know if I misread it all my life, because I do that sometimes. I'll glance at a word and assume it's pronounced one way, and I've just got it wrong.
Put the R. Yeah,
But-
no, that's been me mispronouncing it. I put the R in the wrong spot.
Okay, because that has been irritating me the entire time, but I haven't said anything because I didn't know if I was the one who was wrong or not.
No, you should just say it, damn it. But yeah, no, it's hauberk. You're right, because I put the R first, so I said hauberk. So I had B-R-E-K. It's B-E-R-K.
Yeah.
Just because I know that your name would be true in the fictional scenario.
That skipped for me, so...
Whoa, he said the same... Hold on a second. He said the same would be true in the fictional scenario? What? Hold up. Yeah, definitely go back.
In the end, the samurai, in an unexpected twist, takes the day. And just because I know that you're wondering it, the same would be true in the fictional scenario presented in For Honor. The strength and increased mobility of the samurai's armor and the addition of melee weapons would eventually overwhelm the slower, more tank-like knights.
No.
No, because they have
No.
better armor and weapons, you fucking asshole.
Yeah. Slower and tank-like. Dude, you do not... Properly made plate armor does not actually slow you down that much.
Yeah.
A Knight Errant did a full video of him running an obstacle course and doing jumping jacks and push-ups and pull-ups and everything in it. The pull-ups were the one where he struggled because now all the weight was on him, but yeah, well, otherwise he was moving just fine.
Yeah. The speed decrease that you get from that kind of armor against, like, say, the samurai's armor is negligible at best.
Yeah. And you don't lose again, if it's properly made, you don't lose mobility either. That's what all the hinging joints and everything are for, to make sure you don't lose mobility.
Yeah, this is so fucking shit. He clearly did not go into this with any kind of objective, like, standard or anything. He literally just, well, I like my samurai, so I'm gonna make sure they win. Everything else be damned. To the point that he just straight up fucking lies about entire history and culture of entire groups, especially the Vikings. He really fucked the Vikings in this video. He didn't get a single thing right about them.
This is a pretty good video. Scrammin sent this to my Discord.
Uh-oh.
Actually, we can just show that real quick here if you
How
want.
long is it?
It's long, but you only need like 20 seconds of it to get the point across.
Okay.
But here, let's just finish this video out and then we'll show it. Remember that Matt Pat said the slow and tank-like knights.
Alright, yeah.
So we'll just finish this video out real quick and then I'll put that one in.
Sounds
But when
good.
you stop to look at these victories, they're not for the reasons that you would have expected. In the end, it doesn't really come down to tactics, formations, strongholds, or training. It comes down to one weapon that you don't normally think about on the fields of war. Money. Money for better, lighter armor, money for
No.
But they're not rich, you
Yeah,
fucking
samurai
asshole.
aren't rich, you idiot.
They're no richer than the Knights or the Vikings. Keep in mind what the Vikings were doing, going out on raids and stealing treasure and getting tons of gold. If anything, the fucking Vikings would be the most rich, you fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Fuck
stronger
you.
weapons, money enough to live on so that you can go out and learn ridiculous skills like archery on horseback. Sure, money may not buy happiness, but it will buy you a pile of armaments. So the moral of today's story is this. When you're in a war, money truly is the greatest weapon of all. But hey!
Okay,
Oh my
good. He's
God.
ending his thing. We don't need to listen to his fucking
Yeah.
thing at the end. All right.
But even by his own fucking logic, that would then mean that the fucking Vikings would have to be the winners because they would get the most money.
Yeah.
Because they got to keep what they took. Knights don't get to keep what they take. Neither do samurai. You fucking idiot.
All right. Here we go. Like I said, we don't need this. This is like an 8-minute video, but you don't need this. You need 20 seconds of this to get the point across. Keep in mind that Matt Pat said the slow, lumbering, tank-like knights. So, here we go.
About 50 pounds of the stumbling fool attired in full armor who could hardly move.
This
let
is actually
alone
only
get
2
into
minutes.
The saddle of his
2
horse.
and a half.
Where's my
Yeah.
pulley or
Well, we can watch the
crane?
full thing if you
Not
want.
quite.
No.
It's
But
not-
just from that alone, you could see, like, he seems pretty fucking mobile to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're fast, they can roll, they can jump, they can do all that stuff.
Yeah, let's see if there's another part in this video I can go to real quick to show, like...
Yeah, I'm just skipping
Movement.
through it now.
Oh, there's one where he's down on the ground and everything like that.
Oh, well, skip to there.
106. He's laying fully on the ground.
106.
And he's showing how quickly he can get back up to his feet.
Alright. That's pretty fucking fast.
Yeah. And that wasn't even him, like, rapidly going. Notice how his movements were very slow and deliberate, and he still got up that fast.
Yeah, that was like very casual getting up. That wasn't even like I need to get up right now.
That's probably
Yeah,
on
thing.
average with how long it would take anyone to get up from that position.
Yeah.
Anyone who isn't a fat piece of shit, that is.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Or like a crippled old person or whatever.
Oh, wait, here's from Knight Errant. Hold on, I see him running the obstacle course. Okay.
Hell, there's a video of someone in full plate armor doing souls rolling. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Like it's literally just him like doing the jump roll sort of thing, like where he jumps into the air, does a roll, rolls onto the ground, then immediately pops back up with no problem. There's also videos of them running and like jumping onto what are those things called? They're like
Oh, apparently the obstacle course is in this video. Apparently
Part of it is.
Oh.
Oh,
there it is.
Yeah, that one, it's not really the obstacle course, that shows him mounting the horse.
yeah, that's
How-
the one I was just
how
talking about.
fast. Yeah, this would be like getting on a pommel horse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see how quick he can get on this horse. And then Knight Errant is in later in the video. The guy showing the general abilities.
Oh, I know this video. This is the video that Neanders played on her stream. Yeah, she played the whole thing. Yeah, honestly, if you want to just go to like the halfway point or a little bit past that and just let that play out, to like near the end, I think that would be fine.
For it to be truly effective, a knight's armor has to allow the freedom of movement to match the swiftness of a lesser armored opponent on the back.
That one statement there just fucking annihilates half of Matt Pat's shitty fucking video.
Yes.
Yeah, knight's armor has to allow for a lot of mobility. Oh, you don't fucking say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Retarded Theory Man told me that knights are big and slow and tanky and clunky.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't have mobility. What are you talking about?
Is this
No,
slow
not just, as Ambulance Chaser put it, imagine him running towards you on the battlefield. No, not just him. Imagine him as 150 of his mates running at you on the battlefield.
Is this slowed down? That clip of this guy running was slowed down.
Yeah, this one is. Now here's going full speed.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good fucking speed there.
And also let a knight climb or
And
mount
then
a steed quickly.
down, spring off with both legs, and up you go.
But the design cannot compromise on its protective capabilities, and it has to be able to withstand what is perhaps the pinnacle of medieval
Souls roll!
metallurgy.
Yeah.
The long sword.
And here's Knight Errant. As you saw in jumping jacks, general mobility, he can lift it all the way up as you normally
Holy
would.
shit.
Down, and then he's just showing arm movements, then he's gonna go into push-up.
This is far more mobile than even I thought knights could be in armor.
Yeah. And then he's gonna show it because he's gonna get down and start doing some push-ups too.
Yeah.
Here we go. And there we go. He just stands right back.
Yeah, so Matt Pat is just outright fucking wrong. I'm gonna mute because of copyright.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Wow.
There you go. Yeah, so plate armor is fine.
Impossible. Scientists must have retconned. They must have.
Yeah. Keep in mind this video's from 2015 too, so.
I think Matt Pat's was from about 5 years ago, so that means this video was from before Matt Pat's.
Yep. It's a shame he didn't do any fucking research.
Yeah.
Well, if he did
Yeah, keep in
research,
mind-
then his fucking samurai waifu wouldn't have won.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which clearly he didn't care about doing research. He just wanted his fucking favorite to win.
Oh, here's one that we don't need to watch, but I will post it as a link to the chat. European and Japanese armor mobility with Metatron, and this one comes from Knight Errant. So he does the European armor, and Metatron's doing the full Japanese armor.
Oh.
Posting. I will post it there.
Alright. I suppose with that out of the way, it's time to wrap up the stream.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you for coming out, everyone. I know he's not here right now, but thank you, Ben, for coming on to guest.
Yeah, Ben, we love you. We know Ben is currently dealing with his second child, so.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah, he's got fatherly duties.
We knew this might happen, but it was good to have him on.
Yes, I always appreciate Ben being here.
Another thing before we end, too, is this is the 39th episode, which is, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Kind of weird that's, like, been going on that long. But we're coming up on STAG number 50 soon, which, I don't know what we'll be doing for that exactly. One of the ideas is a tier list of every video we've covered so far, and article, because we've done a few articles.
Yeah.
A tier list of the stuff we've covered so far, and I guess how bad they were. So obviously Deep Space Nine is excluded from that.
Yeah.
But yeah, besides the tier list, I don't know what we're doing for Stag number 50, but all previous guests are invited back on for that, which obviously we'll tell them about that too, because they might not be watching. But since we do have quite a few guests, we might have to cycle them out, so we can make room for other people coming in, depending how it goes, you know? But yeah, have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Have a fantastic day. Hopefully, I'll see you on the stream or my streams tomorrow.
Yeah.